instance of violation of international law, and on every such instance on the right side of history. Since the very first day of the aggression against Ukraine, the people of Cyprus, a third of them still displaced as a result of foreign aggression against their own country, have displayed solidarity with deeds, not just words, to the people of Ukraine. We do this because we remember. We do this because it is the right thing to do. Excellencies, we call for the immediate cessation of hostilities and encourage the parties to engage in constructive dialogue and negotiation. The world must support this effort not only because history demands it, but also to ensure the world steps back from the edge of a war that could reduce this institution to rubble. Mr. President, the invasion of Ukraine is not the first instance that use of force was used against a sovereign nation in Europe following World War II. Just like Ukraine, in Cyprus, the UN Charter and international law continue to be violated. In 1974, Turkey invaded Cyprus and since then, 49 years on, occupies European territory, and its people, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, continue to suffer the consequences of invasion, occupation, and division. They are deprived of their fundamental freedoms and human rights. Europe, which decades ago witnessed the worst horrors humankind has ever committed against self, remains fractured as long as Cyprus is divided. Born in 1973, only a few months before Turkey invaded Cyprus, I have witnessed my people mourn, persevere, rebuild forever with a burning desire for peace and reunification. The invasion violently displaced hundreds of thousands of Cypriots, and Turkey continues to occupy approximately 37% of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus. The families of the missing persons desperately await for information on the fate of their loved ones. The enclaves stoically await the end of the division. One of the lessons we are reminded of by the recent invasion of Ukraine is that in the absence of lasting, viable peace, the resulting fragility can lead to destabilization with far-reaching consequences, not just for the country concerned, but for the region to which it belongs and for the world at large. Ukraine has exemplified in the darkest manner that a threat to peace somewhere is a threat to peace everywhere. In the absence of a peace path and process in Cyprus, there is a serious risk, and one that we have seen materialize in the recent past, of further violations of international law, which create instability and with ramifications well beyond Cyprus. We have witnessed the Turkish military forces perpetrate further violations in Varosha, defense area of Famagusta. Since 1974, Varosha has been held hostage and rendered a ghost town, contrary to UN Security Council resolutions that call for its return to its lawful inhabitants who left their livelihoods, their dreams, and their hopes between those fences. We have witnessed in our maritime zones, and we have witnessed more recently in the buffer zone, where attacks on UN peacekeepers by Turkish forces horrified and alerted us again to the urgency of peace in Cyprus. That is why the resumption of negotiations firmly anchored on the agreed framework is my absolute priority. The current status quo cannot be the future of Cyprus. It cannot be the future for Cypriots. As President of the Republic of Cyprus, I believe in peaceful coexistence because despite growing up in a divided country, I also grow up in a country filled with hope or reunification, to stories of all Cypriots living together in peace, united by the land they shared. The new generation of Cypriots is also eager for peace, and that gives me hope and courage. Ahead of my journey to New York, I received a plethora of messages from my Turkish Cypriot compatriots, particularly from the younger generation, calling me to exert every effort to reunify Cyprus. My message from this podium to my Turkish Cypriot compatriots, to all Cypriots, is that I hear their call for peace. I understand their concerns, and I assure them that I will spare no effort to make our common dream of reunification and peace on our island a reality. And I want to be able to tell them that the world, the United Nations, the living words of the UN Charter also hear their call for peace. Excellencies, I stand in the General Assembly for the first time, fully aware of the responsibility that has been bestowed upon me to do my utmost to safeguard the future of the Cypriot people, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots alike, who want to end the division of their country, to coexist and to co-create. Working towards peace in Cyprus is my absolute priority, and I want to take today's opportunity to also send a personal message to President Erdogan. There is not and never will be another basis for a settlement of the Cyprus question to that dictated by the UN Security Council resolutions. Dear Mr. Erdogan, illegality stemming from invasion, aggression, and the use of force cannot be recognized. Cyprus and Turkey are neighbors bound by geography. Peace in Cyprus will send a resounding message of peace in a region and a world that desperately needs it. It will also change the geopolitical map of our neighborhood with a ripple effect in Europe, the wider Eastern Mediterranean, and throughout EU-Turkey relations. Gunboat diplomacy and strong arm tactics belong to the past. They are not the tools of visionary leaders. This is our time to bring the UN Charter to life, a charter of peace between and among us. No one stands to gain from conflict and division. We and the generations that will come after us stand to gain from dialogue, from good neighborly relations. So, Mr. Erdogan, let us work together by a vision of peace. Let us build a brighter future for our countries through dialogue and respect for international legality. Ladies and gentlemen, in this great hall, we all feel the weight of history on our shoulders. The great women and men who have given us this organization and institutions expect us to strengthen them, grow them, and to take personal responsibility for their future. I'm here today with clarity of purpose and determination. The sole effective medium to address this risk of instability generated by the absence of a peace path is to pave one, to foster dialogue through which positions and concerns of all sides can be addressed and discussed in good faith. I stand ready to negotiate boldly and courageously on the Cyprus question in good faith, always within the agreed UN framework that call for a bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality as defined by the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. At a time when international legality is under attack, international law, the UN Security Council resolutions must prevail. I'm committed to negotiating a settlement that will safeguard the fundamental freedoms and human rights, the interests of all my Cypriot compatriots, Greek Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots, Maronites, Armenians, and Latins, all equal. A comprehensive settlement that will allow them to prosper in coexistence and peace, free of any anachronistic dependencies and system of guarantees that have no place in a European country. That is why resumption of peace negotiations based on the agreed framework, preserving the acquis of the previous round of negotiations, is essential. As the UN Security Council has resolved, it is high time for the United Nations to become a driving force of dialogue by appointing, as a first step, an envoy on the Cyprus problem to explore and prepare the ground for the resumption of negotiations. The United Nations and its Secretary General have the responsibility prescribed in the UN Charter to act as a catalyst for peace in Cyprus. In doing so, it can be facilitated by the European Union, which also has the tools necessary and which has expressed its commitment to deliver so as to reunify its last divided member state. Just like the United Nations, the European Union is also a project of peace. The Union can and must act decisively with all means at its disposal to drive reunification of its last divided member state, and in doing so, contribute to peace in Europe, the wider Middle East, and indeed the world. Distinguished delegates, the theme of this year's General Assembly focuses on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. The achievements of the SDGs requires universal efforts and transformative solutions. Climate emergency and climate change know no borders. On our region, the Eastern Mediterranean is especially vulnerable in this regard. The raging wildfires and the floods during the summer are a somber reminder of the fact that we are failing to act at our own peril. We have regrettably all observed nature's wrath from the storming countries of our region and in countries such as Libya, in which thousands so tragically lost their lives. To this end, Cyprus is actively participating in a new international climate change initiative to address the specific needs and challenges countries are facing in our neighborhood to advance mitigation actions. The Climate Ambition Summit taking place today is a critical milestone in confirming our collective political will towards achieving the transition to a climate-resilient global economy. At the same time, recognizing that human rights are essential for lasting peace and sustainable development, we must ensure that they guide the solutions to our challenges. The International Human Rights Agenda is a priority policy for Cyprus, and it is exactly for this reason that we announce our candidacy for the Human Rights Council for the period 2025-2027. As an European Union member state, we are committed to action against gender-based violence, and we have also joined the Secretary General's Circle of Leadership on the prevention of and response to sexual exploitation and abuse in the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1946, Winston Churchill declared that the dangers and difficulties in establishing conditions of freedom and democracy and permanently preventing war will not be removed by closing our eyes to them, nor by a policy of appeasement to aggressors. What is needed is real action, and the longer this is delayed, the more difficult it will be and the greater the dangers will become. Cyprus is at the crossroads of Europe and the Middle East, in part of the world that is no stranger to conflict and instability. We are, however, convinced that the Eastern Mediterranean and the wider Middle East are changing the narrative of being a region in turmoil. We can become a hub of stability, peace, and cooperation, an exemplar of the change capable in the 21st century. Cyprus seeks to act as a facilitator for this common vision and has come together with its immediate neighbors, with Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Palestine, and Greece, building a solid network of cooperation that is underpinned by a vision to make the Mediterranean Sea a sea of peace, cooperation, and prosperity. We shall continue on this path of multilateralism anchored on respect for international legality, and we call on all countries of the region that share these values to join us. This is, after all, the essence of the guiding principles that founded the United Nations 78 years ago. Peace. I come before you today asking for us all to work together toward peace. It is nothing new or groundbreaking, but it's a world changing, and we need to remind ourselves every day that it is within our reach and our responsibility. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cyprus for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Haile Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Haile Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Your Excellency, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia congratulates you on your brilliant election as President of the 78th session of General Assembly. Allow me to use this opportunity to pledge to you the commitment of Namibia to support the priorities you have set out, namely peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability. Namibia would like to thank your predecessor, His Excellency Shapa Korosi, for steering with diligence the work of the 77th session of General Assembly. Let me state that Namibia agrees with Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who a few months ago said, quote unquote, "Unless we act now, the 2030 agenda will become an epitaph for a world that might have been." Therefore, the theme of this session, quote, "Rebuilding Trust and Reigniting Global Solidarity, Accelerating Action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards Peace, Progress and Sustainability for All," is fitting. With the onset of COVID-19, the number of people living in extreme poverty rose for the first time in a generation. It demonstrates that the fact at midpoint to the global goals, we face the stark reality that we will miss our goals and targets. This 78th session serves as a clarion call to reset and to work in the true spirit of partnership for better results on the ground. Indeed, the world is in a state of flux, and progress is uneven. Taking cognizance of the interconnectivity between all the goals and targets, we should accelerate investments in healthcare, renewable energy, education, clean water, and sanitation. The terrifying gap between wealthy and the marginalized is not just a moral concern, but also a threat to political stability and harmony. We are therefore duty-bound to create an environment where prosperity is shared and is inclusive. In our collective pursuit of the 2030 Agenda, Namibia looks forward with hope and optimism to the Summit of the Future next year as an opportunity to prioritize meaningful reforms that can reinvigorate the global goals to give impetus to the broader system-wide UN reform agenda. Namibia also welcomes UN 2.0 and a quantum of change, aiming to provide the United Nations family with the cutting-edge capabilities in data, digital innovation, and expertise in order to deliver better and effective member state support to accelerate development. Mr. President, the health of a nation is a bedrock for all developmental activities. This morning, the General Assembly will adopt a political declaration on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Pandemics have long been formidable adversaries that disproportionately wreak havoc in the socio-economic fabric of developing countries. These crises go beyond their immediate health implications, unraveling years of development progress, straining healthcare systems, and exacerbating existing socio-economic disparities. We need to change the status quo. To do so, we must end vaccine apartheid. We need to ensure equitable access to health products. We need stronger commitments from healthy countries on technology transfer and on the removal of intellectual property barriers, and on investments in manufacturing to enable vaccine production in the global south. Mr. President, I always say that inclusivity spells harmony and exclusivity spells conflict. The continued advocacy for gender equality is a core in our collective journey towards a just and inclusive world. Therefore, advocating for gender equality is not only a matter of fairness, it is an essential step towards unlocking innovation, diversity, and social cohesion. We are indeed proud to be ranked by the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report of 2023 as number eight country in the world for the efforts to close the gender gap. In addition to having 44% female representation in Parliament, we have women in the positions of Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and current Deputy Prime Minister has been selected by the ruling party to be the candidate. And very soon after I leave, in a year's time, she may be the one to come and stand here, who is here with us. And 2/3 of our key banking institutions are headed by women. In the same vein, we believe in promoting inclusive and effective governance that ensures that the youth are integrated into decision-making structures to play their part in the future they have helped to shape. Mr. President, rapid advances in technology, quantum computing, and artificial intelligence are transforming the global landscape, offering unprecedented challenges and opportunities for growth and development. Therefore, developing countries should not be left behind in this digital revolution. Access to technology can bridge gaps in education, healthcare, and economic development, propelling nations towards progress. We must navigate technological challenges and harness opportunities by fostering an environment that is conducive to technology transfer, technology adoption, skills development, and collaboration. As we march towards COP28 for the final global stocktake, we are acutely aware that the energy transition is not only a necessity for the combating climate change, but also an opportunity for economic development, consistent with their pledges made at the Paris Climate Summit in 2015. Developed nations must provide financial and technological support to enable developing countries to shift to cleaner energy sources without hampering development. 3 years ago, during the 78th General Assembly, Namibia boldly announced its intention to change its economic structure by leveraging innovative financial tools to mobilize sustainable climate financing to combat climate change. 1 year later in Glasgow, Scotland, on the margins of COP26, we announced the development of large-scale green hydrogen projects that will provide the world with the clean molecules needed to decarbonize hard-to-abate sections. Today, we have more than 5 such projects under development, looking to deploy more than $20 billion in order to develop our world-class renewable energy potential to give our future generations a fighting chance against warming climate. Mr. President, developing a new synthetic fuels industry in Namibia is not just an opportunity to fight climate change, but indeed offers an unparalleled opportunity for green industrialization. Namibia has now attracted new industries that are looking to make use of the cheap, clean electricity and molecules that shall be produced in Namibia. One such pioneering example is the Oshivala project by High Iron, which plans to use Namibian produced green hydrogen to deliver the first industrial production of iron at net zero emissions. During the first phase of the project in 2024, an annual output of 15,000 tons of direct reduced iron is planned. Oshivala will be one of the biggest primary production sites of green iron worldwide and is expected to sequestrate 27,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions per year, equivalent to 50% of the carbon dioxide emissions of Namibia's entire power industry today. In order to transport the clean molecules to their final destination, shipping, which is yet another hard-to-abate sector, will also need to deploy innovative solutions. This is why Namibia is now developing green shipping corridors with Mars McKinney Moller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping as we look to map and fund the development of carbon-neutral maritime value chains from production, transportation, storage, and consumption of clean fuels and carbon-free products made in Namibia and traded with the world. We are working with Campaign Maritime Belge, a shipping company from Belgium, with plans to build a clean ammonia bunkering facility in Walvis Bay at a cost of more than €2.2 billion in partnership with Namibia's own Oldhaven lease company. On the 28th of September 23, this partnership named Plenary is expected to reveal plans to construct their first Namibian green hydrogen multi-modal service station. I always say that you do not make peace with your friends. You make peace with your enemies. Punitive measures imposed for over half a century on the Republic of Cuba have brought untold hardships that have disenfranchised the Cuban people. The embargo against the Cuban people remains unjust and must therefore be lifted. Namibia appeals to the United States of America to remove the Republic of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, as there is no evidence to support such classification. Selective punitive measures against Zimbabwe and Venezuela must also be lifted, as these measures constitute the greatest obstacle to the implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The United Nations Charter remains an important source of inspiration, reflecting the commonality, agreed upon values of diplomacy and peaceful coexistence. We regard the Charter enshrined rights to self-determination for all peoples as essential. This rings true for the people of Western Sahara. While our right to self-determination has been upheld, the people of Western Sahara continue to remain under occupation. We recall how Morocco supported our right to self-determination, and now we call on them to do the same for the people of Western Sahara. Similarly, the people of Palestine yearn to transition from the inhuman conditions of oppressive rule. Namibia is therefore pleased with the decision of the General Assembly to submit to the International Court of Justice a request for an advisory opinion on legal consequences arising from the ongoing violation by Israel of the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. Mr. President, the challenges we face today are not insurmountable. By holding hands and by renewing our commitment to multilateralism, we can reverse the worst effects of the unprecedented global challenges of global warming, global inequality, pandemics, and conflicts. By holding hands, we have it within us to act now and to build the world we want. In that world, no one should feel left out. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Namibia for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Klaus Werner Iohannis, President of Romania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Klaus Werner Iohannis, President of Romania, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, the world, as we know it, is enduring profound and rapid transformations under the impact of so many challenges which humanity must face. At the same time, against this difficult, very difficult background, we continue to defend our core values, the United Nations Charter, and effective multilateralism. Our decisions are critical for the future of humanity. We, the leaders, are called on now to take decisive actions for the generations to come in a spirit of solidarity and shared responsibility, and stand up for rules-based international order and for the full respect of international law. Ladies and gentlemen, Romania is a direct neighbor to the continued war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, and we acted with all our energy to bring a solid contribution to regional and international security and stability. This war demonstrated that the Black Sea needs more global attention, as it is of strategic importance for transatlantic security. Romania also stands for more efficient multilateralism alongside like-minded partners across the globe in the fight for freedom and democracy. Since day one of the war, Romania has acted in full solidarity with the brave Ukrainian people. We will continue to provide safe haven and protect refugees coming from our neighbor, as we did for over 6 million Ukrainians who already crossed our borders. We fully support the Ukrainian peace formula as the most suitable framework conducive to a fair, lasting, and sustainable peace. We also support the pursuit of international law and accountability so that all those responsible for atrocities are brought to justice. Ladies and gentlemen, our region, the wider Black Sea area, must be protected against the effects of Russia's war against Ukraine and its hybrid war and malign interference. Romania has been constantly arguing on the need to keep the so-called protracted or frozen conflicts in the region high on our agenda. Romania has also been at the forefront of supporting, in a multidimensional manner, the vulnerable partners in the region. We have thus offered substantial support to our neighbor, the Republic of Moldova, the country most affected by the war after, of course, Ukraine itself. Ladies and gentlemen, while we work in the present to defend our values, we should also continue to project a sustainable future. We thus continue to actively pursue the 2030 agenda. Food insecurity, energy, and economic instability affect the entire world, and especially the most vulnerable in the global south. By terminating the Black Sea Grain Initiative and by attacking Ukrainian ports, Russia further exacerbates the global food crisis. We once again urge the Russian Federation to cease blocking the initiative. As a direct neighbor of Ukraine and a responsible and solidary international actor, Romania has played an active role in the global efforts on food security. Since the beginning of the war, we have facilitated the delivery of more than 25 million tons of Ukrainian grain. Romania will not let down our most vulnerable partners who need our support, especially those from least developed countries, including from Africa. We also invest and bring our contribution for African institutional resilience, peacekeeping, and capacity building. Ladies and gentlemen, through our sustainable development strategy, we advance an efficient, transparent, and citizen-centered governance. Our second voluntary national review, issued this July, is proof that we are on the right track, as we already achieved 62% of our national targets for 2030. But as we are keenly aware that globally we are lagging behind, we put trust in the Sustainable Development Goals Summit and the Summit of the Future. We are also aware of the importance of financing for development. Romania is committed to increase its official development assistance to 0.33% of its GDP by 2030. Moreover, we will contribute to the European Union's objective to allocate 0.2% of its collective official development aid to the least developed countries. Distinguished audience, the devastating effects of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, as well as energy insecurity and disinformation, are our global concerns. Romania's efforts in combating these challenges are visible. For instance, we are committed to swiftly ratify and implement the Agreement on Marine Biological Diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. We were also part of the core group promoting the General Assembly's request for an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states in respect of climate change. We remain vocal in supporting climate education, a priority for Romania and for me personally. I also strongly believe that the climate and security nexus should be more prominent on the United Nations agenda, including in the Security Council. We hope that the Climate Ambition Summit and the COP28 will mobilize the political will to keep the 1.5 target alive. We must accelerate a just energy transition and emissions reduction while ensuring energy security. Countering disaster risks also requires joint efforts, and the Emergency Platform Initiative is a step in the right direction. Romania actively participates in international assistance missions, shares best practices, and offers training on response measures. In our endeavors, we should use the opportunities brought by digitalization, innovation, and new technologies, as well as the strategic investments in renewables as enablers of sustainable development. At the same time, Romania welcomes the Secretary General's initiative for a code of conduct for information integrity on digital platforms. Distinguished audience, in the current geopolitical context, the key for an efficient multilateralism is to ensure its successful reform, which cannot be delayed any longer. An enlarged Security Council could include important additional voices from the African group, from various small island developing states, and even from the smallest regional group, the Eastern European one. As we celebrate 75 years since the adoption of the UN Declaration on Human Rights, Romania strongly advocates for strengthening the UN human rights system, including for its adequate funding. As a member of the Human Rights Council, we continue to be an active supporter of democracy, rule of law, non-discrimination, freedom of expression, children's and women's rights. At the same time, the full respect and promotion of international law remain at the very core of our foreign policy. As an example, Romania is advocating for an enlarged acceptance by states of the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice, and we count on your support for our solid candidature for the World Court. Dear colleagues, next year's Summit of the Future represents an excellent opportunity to find joint global solutions. The Pact for the Future must provide the United Nations with the tools to deliver for us and for future generations. We must stand for our people and for the future we want. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Romania for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome my own President, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, President of the General Assembly, Secretary of the United Nations, Excellencies, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. President, I'm proud to observe that this august body is under dedicated leadership of our Caribbean sister nation, Trinidad and Tobago, and that a distinguished citizen and experienced diplomat of that country is at the helm of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, this is my fourth statement to this global body, and since then, I'm afraid to conclude that not much has changed for the better regarding the essential elements of peace, prosperity, and climate in our world. On the other hand, the challenges and crises have increased and deepened. I do not need to mention these crises because we know them all and repeat them every single time we speak to an international and regional audience. And the more important and relevant matter at hand is, what do we do about? We make promises not often kept. We express noble goals, but the delivery is poor. This cannot go on. Business as usual cannot be our mantra. No country is spared of the effects of this crisis, especially developing countries like my own country, Suriname. And no country can solve these challenges alone. It is worth mentioning that we humans are responsible for these crises, and we must take responsibility for them, and we must also express collective leadership to solve these problems effectively. A new approach of the conceptualizing our relationships is needed to adequately address this crisis. A new kind of multilateralism that is more just, effective, and forces us to unite. One that will demonstrate respect and commitment to international law and cooperation. It is therefore of utmost importance to transcend national interests and look to our common goals, and we must put aside ideological differences to constructively deliver for the prosperity of our people and the protection of our planet. We simply cannot expect durable solutions in a rapidly changing world if we do not reset the buttons. Mr. President, as world leaders, we have stressed that upholding firm commitments to international principles and international law, the principles of the United Nations Charter, and effective multilateralism are a conditio sine qua non to address these global challenges and threats. The role of the United Nations in defense and upholding of these principles through dialogue, constructive engagement, and concrete action remains crucial. Therefore, a strong, determined, and United Nations is a must. Mr. President, the multiple global and national crises, such as debt burden, domestic effects of climate change, the financial economic downturn following the COVID-19 pandemic, the impact of the raging war in Ukraine, have put tremendous pressure on the implementation of the SDGs on a major scale. Limited financial and technical resources had to be allocated for many emergencies just to make sure that no one was left behind. Mr. President, let us remember that building resilience and leaving no one behind is not a choice. I want to reiterate that for small developing countries with a low-lying coastal area, the fiscal pressure due to other crises beyond our doing is a real and a daily problem. However, I remain of the view that the earmarked transformation envisioned by the 2030 SDG agenda remains both possible and essential. Mr. President, as we know, food security is a major challenge. And just a few days ago in Cuba, I stressed the importance of science, technology, and innovation to increase food production and optimize the inputs needed to make agriculture more productive. And during my visit, Mr. President, I personally experienced the negative impact of the long-standing embargo, an embargo that does not achieve what it was meant for. The CARICOM Food Security Program is an example to reduce the region's food import bill by 25% by the year 2025 and promote local production with modern technology. Mr. President, the reach and impact of digital technologies will only continue to increase in the coming years, and it is crucial that the benefits of this innovation are leveraged to ensure an accessible, transparent, safe, and secure, digitally transformative environment. To implement this comprehensive strategy in a coherent manner, my country has recently designed and adopted a National Digital Strategy 2023-2030. Mr. President, the political, humanitarian, and security environment in Haiti is deteriorating. While I appreciate the efforts made so far to assist in finding an immediate solution, much more political efforts need to be made to translate the intentions into real actions. The people of Haiti are looking toward a regional and international community for assistance. At the same time, the Haitian stakeholders, which are divided in opposing groups, must demonstrate the will to dialogue and reach consensus for a way forward in the shortest time possible. Mr. President, another climate conference of the parties, COP28, is on our doorstep. As we are amidst in the reality of the increased intensity of the devastating global impact of climate change, it is regrettable to admit that despite some efforts, the world is still far from reaching the required level of emissions. And to prevent irreversible damage to our global environment and society. And we are bearing the brunt. While Suriname currently is experiencing extraordinary high temperatures resulting in challenges with regard to the availability of drinking water, inland areas are increasingly flooded by heavy rainfall, and coastal areas are threatened by the rising of the seawater level. As a consequence, the people living in remote parts of our vast interior are deprived of work, education, basic utilities, and food security is under threat. As one of the only 3 carbon-negative countries in the world, Suriname remains committed and continues to play its part in protecting the planet through national actions, but also through engaging in strategic international public and private partnerships that will contribute to remaining carbon negative for now and also for the future. We cannot go to Dubai in less than 2 months and hear the same analysis, the same stories, the same policies, the same speeches with noble goals, the same promises, and after that, nothing happens. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it takes too long to make the required decisions that will have a meaningful impact and all will improve our living conditions. We need easier access to climate financing to implement mitigation and adaptation policies. We must walk the talk regarding loss and damage. We must join efforts that call for compensating highly forested countries for the so-called removal credits, as these countries so far have acted as carbon sinks for the whole world without any compensation. Mr. President, many of us have raised the urgent and comprehensive reform of the international financial architecture as the most critical issue to address the economic, financial, and environmental challenges faced by developing countries. An integral part of this reform process must include the discussion on new ways of classifying countries. And I ask all of us to contribute to the proposed multidimensional vulnerability index. Mr. President, my country, Suriname, is at the cusp of promising commercial development of newfound oil and gas resources. These developments and also the capital generation will allow us to provide for our population a social, health, and education system that will facilitate increased production in other sectors, creating a sustainable future for the current and the next generations. Suriname has, over the past 3 years, gone through a financial and economic reform process whereby my country people, citizens, had to sacrifice in many ways. Coupled with the COVID pandemic, the impact of climate change, the effects of war in Eastern Europe, and a high debt burden, the impact on the people in my country was even worse. I want to assure that the international community that my government is committed to remain a carbon negative country with an enormous biodiversity pool and a low deforestation level. During the Amazon Summit held last month in Belém do Pará in Brazil, we and 7 other countries have committed to a better management of the Amazon region. We committed to even stopping deforestation by the year 2030. We are committed to the application of high international environmental standards so that the impact of the environment can be minimized. Mr. Chair, we do this to finance our committed transition to an economy that is primarily based on renewable, non-carbon-based energy generation by 2060. I announce with a certain degree of pride that we recently registered our carbon credits for the first time on the UNFCCC registry. That was done with our own, albeit limited, capabilities. And we shall see how the market responds to these new resources. All these commitments are made to contribute to saving the planet and life on Earth. But I call on all heavy polluters to start with this process as well, and not to try to manage tax or punish environmental friendly production in developing countries, which are at least responsible for the climate crisis. Real change must particularly come from the more developed countries. In closing, Mr. President, together, let us harness our collective strengths, knowledge, determination to create a world where resilience and inclusivity are not just aspirations, but realities. Only through joint efforts we can build a future where no one is left behind and where the Sustainable Development Goals become a shining beacon of hope and progress for all. We owe this to the current and future generations, and I appeal to all of us to work constructively and collectively towards a better and a new world order, and to recommit to the original goals of the Charter of the United Nations, but now, ladies and gentlemen, with more dedication, with more passion, and with more love for each other. I thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Zelenskyy Komšić, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Zelenskyy Komšić, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies. Building on the theme of this year's session of the United Nations General Assembly, which is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress and sustainability for all. At this important place, allow me to talk about important elements from the point of view of a small yet proud state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. For this part, Bosnia and Herzegovina has given support to the 2030 Agenda, especially its goals that to the greatest extent concern the creation of the world and the environment in the United Nations member countries, in a way that we as states and their societies are prepared and specially trained to implement all the steps that will lead us to self-sustainable development. However, in today's world, often dominated by war and various geopolitical goals, it will be very difficult to achieve this, at least in a way as it is planned in the 2030 Agenda. For this reason, I specifically wish to emphasize that the first steps which we must start our activities with is the one that will lead us to permanent peace as the world's priority number one, and then to other mutually related activities in order to have our countries and societies ready for solidarity and progress. These activities are by no means easy, and they require lots of wisdom, planning, and good management of all processes and procedures that can lead us to the implementation of the Agenda 2030. If we start from the premise offered by the theme of this year's session of the United Nations General Assembly, which talks about building trust and encouraging global solidarity, then I feel free to point out in few sentences the elements that could possibly make achieving these goals difficult. At the very beginning, I take this opportunity to remind you that migrations are one of the elements of the Agenda 2030, trying to be dealt with systematically and with specific governance. Although the Agenda for Sustainable Development until 2030 recognizes migrants as agents of change and development in countries of their origin, transit and destination, the Agenda primarily focuses on migrants as beneficiaries of Sustainable Development Goals through a higher level of protection of their rights and transparency. Furthermore, the agenda does not refer to a broader concept of diaspora or to the role that it plays as a possible means of development. This statement, extracted from one of the IOM's documents, International Organization for Migration, is most certainly true, but when it comes to the starting point of migration, that is, go at the field of certain countries, then we will certainly see several things that are undeniably happening. The current form of migration management has reached such a stage where large and powerful countries, for their own benefit, carry out a certain type of selection of migrants in such a way as to select the best and most educated among them, such as doctors, engineers, scientists, and other highly qualified persons, and are ushering them to larger countries where their knowledge and abilities are exploited exclusively for the benefit of these larger systems. In larger countries and larger systems, such selected migrants can be agents of change or bearers of various improvements, but at the same time, the potentials and capacities of smaller countries from which the migrants come from are being weakened. Small countries, in addition to losing their best quality personnel, are also losing all investments made, including the financial ones. The investments made in creating these highly qualified profiles. Of course, it is completely clear that there is such a form of migration in which large groups of people are trying to escape war and horrors of war. But there is also what we call economic migration, through which migrants are being directed based on their potential and capacity. In both cases of migration, large countries and their larger systems are the ones who are doing the selection and choosing the best profiles of migrants in line with their needs and aspirations, while at the same time, systemic weakening of small countries from which the migrants come from is taking place. So what do I mean by this? In short, it is difficult to talk about building trust while larger countries and their large systems are taking over the population of smaller countries through migration, and simultaneously the smaller countries are emptying out, resulting in the creation of an environment in which poverty develops and completely prevents any form of development in economic and social sense. Thus, a direct attack is made on the possibility of creating prerequisites for self-sustainable development in smaller countries. From the point of view of my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's very easy to provide additional arguments and proof confirming this matter. In my country, there is a significant outflow of population going to larger and more developed countries, mostly to countries we view as Western democratic countries. While investigating why our people, Bosnian and Herzegovinians, decide to leave their country and look for better living conditions in some other countries, we came to a conclusion that the fundamental reason for their departure is their conviction of the lack of perspective in Bosnia and Herzegovina. When we took into account that our people have stated as one of the basic shortcomings of the perspective in their country, we saw that it refers to how, specifically, the political system in Bosnia and Herzegovina does not entail complete democracy, but rather a form of ethnocracy, or a system in which elections for government institutions, exercise of power, distribution of jobs in the state, even in the real sector, are primarily based on ethnicity as a prerequisite. In such a system, you usually don't have the best people in key positions, people who, with their knowledge and abilities, can build a political, economic and social system in Bosnia and Herzegovina. On the contrary, you have ethnically and politically suitable staff who can hardly be expected to lead the overall progress of the country. This value system has been going on for a very long time. In such a system, the key jobs are not performed by the best and most qualified people, but by the politically and ethnically suitable ones. The current political system in Bosnia and Herzegovina, based exclusively on ethnic and then on political affiliation, completely degrades democracy as an important principle for creating an environment with equal opportunities for all people. Such a system, which guarantees participation in government to certain political actors and their ethnically based political parties, has the form of former and current totalitarian systems, in which power is exercised in an autocratic manner through autocratically inspired political actors. As a result of this unfinished political system, we have a slow development of the country, while such politics obstruct what, in my opinion, is one of the key goals of my country, its path to membership in larger supranational systems such as the European Union or NATO alliance. The irremovability or particularly difficult replaceability of the authorities creates such an environment where even the authorities themselves no longer work for the benefit of their citizens because they feel that there is no need for such a thing. The distribution of power and social power is already guaranteed to them in advance by the system itself, a system based on ethnicity. Our current political system is skillfully used by our Western and Eastern neighbors and through ethnic communities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to which they claim national rights. They are running Bosnia and Herzegovina not with the primary aim of helping the members of these ethnic communities, but with the aim of dividing Bosnia and Herzegovina or making it meaningless as a state. Our two neighbors, through the ethnic communities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to which they strive to claim every right, even 27 years after the aggression they had carried out over Bosnia and Herzegovina, are in this manner making an attack on the sovereignty of our country, which makes it almost completely impossible to have any democratic development of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This practice also violates the minimum of interstate trust, because unfortunately our neighbors are not investing sincere energy with the goal of building interstate cooperation, but are rather investing energy in weakening our state. This is a visible problem, which extends to the entire region of the Western Balkans, where there are different ideas, plans and intentions to change the internationally recognized borders, to reorganize the region into something that has no point of contact with democracy. For such activities and policies, neighboring countries very often have, at first glance, surprising and unexpected support from countries that we consider to be democratic liberal states and societies, but certainly also from those that are not democratic, and that we recognize today as aggressor states with authoritarian regimes. Regretfully, there are many, both in the East and the West, who believe that their barely hidden support for those who want to completely control and ultimately divide Bosnia and Herzegovina will bring stability to the Western Balkans. We, who represent the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina here at the United Nations, believe that this will not bring either stability or progress in the Western Balkans. Our neighbors cannot divide Bosnia and Herzegovina amongst themselves without entering into mutual conflict. We will certainly not allow the division and disappearance of our 1,000-year-old state at any cost, no matter what anyone thinks about it. That is why I believe that it's in the interest of the United Nations, if peace is to be preserved in the Western Balkans, to support the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina and its institutions. If the United Nations wishes to preserve peace in the Western Balkans, then it should support those who have not violated democratic and civilization norms, who have not committed genocide, who were not part of joint criminal enterprises, did not destroy people's lives because of their ethnicity, did not destroy other people's temples or shrines, did not advocate revanchism or revenge. If such support is absent, then the responsibility and blame for the destabilization does not lie with us, who will certainly not calmly and idly observe some new attempt to destroy our Bosnia and Herzegovina. However, The fundamental problem of Bosnia and Herzegovina lies in the inequality of citizens in the political and electoral system, the result of which is an ethnic system of governing the country, a system that is destined to be conflictual in itself. In addition, the ethnic system of exercising power in my country continuously creates space for nepotism and corruption in all segments of society, especially in government institutions. As a consequence of the ethnic system of exercising power, we have a nepotism in the selection of people to perform the most important political and economic jobs. The ethnic political system in my country is the one that generates and encourages nepotism and corruption the most, and nepotism and corruption destroys social cohesion and trust within a society the most. That is why we, for decades, have not been able to create a society of equals, and with that, a society of equal opportunities, because with the employment through family connections and corruption pertaining to most important positions, one loses hope on the possibility of having positive perspective. From this place, I want to ask an important question, and allow me to do this. How is it possible to build and achieve trust that will lead to the creation of prerequisites for development when we don't actually have enough democracy in our country? When our right to democracy is being taken away, and when an embargo to democracy is being imposed upon us, which leads citizens to great uncertainty and is the reason why they often decide to leave the country. The latest interventions of the international representatives in Bosnia and Herzegovina, like the intervention of the High Representative, by means of legal violence and the suspension of the entity constitution for 24 hours, which is an inconceivable precedent in the democratic world, did not remove obstacles to the normal functioning of the state, but rather strengthened the undemocratic ethnic principle and deepened the discrimination of citizens in the constitution and the electoral law. Democracy is the most important segment for building trust, both in our countries and globally. It is very important, in order to create prerequisites for self-sustainable development, that the transition in these societies ends as soon as possible, through the transition from former totalitarian, autocratic systems to a system based on full democracy. That is why we expect the support of actors from the international community, even though they occasionally resort to undemocratic tools, while they occasionally completely deny the possibility of developing democracy in Bosnia and Herzegovina for the sake of their goals. Of course, we are fully aware that there is a number of countries, members of the United Nations, with which such history and historical context, that they are not interested in democracy and its development. On the other hand, some indicators tell us that over two-thirds of the countries, members of the United Nations, are oriented towards democracy and its development, so my point of view is oriented in that direction as well. I wish to add another important element here, which is indispensable in building trust for self-sustainable development. It is achieving a system of full human rights, which, as its final outcome, offers a society of equal people, equal citizens, and as a result of that, we can have a society of equal chances with open perspectives for everyone. If you do not have a system of equals, that is, equal citizens, then it will be difficult to build trust in such a system, especially in a still post-war society such as in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Particularly, if you have in mind that our society has suffered aggression from our Western and Eastern neighboring countries, a direct consequence of which were the committed atrocious war crimes and even the crime of genocide. Such scenarios for Bosnia and Herzegovina continue to be implemented through political means this time, in peacetime conditions, while continuously asking for support from various parts of the international community. At the same time, and regardless of the aforementioned scenarios, our obligation is to create internal prerequisites for building a society of equal people and equal citizens, and one of the basic tools that will enable us to avoid the possibility of future conflicts. Contained within the judgments of the eminent courts that deal with the protection of human rights, such as the European Court of Human Rights, there is a valuable resource for building a stable society in which the risk of internal conflict is reduced to a minimum.
Ali se I potencijalno agresivnim politikama susjednih
aggressive
zemalja
policies
iz ruku oduzima efikasan
we take
mehanizam
away
za
an efficient
narušavanje
mechanism to violate territorial
teritorijalnog
integrity and sovereignty of
suvereniteta
Bosnia and
Bosne i
Herzegovina
To u najkraćem znači
from neighboring countries. In short,
da ćemo
this
mi u
means
Bosni i
that we in Bosnia and Herzegovina will have to change the entire paradigm within society and shift from ethnic political representation to civic political representation, which is a standard in a democratic world. We must use this opportunity to draw attention of the United Nations on something that is, in my opinion, and I'm sorry to say this, a very uncivilized stand of the government and the Prime Minister of our neighboring country, who have rejected the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights in the latest judgment in Kovačević case, and have stood up for the very principles that were rejected in the mentioned judgment, like the political principle of legitimate representation based on ethnicity, which is a generator of inequality among the citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the means by which the neighbors undermine the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This was done in such a way that it can be qualified as an interference in the internal affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The disrespect of the judgments of the international courts, as could be heard from the Prime Minister of the neighboring country, is reminiscent of the attitudes towards international law that Vladimir Putin has built in the case of Ukraine. However, this is not only about having a negative attitude towards the international standards of the United Nations, but also a policy towards Bosnia and Herzegovina conducted by its neighbors. Only when civic political representation is accepted in Bosnia and Herzegovina through the implementation of the judgments of the European Court, and when in parallel the attacks on the sovereignty of the state of Bosnia and Herzegovina from the neighborhood stop, only then will we be able to participate in projects at full capacity and more efficiently, such as Agenda 2030, as an equal participant and actor of all planned activities. In that case, we, as a country, will be ready and equipped with potential to accept all the challenges posed before us by the self-sustainable development activities, to build our mutual social trust, and as a society of equals, and to be an active actor in building trust on global level. I believe you share my opinion in that, in societies dominated by inequality, you will not be able to be a legitimate actor in promoting ideas of self-sustainable development through building trust and global solidarity for all. For such a thing, it is necessary to, first of all, reform our society in a way in which we'll be able to understand the importance of solidarity for everyone, with people who are equal in everything in that system and who can produce solidarity towards others on an equal grounds. In the conclusion of this address, in addition to everything previously stated, I would like to emphasize that Bosnia and Herzegovina will actively work on the implementation of Agenda 2030. We will work on building trust and solidarity for all. By rejecting the discriminatory ethnic concept, we will simultaneously reject the system dominated by nepotism and corruption, and thus bring our society into the ranks of democratic and mature societies. Then we will become a society and a country that can actively participate in world processes within the framework of the fundamental principles on which the current world order and what we call international community rest. The transition process of our society can and should be relatively short, because the equality of all people is the basic premise of every modern democratic society, and in this respect, we count on the support of that part of the international community that can help us in this. I'm aware of the existence of those parts of the international community which, for their geopolitical reasons, will offer resistance in order to keep Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as the entire region of the Western Balkans, in a continuous state of destabilization and tension. Such people do not want democracy, but ethnocracy, disorder, and violence. And finally, I can say with certainty that Bosnia and Herzegovina has become a place where democracy and its values are being defended. And there are only two sides here. The one that is in favor of democracy and its values, and the other side that is an opponent of democracy because its goal is the establishment of autocratic systems, undemocratic in their nature. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina for the statement just made, and I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, Ghana presents her compliments to you, Mr. President, and extends congratulations on your election to preside over the sittings of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Ghana will also use this, the greatest of all platforms, to express the deep condolence and sympathies of our people and governments to the peoples and governments of Morocco and Libya over the recent tragic events that have engulfed their countries. I do not need to employ any hyperbole, nor find any fancy words to state the reality of the situation humanity currently faces. Our world is not a happy place today. Wherever we look, and in whichever area of our lives to which we turn our attention, there is unhappiness, distrust, and loss of confidence in the structures that have guided the governance of the world since the end of the Second World War, nearly 8 decades ago. Mr. President, the theme chosen for this meeting is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. The choice of the theme implies that there's general acknowledgement that things are not what they ought to be in our world. The mutual trust among nations that is required to ensure harmony has considerably diminished. The cohesion that we need to build the peace and prosperity of our societies is disintegrating and nearing Cold War lows. We do not seem to have any common values on which we can all agree, nor common goals to which we all aspire. The fault lines are not just between poor and rich, or the South and North, or the developed and developing countries. Even within well-established and rich countries, the tensions over trade, climate, political boundaries, and geopolitical spheres of influence are palpable. Long-held definitions are being challenged, and sacred truths and beliefs are being questioned or discarded outright. And in some instances, the deliberate peddling of blatant untruths has become acceptable. This organization, the United Nations, under whose auspices we, the nations of the world, are gathered for the annual review of the world, was established in the belief that our common humanity would be the overriding consideration in dealing with the problems that would invariably arise when we deal with one another. There is no doubt that the organization has achieved a great deal in its 78 years of existence, of which we can all be justifiably proud. But it is also true that the reluctance by the nations that were the major powers at the formation of the organization to agree to any reform to reflect present realities has led to the undermining of the credibility of the United Nations and some of its organs, in particular, the Security Council. Ghana is currently serving out the second of its 2-year term on the Security Council as a non-permanent member. This is the 4th time in the 66 years since we joined the UN, the first post-colonial African nation to do so, that we've had the privilege of serving on the Council. Mr. President, it has been a sad and disappointing experience for us. We've witnessed it firsthand, over and over again, that the big powers of the United Nations might be preaching democracy, fairness, and justice around the world, but are happy to practice the opposite here at the United Nations, prioritizing parochial interests over those of humanity. Back in 2017, the first time I addressed the General Assembly as President of my country, I spoke at length on the need to reform of the United Nations and of the Security Council in particular. I said then that the urgent need to reform this organization had been talked about and scheduled for a long time, but somehow we've never found the courage and the will to execute it. I said then that Ghana supports UN reform, especially of the Security Council, as set out in Africa's common position on UN reform, based on the Eswatini Consensus. Mr. President, I said then that the time was long overdue to correct the long-standing injustice that the current structure and composition of the United Nations Security Council represent for the nations of Africa. After serving on the Council at this difficult time in the world, our views on the need for reform have been even more strongly reasserted. We cannot continue to preach democracy, equality, and good governance around the globe. We cannot insist on peace and justice in the world when our global organization is seen by the majority of its members and the people of the world as hampered by an unjust and unfair structure. Mr. President, the Assembly has quite properly chosen the rebuilding of trust as critical in restoring stability and prosperity to our world. We cannot rebuild that trust when the organization that should bind us is seen by many as helping to perpetuate an unfair world order, which is reinforced by an inequitable, dysfunctional global financial architecture. Mr. President, for the past year and a half, a full-scale war is being waged in the center of Europe. The United Nations appears unwilling or unable to influence the events taking place in Ukraine. Ghana has sat on the Security Council throughout this period and can testify that the global solidarity we seek to reignite under the umbrella of the UN will only happen if and when it suits those who wield the mighty power of veto. And at the moment, there's nothing to show that these countries have any interest or inclination to do so. Ghana still believes that this organization provides the best vehicle for the world to manage its hydra-headed problems, but it can only function effectively and meet our expectations when we reform the pillars upon which it rests. Anything short of that will continue to undermine its credibility. Mr. President, I do not refer to the events in Ukraine and seek to pretend to ignore the tragic events in my own neighborhood of West Africa and the Sahel. Instability in the Sahel and widespread terroristic activities have put West African countries under severe political pressure and economic strain. Several countries in the region have lost vast stretches of territory to the rampaging terrorists. Coup d'etats have re-emerged as what some mistakenly hoped would be the solution to the threats that confront their nations. We in the West African region are trying as best as we can, under the very trying conditions we face, to deal with the situation. We are convinced that the conflicts that continue to plague our continent and our region, in particular, would be more satisfactorily resolved if the international community was to support, not undermine, the efforts of our regional and continental organizations to deal with them. Africans fought and died in the Second World War in defense of Europe and her allies, who reset the world towards the path of peace and prosperity that their nations and citizens have enjoyed for decades now. It is surely time for the world to reciprocate in our time of need. Mr. President, we in Ghana are holding firm to our belief in democracy as the best route to build the prosperous nation that is our aim. It is true that the economic dividends that many of our citizens justifiably expect from the democratic process have not come as fast as had been anticipated. But we're determined to hold fast to the course because we believe that ultimately it will succeed in delivering freedom and prosperity for the mass of our people. We're also having to countenance for the first time in recent human history not just the question of democracy and a deliberate campaign of disinformation against democracy, but also the propagation of authoritarian rule as the faster route to economic advancement. The belief of young people in democracy as the governance model best suited to build peace and prosperity in our society is under systematic attack. The economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the impact of the war in Ukraine have only added to the pressure and the anxiety of our young people. We can also certainly do without having to spend the huge amounts of money we currently spend on security at our northern borders in particular. At this time, unhappily, we feel no sense of the international solidarity that we believe we should receive. It is surely in the interest of the whole world that West Africa should be peaceful and prosperous. We want our young people to be part of a peaceful and prosperous West Africa, rather than part of the thousands that arrive at an unwelcoming Europe after perilous journeys across the Sahara and the Mediterranean Sea. Mr. President, we do not seek to shirk any responsibility for the problems we face that are of our own making. And it bears repeating that we are not craving for sympathy, and we do not want to be a scar on anybody's conscience. But we cannot, and the world should not pretend that the present-day economic and social conditions of Africa have nothing to do with the historical injustices that have fashioned the structures of the world. It is time to acknowledge openly that much of Europe and the United States have been built from the vast wealth harvested from the sweat, tears, blood, and horrors of the transatlantic slave trade and the centuries of colonial exploitation. Maybe we should also admit that it cannot be easy to build confident and prosperous societies from nations that for centuries have their natural resources looted and their peoples traded as commodities. For centuries, the world has been unwilling and unable to confront the realities of the consequences of the slave trade. But gradually, this is changing, and it is time to bring the subject of reparations firmly to the fore. Granted, the current generations are not the ones that engaged in the slave trade, but that grand inhuman enterprise was state-sponsored and deliberate, and its benefits are clearly interwoven with the present-day economic architecture of the nations that designed and executed it. reparations must be paid for the slave trade. No amount of money will ever make up for the horrors, but it would make the point that evil was perpetrated, that millions of productive Africans were snatched from the embrace of our continent and put to work in the Americas and the Caribbean without compensation for their labor. If there are any hesitations in some minds about the paying of reparations, it is worth considering the fact that when slavery was abolished, the slave owners were compensated for the loss of the slaves because the human beings were labeled as property, deemed to be commodities. Surely, this is a matter that the world must confront and can no longer ignore. The African Union has authorized Ghana to hold a global conference on the issue in November in Accra. It is probably also the time to return to that vexed subject of illicit financial outflows out of the continent of Africa. I refer to the report of the panel chaired by the highly respected former South African President Thabo Mbeki on the illicit flow of funds from Africa, which states that Africa is losing annually more than 88 billion United States dollars through illicit financial outflows. Yes, those monies too must be returned to the continent. It is difficult to understand why the recipient countries are comfortable about retaining such funds and are happy to call those countries from whom the monies are taken as corrupt. I believe that a joint task force of the African Union Commission and the OECD Secretariat under the auspices of the United Nations should be charged to find ways of stopping the damaging outflows. Mr. President, before the pandemic, we, like many other parts of the world, were making progress with the 17 SDGs, and we had good reason to believe we would achieve the 2030 target. Today, the picture we have on our performance is not very bright. Most of the 21 targets designated for achievement by 2020 have not been met, and we are not on track to achieve many other targets by 2030. According to the 2023 SDG report, just 12% of the SDG targets are on track to be achieved. Progress on 50% of the targets is weak. The most disappointing part is that we have stalled or retrogressed more than 30% of the targets. We need to accelerate action on the entire project. Mr. President, it is within our capacity to turn things around. A good start would be to make the needed changes to the structures of our organization. Then we can rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity. Mr. President, I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of this Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, the President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania, and to invite him to address this Assembly.
Dear President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting at a critical moment. Before our eyes, political, economic, and cultural divisions are deepening. Conflicts, instability, and civil unrest are erupting around the globe.
Disruption of the world order based on international rules threatens the world we all know and cherish. The time for decisive action is now. We must rise to the challenges and work together to preserve peace, prosperity, and stability, to safeguard the rules-based order, democracy, and the universality of human rights, to save our home, planet Earth, from the effects of disastrous climate change, to fight hard against global poverty and inequality. For sure, this will not be easy. Global trust will have to be restored, sustainable development goals implemented, meaningful pact for the future negotiated and signed. I stand here to express my great concern about the devastating impact of climate change and to share the Lithuanian experience. Today, green transformation is no longer a matter of choice. We need decisive actions to keep the goals and the spirit of the Paris Agreement alive. Lithuania is resolutely committed to averting, minimizing, and addressing climate change. We aim to achieve a 70% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and become climate neutral in 2050. The central role in our strategy will be played by renewable energy. Our ambition is to turn Lithuania from a net importer of electricity to a self-sufficient green energy producer by 2030. The development of solar energy as well as onshore and offshore wind parks should substantially increase the installed capacity of renewable electricity generation. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, there cannot be sustainable development amidst a war. Wherever we look, be it Europe, Asia, Africa, or the Americas, peace is an all-important condition for humanity to thrive and to create. An old-style colonial war is back in Europe. Russia's aggression against Ukraine aggravates the global situation across many areas, such as food and energy security, climate, finance, global health, and migration. Established international norms and the whole vision of an open and cooperative world order are currently being held hostage to Russia's imperialist ambitions. The very framework of multilateral cooperation, which sustained peace, stability, and prosperity in the post-Cold War era, is being threatened. The integrity of the Charter of the United Nations and the rules-based international system is put at serious risk. The international community can no longer allow Russia to manipulate and abuse global rules. Its numerous crimes, such as the wholesale destruction of Ukrainian cities and towns, murder of thousands of innocent civilians, and displacement of millions, bring disgrace upon the UN Security Council, where Russia still sits as a permanent member with the power of veto. The international community should put more pressure on Russia to stop deliberate attacks on Ukrainian civilians and civilian infrastructure. An unprecedented ecological catastrophe caused by the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam should not be replicated in new and even more dangerous forms. This war of aggression must stop with an immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of troops and military equipment from Ukrainian territory. And what I mean here is all territory within the internationally recognized borders and territorial waters in 1991. Lithuania strongly endorses President Zelenskyy's peace formula. It is a robust foundation for attaining peace, aligned with the universal principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence. Meanwhile, Lithuania calls on all United Nations member states to provide substantial humanitarian, military, economic, and diplomatic assistance to Ukraine. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, working for sustainable peace, we should ensure the accountability of those responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity. While contemplating the issue of justice, we should also address the actions of the regime in Belarus, which participates in this aggressive war by providing military assistance and facilitating the offensive from its territory. Specifically, we should all support Ukraine's efforts in the International Court of Justice and endorse the court's provisional measures ordering Russia to immediately cease its military actions in the territory of Ukraine. Another institution, the International Criminal Court, plays a crucial role in prosecuting war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. Lithuania supports the ICC arrest warrants for Russia's president and the ombudswoman. These mark a promising step towards accountability for targeting children in military conflict. To bring back the Ukrainian children who were forcibly deported to Russia and Belarus is a necessary next step. The initiative to persecute sexual crimes perpetrated by Russian forces in Ukraine also deserves our united support. Lithuania commends the unwavering dedication of the United Nations Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict in addressing this critical issue. What is still lacking is a tribunal specifically designed to prosecute the very crime of aggression committed by Russia's top political and military leadership. Lithuania calls for the establishment of such an international tribunal, supported by a resolution of the United Nations General Assembly. Failure to do so would mean further damage to the credibility of the entire global justice system. Ladies and gentlemen, from the very beginning, Russia's aggression against Ukraine has been a truly global issue. It affects global food security as well as nuclear safety. Russia is currently holding the world hostage, blocking Ukrainian grain exports, looting occupied Ukrainian territories, and devastating local agricultural infrastructure. Unilateral actions, such as Russia's withdrawal from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, endangering at least 82 countries and 350 million people currently on the food insecurity frontline, should be universally condemned. But the solution is not to lift sanctions on Russia. To reinforce vulnerable economies, we must search for geopolitical solutions. One possibility could be the opening of more solidarity lanes by offering alternative transportation for Ukrainian food products, for example, through the trusted Baltic Sea ports. Local food production and fertilizer availability in vulnerable regions could also be boosted by international support. Looking into the issue of nuclear safety, Lithuania expects more active cooperation by Russia in protecting the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, according to recommendations of the International Atomic Energy Agency. It is also with greatest concern that we follow recent decisions by Russia on arms control. Last year, Russia broke the emerging consensus in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty Review Conference. Later, Belarus announced agreement to deploy Russia's nuclear weapons on its territory, which goes against the international commitments under the same treaty. Finally, Russia officially announced its withdrawal from the Treaty on Conventional Armed Forces in Europe. It means Russia is preparing for more war, not to settle for peace. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the only way for us to turn back the tide of destabilization that threatens us all is to join forces in building a better world. We need a collective effort to rebuild trust among nations. Violations of international law and universal human rights cannot be normalized. Neither justice nor peace is free. We must stand for peace. We must stand for justice. Accountability under the rules-based international order will be vital in forging a world that is fair and secure. It is our responsibility for the future generations. Today, I expect this Assembly to remain steadfast and condemn all kinds of aggression, which clearly violate the Charter of the United Nations. However, to condemn is not enough. Decisive action must be taken. The politics of fear and coercion on a global scale must be stopped once and for all. We must resolutely defend the equality of sovereign nations, both large and small. We must remain true to the Charter's fundamental principles, including respect for international law and arms control. These principles must guide our path forward. Each and every nation is important. We must stand together against the power of fear. Together, we can change the world. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Lithuania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Zuzana Kaputova, President of the Slovak Republic. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency Zuzana Kaputova, President of the Slovak Republic, and to invite her to address the Assembly.
Thank you. Dear President of the General Assembly, dear Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At this Assembly and other global forums, we hear many words spoken about the challenges we face. From the growing intensity of armed conflicts to devastating effects of climate changes. We discuss the task of providing for a growing global population with limited resources and exploited ecosystems. We debate the opportunities of emerging technologies that can transform our lives, but they can also trigger the destruction of our democratic way of life. These challenges have one common denominator. They are human-made, and it falls to us to deliver human-made solutions. The time for talking, discussions, and promises is over. This General Assembly must start with ultimate purpose for which the UN was founded: restoration of peace. Last year, we recorded more conflict-related deaths in the world than in any year since 1994. Russia's illegal, full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Slovakia's direct neighbor, has greatly contributed to this rise. For more than 570 days, Russia's forces have been killing innocent Ukrainian civilians, kidnapping children, and destroying towns and cities. They bomb infrastructure and ports that export Ukrainians' grain to those who need it in Bangladesh or Egypt. This is why Moscow must let the grain leave Ukrainian ports. Yes, we need a new agenda for peace, as the Secretary General rightly said. But first and foremost, we need action for peace from Russia as a permanent member of the UN Security Council. Excellencies, the Climate Ambition Summit starts today. But when it comes to our planet, time for action is running out. Our cities are becoming warmer, our oceans more acidic, and our land more arid. This is a result of human-caused climate change. This summer gave us another preview of what we can expect if we sit on our hands. Scientific report after scientific report makes the same conclusion. We aren't doing enough. The current pace of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and of our mitigation measures won't be prevent the 1.5 degrees rise in global temperature by 2100. Globally, our emissions still exceed our Paris Agreement. We can still prevent the worst-case scenarios. Global emissions must peak before 2030. That is 7 years from now. This is our responsibility, not of the governments that come after us. To see results 7 years from now, we must all act today. Let's turn this ambition into our joint and global commitment. Feasible, effective, and low-cost options for mitigation and adaptation are already available. They can speed up our green transition. In Slovakia, we are doing our share. 85% of our electricity is already produced with zero emissions. In the next 7 years, we will use 5% of our GDP to decarbonize our economy and increase the use of renewables. In 2030, our emissions will be 55% lower than in 1990. Europe may be warming twice as fast as any other continent, but Africa, while responsible for less than 4% of global emissions, is the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Working together as partners, we can solve this challenge. The already existing green technologies must be available to everyone. Slovakia will continue to meet its obligations under the Global Climate Finance Commitments. Finally, a remark on climate change is simple. We need to wake up. We are not battling an external threat. This is not a meteor heading for Earth. This is an existential crisis that we created and we alone must solve. Excellencies, this crisis hit hardest those who are least responsible for their creation: vulnerable population, women and children, and the poorest. No peace and prosperity can be achieved if they are excluded. We have been seeing for decades that women's rights are human rights. It's time to return these words into action. Our collective wealth allows us to provide dignified conditions for everyone on this planet. But today, halfway to 2030, only 12% of the Sustainable Development Goals are on track. These targets are not advisory guidelines. They are the benchmark for creating a world built on fairness, equity, and stability. 75 years ago, we adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Human dignity, freedom, and justice must be universally protected. This is even more importantly today, when new technologies promise to unlock huge potential in areas such as public health, connectivity, or addressing climate change. But technological progress is sometimes moving faster than the evolution of human minds and emotions. The rapid rise of social media platforms and the related flood of disinformation and hate speech prove this. Platforms have removed barriers across the globe, linking people like never before. But they have also destroyed barriers that protected the rights and integrity of others. Any technology must be used with one goal in mind, that of dignity and rights of every individual. If not addressed, social media platforms, artificial intelligence, and other emerging technologies can act like steroids for the current crisis. That is why we cannot postpone their democratic regulation. Facts and science are essential to overcoming our global challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic illustrated this well. Disinformation undermined our efforts to build consensus and a common vision. If humankind continues to build alternative truth and distrust each other, we will never be able to take the actions needed to address these universal challenges. In my final words to you, let me leave you with a message of hope. When I meet Slovakia's young people, I am left with great optimism for the future. Data shows that for them, equality is the most important societal value. We should listen to our children and work on achieving a vision of humankind where equality is the rule, not the exception, where development can be sustainable and climate resilient, where we can live in peace. They are looking to us for actions. The cost of our joint failure is not an abstraction. It will count in concrete deaths, displacement, injustices, and the loss of species and ecosystems. We politicians are often asked about our legacy. Should this be our legacy? For me, the choice is clear. Our response should be clear as well. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Slovak Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sauli Niinistö, President of the Republic of Finland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Sauli Niinistö, President of the Republic of Finland, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, more than 10 years ago, when I addressed the General Assembly for the first time as President of Finland, the world seemed complicated. In the Middle East and North Africa, many nations had gone through tremendous changes following a wave of uprisings. Europe was struggling with the deepest financial crisis of its post-war history. People around the world were affected by instability and conflicts. Yet in this whole, our common task was to create a constructive atmosphere, to understand each other, and to find solutions to the challenges we are facing. That is why we gather here in New York, not only to give speeches, not only to be seen, but to collectively ensure that our global community is moving in the right direction. Today, as I address this body for the last time, I have to ask, have we succeeded in our task? The world has grown even more complicated. Global tensions are running high and great power competition is accelerating. Different worldviews now seem to be on a collision course. The topic of this session is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity. This must not remain empty rhetoric. We need to put these words in practice. We all have much to gain from cooperation on equal footing. The many global challenges we are facing, from climate change to pandemics, poverty to wars, can't be solved by one country or group of like-minded countries alone. The opportunities presented by new technologies are also best harnessed together. The multilateral system remains the best means to respond to the challenges faced by the international community. But that system now finds itself under pressure. As global realities have changed, many have started to question the existing structures. As we strive to strengthen multilateral cooperation, all voices must be heard, particularly the critical ones. Instead of rushing to judge, we need to learn to listen. In my first speech here, I spoke of the rapid economic growth in the so-called Global South, and then the tremendous changes it was bringing about. Those changes have been clearly visible for quite some time now. Asian, African, and Latin American countries are powerful geopolitical players. The fastest growing and most populous economies of today are found in precisely those regions. That needs to be reflected in our debates. Ladies and gentlemen, more than 1.5 years ago, Russia launched its large-scale war on Ukraine. Russia's aggression is a direct violation of the United Nations Charter, to which we are all committed. By aiding Ukraine, Finland, together with many others, supports Ukraine's inherent right to self-defense. For many Finns, Ukraine's fight for freedom carries echoes of our own history. We too have fought for our freedom and independence against an enemy far greater in size and paid a high price for it. We do not want to see the world regress to a state where the big consider it their privilege to subjugate the small. While the war is directed against Ukraine, it affects us all, both in principle and practice. It has serious consequences globally. The war in Ukraine must not become one of the many protracted conflicts we see around the world today. Peace that respects Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity is in all of our interests. It must be objective. Finland supports Ukraine's efforts towards a just and lasting peace, but these can't be Ukraine's efforts alone. As wide an international participation as possible is needed. It is essential that the discussions recently held in Jeddah continue. The open debate taking place today in the Security Council is also a very important opportunity to discuss and find avenues forward. Bringing the war to a just end is essential for the Ukrainians, but it may also help to lower tensions on a wider scale. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing the erosion of the international arms control architecture. Important treaties have been abandoned. What is left seems to be in jeopardy. Rebuilding and strengthening arms control in the current international environment is difficult, but we have to understand that a world without mutually agreed open rules and transparency is an unpredictable one. Emerging technologies are further complicating the picture. The risks are mounting. We must come together to tackle these issues. Globally, people's sense of security has decreased to an alarming level. There are over 100 armed conflicts ongoing worldwide. People in Afghanistan, Sudan, and Yemen, and in many other countries, continue to face enormous humanitarian needs. We should not lose sight of any of these emergencies. I commend the Secretary General for his vision outlined in the new Agenda for Peace. We must prioritize diplomacy and make full use of the United Nations. Finland has long underlined the importance of the universal and binding nature of human rights. Human rights need to be respected even when our societies face turmoil. In difficult times, the rights of women and girls are often eroded. We need to be decisive in safeguarding these rights. As a member of the UN Human Rights Council, Finland works together with all stakeholders to uphold universal human rights. No country is perfect when it comes to human rights. We can learn from each other. When one of us fails, the international community needs to ensure accountability for violations. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier this week we were rightly reminded that the lack of progress on the Sustainable Development Goals has severe implications, both for people's life and prosperity and for global peace and security. This is most urgent task to ensure a sustainable future for all life on this planet, and we are not on track. We need to take our commitments much more seriously. If we fall behind on one goal, the effects are likely to be multiplied in other areas. Climate action is a clear example. Important steps have been taken, but more needs to be done. Any progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals will be undermined if we do not manage to cap global warming at 1.5 degrees. Climate change and biodiversity loss are challenges that the global community cannot escape. The past summer was, yet again, the hottest on record. We have seen devastating floods, drought and wildfires, and all parts of the world. We must understand that these are existential questions. It is also important to realize that climate change does not treat us equally or fairly. Those least responsible for it are often the ones who suffer the most. We must raise our collective ambition. New, strong commitments to reduce emissions are urgently needed. These must be backed by swift and effective action. Ladies and gentlemen, as Secretary General Guterres yesterday aptly stated, the United Nations was created precisely for moments like this, moments of maximum danger and minimum agreement. During the years that I have been attending this assembly, we have seen tremendous challenges. we have also seen concrete efforts to make the multilateral system work better in responding to them. Yet we often fail to deliver. We should all take to ourselves to find the root cause of these repeated frustrations. The UN is a sum of its members. It is our task to make sure this system rises to the occasion. Mutual understanding and agreement can only be increased through dialogue and genuine willingness to engage. None of us can afford to dismiss the concerns of the other. None of us has the right to impose our thinking or constructs on others. We, as the global community, have to be prepared to meet each other from a position of mutual respect and with a keen understanding of our common obligation to work together. If we do so, I'm convinced that we will find we have much more in common than we have thought. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Finland for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Rumen Radev, President of the Republic of Bulgaria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Rumen Radev, President of the Republic of Bulgaria, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I am deeply honored to address this prestigious auditorium. I do believe that our commitment will lead us to the answers of the pressing challenges the humanity is facing today. Today we live in a world of increasing risks and uncertainty. The resurrected ghost of self-destruction as a result of the full-scale war in Europe is a nightmare that my generation wrongly believed to be bygone phase in human history. War, conflicts and terror challenge the future of our civilization. So do the higher level of socio-economic distress, the growing food insecurity, the disruption of chains of supply, and the rise of the inflation rates started during the COVID-19 disaster. After the weakening of the pandemic, the hopes for rearranging the broken societal and economic links brought some optimism. But then the war in Ukraine blazed out. It exacerbated all these crises of various kinds and destroyed not only thousands of human lives, but also the optimism that we are able to build back better. The systematic erosion of democracy and human rights and the rise of authoritarianism are completing the picture. The consensus that the humanity may live according to the rules of internationally adopted world order is blatantly violated. These rules that have been forged in this green marble UN hall are now vehemently contested. All these negative developments are about to distract our attention from the challenges that may turn to be equally deadly for the humanity. The triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution threatens the life on our planet. All these risks and challenges must be addressed in full consciousness that the future of our civilization is at stake. The first mission that the leaders must see as their historical vocation at this crossroad for the humanity is to rebuild trust in multilateralism and to uphold the rules-based international order. This order must serve to the firm will of the peoples to live in peace. This is the fundamental precondition to survive and to embark on the path of building prosperity. Restoring peace and security is our most pressing priority. It has been 19 months since a permanent member of the Security Council unleashed a war of aggression against its neighboring country, violating the principles of the UN Charter and international law. From the first day, Bulgaria strongly condemns the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Every day of this war threatens the global peace and security. Moreover, it has turned into a war of attrition, challenging the economic and social development worldwide. The last events show an increasing risk of spillover in the Black Sea region, affecting countries neighboring Ukraine. An important priority of the 7th and 8th session should be to find modalities that may pave a way towards restoring the peace in Ukraine. What we need is stronger political will, diplomacy and active talks about comprehensive, just and sustainable peace, based on the internationally recognized UN's chapters. Bulgaria is deeply concerned by the decision of the Russian Federation to withdraw from the Black Sea Grain Initiative. The bombing of the Ukrainian harbor infrastructure and the restriction of navigation in the Black Sea leads to further escalation of global food insecurity, especially in the global south, where the price of the war is particularly high. Ladies and gentlemen, the maintenance of the international peace and security faces challenges all over the world. The attention is to Ukraine, because this conflict has a growing potential to turn into global. Nonetheless, we have ever been deeply concerned by the victims of each and every war and conflict. Human lives are equally precious all around the globe. The Middle East and the use of violence in the Israeli-Palestine conflict are a source of great concern. We call all parties for refraining from the use of force and for the assumption of direct negotiations conducing to fair and sustainable two-state solution. The political solution to the ongoing conflict in Syria marks the only way ahead. Bulgaria maintains its unwavering position in support of the unity and sovereignty of Yemen. We support the international efforts for peace solutions and humanitarian assistance for the entire region. On Afghanistan, we emphasize the importance on preventing terrorist threats and irregular migration. We strongly condemn the Taliban's actions, worsening the human rights situation, especially of women and girls, of ethnic and religious minorities, and human rights defenders. My country is a strong supporter of the European path of the Western Balkan countries as the most effective way for stabilizing the region. Good neighborly relations, comprehensive reforms, and fulfillment of accession criteria are the core of integration process. Bulgaria is a staunch supporter of further strengthening the global nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation architecture. We call for dialogue among nuclear weapon states on confidence building. Russia's suspension of its participation in the New START Treaty is a cause of great concern. Its intention to deploy nuclear weapons in Belarus undermines the strategic stability and the overall security architecture. We call on Russia to prove its commitment to the January 2022 joint statement on preventing nuclear war and avoiding arms races. We call on Iran to come back to its obligations under the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action and DPRK to stop challenging the international non-proliferation agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, the SDG Summit is a vital opportunity to get the implementation of the 2030 Agenda back on track. Access to financing and strong partnerships between the United Nations and international financial institutions is a key to achieving sustainable development. Bulgaria is actively participating in focusing their activities on effective financial support for all the countries in need. The Global Digital Compact should harness the potential of the digital technologies to accelerate the achievements of the SDGs. Our digital future and artificial intelligence should be guided by a human-centric approach based on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Bulgaria welcomes the adoption of the political declarations at the 3 held summits during this high-level week. These documents of high political commitment will foster the One Health approach, thus contributing to the strength of the national health systems and the global health architecture. The COVID-19 pandemic resulted in a setback in the realization of the 2030 Agenda, especially in education. We support the vision of the Secretary General for the creation of learning societies, for recognizing education and lifelong learning as a public good. And we stand ready to deliver on the commitments made at the 2022 Transforming Education Summit. Excellencies, these days we spoke a lot about peace among nations, but we need as well making peace with the nature. Climate change is a threat multiplier and mitigating it is essential. Decisive climate action is a pressing global imperative and a test for the ability of the multilateral system to respond. Urgent action is crucial to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. Bulgaria welcomes the recently established Global Biodiversity Framework Fund and the adoption of the agreement under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Sustainable water management is critical to the achievement of the entire 2030 Agenda. This year, we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. This remarkable document is a powerful enabler of equality, fundamental freedoms, and justice. Bulgaria remains a firm supporter of the mandate of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights and of the UN human rights system at large. Strongly committed to the further advancing the human rights agenda worldwide, my country has presented its candidature for the Human Rights Council for the period 2024-26 and will strive to ensure their wide support and successful implementation. As co-chair of the Group of Friends on Children, Bulgaria consistently advocates for the rights of the child, and this issue ranks high among our priorities as member of the UNICEF and UN Women's Executive Boards. Investing in children's health, nutrition, education, and protection from violence is crucial for the responding to the 2030 Agenda's basic principles of leaving no one behind. My country consistently emphasizes issues such as gender equality and empowerment of women and girls, promoting the rights of people with disabilities, fight against discrimination and hate speech. This year, Bulgaria also commemorated 80th anniversary of the rescue of the entire Jewish population of my country, counting 50,000 people during the Second World War. This remarkable episode of our modern history inspires us to continue efforts to affirm tolerance and understanding as core values of modern democracy. Excellencies, taking into account the increasing challenges to the fundamental principles enshrined in the UN Charter, Bulgaria welcomes efforts towards increasing transparency and accountability of the Security Council, and is among the co-sponsors of the landmark UNGN resolution on the use of the veto. While the veto initiative empowers further the General Assembly, the real reform of the Security Council remains a difficult and sensitive issue. Bulgaria would like to see the Council being more effective in the performance of its primary responsibility, allocating at least one additional non-permanent seat for the group of Eastern European states in the future reformed Security Council remains priority. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Bulgaria for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, please accept my warm congratulations on your election to the presidency of the General Assembly for its 78th session. I assure you of Guyana's full support as you carry out your responsibilities. I also take this opportunity to express our appreciation to His Excellency Shaba Kurosi for his leadership as President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I join those before me in expressing Guyana's solidarity with the governments and peoples of Libya and Morocco in the wake of the recent devastating flood and earthquake. The theme of this year's Assembly recognizes the need for us to collectively reset global relationships and imbue them with enhanced trust and solidarity. Only in doing so can we aspire to confront the most pressing challenges of our era: climate change, conflicts, the energy and food crisis, and achieving sustainable development. I remain convinced that multilateralism remains the most effective approach to address these challenges, foremost of which is climate change. We are all experiencing its devastating effects. The difference, however, is our capacity to respond. It is well established that those bearing the brunt of the climate phenomena have made no contribution to the current crisis. Small island developing and low-lying coastal states like Guyana are among the hardest hit and require adequate financing to address the attendant effects. The commitments by the developed countries, including the pledge of US $100 billion per year, remain unfulfilled. How much longer must developing countries wait for these commitments to be fully delivered? Although at net zero emissions, Guyana continues to pursue growth premised on a low-carbon development strategy. Our goal is to ensure that our resources are utilized sustainably to foster inclusive and equitable development for our people. As a country with the second highest forest cover per capita in the world, we know the importance of forests in mitigating the effects of climate change at a global level. Our advocacy in this regard has resulted in Guyana being issued 33.4 million tons of carbon credits, the first jurisdictional scale program in the world. Thus far, we have secured $750 million for the period 2016 to 2030. Guyana is committed to a clean energy transition. We're aiming for over 80% reliance on renewable energy by 2030. Technology, capacity, and financing are key for developing countries to build a relevant energy mix and a share of renewable energy needed. Guyana is using revenue from oil and gas resources to finance its transition to renewable energy, notwithstanding our already globally recognized net zero status. Allow me to expound on the critical question of a just, affordable, and equitable transition. Bloomberg estimates that achieving global net zero emissions by 2050 requires annual investments to more than triple from the 2021 level to $6.7 trillion per year. To limit the rise of global temperature to less than 2 degrees Celsius, the IEA estimates that investment in the energy sector alone will have to be increased by approximately $1 trillion annually. At the same time, in developing countries, the situation is more frightening, with close to 900 million people worldwide having no access to electricity. All of this against the backdrop of a widening financing gap in achieving the SDGs. With adaptation alone estimated at $160 to $340 billion by 2030, and $315 billion to $565 billion by 2050, according to UNEP. More than 90 countries have committed to net zero emissions. To achieve this, the IEA estimates that by 2050, more than 85% of buildings must be net zero carbon ready. More than 90% heavy industrial production must be low emissions, and almost 70% of electricity will have to come from solar photovoltaic. Based on these targets, renewable share in the generation of electricity will have to increase from 29% in 2020 to 88% in 2050. Meanwhile, to remove carbon from the atmosphere, the world will need to simultaneously halt deforestation and increase tree cover gain 2 times faster by 2030. This means by 2050, 7.6 gigatons of carbon will have to be captured and stored compared to 0.4 gigatons in 2020. According to McKinsey & Company, it would cost $375 trillion in cumulative spending on physical assets to transition to net zero by 2050. Mr. President, the question is, under these circumstances, how realistic is the transition path to net zero? It is clear that the global ambition of net zero by 2050 is not currently realistic given the cost of transition and the financing commitment thus far. I say all of this not to reduce ambition, but for us to honestly and frankly direct our energies to a more balanced approach towards net zero in a realistic environment. My country, Guyana, is blessed with the best of both worlds. That is the ability to lead on climate change and the use of our expansive oil and gas reserves to contribute to the advancement and development of our country and region. But let me hasten to add, Mr. President, COP28 will not achieve the desired objectives of definitively putting our planet on a net zero trajectory if we continue to address this matter in a doctrinarian way, ignoring the current realities. Given the growth in demand for energy, a significant part of that demand will come from many in the developing world who continue to live in energy poverty. It is also a fact that renewables will not meet the growth of demand in the near future. If the debate at COP28 is framed by 2 camps, one calling for no cuts in fossil fuel production, including the most polluting form, such as coal, and the other saying that the only solution to net zero is an end to fossil fuel production, then we will fail once again to achieve a viable outcome and not to give our world the energy it needs to grow and prosper. I believe that net zero by 2050 as a target can only be achieved by a combination of measures that include a cut in fossil fuel production, incentivizing the introduction of renewables at scale, exploring advances in technology, in using carbon capture and storage, cutting deforestation and land degradation, and introducing measures to curb demand for energy. As custodians of the rainforests, the size of England and Scotland combined, we are of the view that the lack of financing for standing forests suggests they are worth more dead than alive. That is why we support the expansion of a financial mechanism that appropriately value the environmental services provided by forests, including through the carbon market. We are at the midpoint of implementing the 2030 Agenda, our global blueprint for sustainable and resilient development. Financing is a cornerstone of all efforts to achieve the SDGs and the challenges faced by developing countries, including the funding gaps, which I highlighted in the SDG Summit commitments, including those made 50 years ago to provide 0.7% of GNI in ODA, must be fulfilled. The existing financial architecture is incapable of addressing current global challenges and must be reformed. In this regard, the early adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, implementing the measures in the Bridgetown Initiative, and addressing liquidity support, private capital, development lending, trade, and more inclusive governance of the international financial institutions must form part of the reform agenda. Mr. President, the world is presently experiencing a global food crisis marked by soaring food prices, heightened food insecurity, and increasing levels of hunger. Conflict, climate change, and the effects of the pandemic contribute to this dire state. Approximately 198 million people in 26 least developed countries face severe food insecurity since the beginning of 2022. Due to rising food prices and trade restrictions, this situation has worsened. By 2030, it is estimated that nearly 670 million people, equivalent to 8% of the global population, will suffer from undernourishment. Global agri-food systems must be urgently transformed to ensure they are more resilient and that nutritious food is affordable for all. We also condemn the weaponization of food as an instrument of war. Guyana welcomes the convening of the 3 high-level meetings on health and the important commitments in the political declarations. But we must together move rapidly to implementation if we are to achieve universal health coverage for all and be adequately prepared for future pandemics. Guyana has already made tremendous strides on the path to universal health coverage. In so doing, we have increased our health spending per capita by 64% in the last 3 years. Mr. President, global peace is hinged on respect and human dignity. Our work at all levels must advance the dignity and rights of every person on our planet to create a just, equitable, and peaceful world. We have noted that since the war began in Ukraine more than a year ago, the developed world provided approximately $220 billion in support to Ukraine. The World Bank has added more than $37.5 billion in emergency financing, almost $260 billion mobilized in less than 2 years. On the other hand, aid to the Palestinian people over a period of 26 years amounted to just over $40 billion, according to figures compiled by the OECD. Haiti receives just over $20 billion in aid for reconstruction and development over the past 60 years. African countries were recipients of just over $113 billion over a 3-year period to fight hunger, according to the OECD. To be clear, Guyana unequivocally supports the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity as enshrined in the UN Charter and remains in full solidarity with the people of Ukraine and what they justly require from the international community. However, I cannot overlook the disparity in the approach to other countries and regions of the world. This must be corrected. Clearly, this is a demonstration of an unjust ecosystem surrounding and supporting development financing, peace, and security. Importantly, it also proves that if truly committed, mechanisms do exist to unlock financing at scale. Mr. President, adherence to the rule of law, including international law, must continue to be the cornerstone of all of our engagements. This is being undermined by threats and naked acts of aggression against sovereign states and by the perpetuation of old conflicts and disputes between states. The Russian invasion must end. Greater diplomatic efforts must be made to bring an end to this war. The ongoing crisis in Haiti is of grave concern. Urgent and decisive action must be taken to secure a comprehensive solution. I commend the offer of the governments of Kenya and Rwanda to lead the multinational force in Haiti, as well as the offers by the Bahamas and Jamaica. Guyana is committed to working closely with partners within the UN and CARICOM frameworks to find a long-lasting, stable, and sustainable solution to the Haitian crisis, so that our Haitian brothers and sisters can live in peace and dignity. The Republic of Cuba has been the object of aggression for more than 6 decades. We repeat our call for the dismantling of the unacceptable embargo against our sister Caribbean state. The economic and political aggression, along with the designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, must come to an end. I also reaffirm Guyana's long-standing solidarity with the Palestinian people and support for their dignified existence in their homeland in accordance with the two-state solution. As member states of the United Nations, let us do more to move past rhetoric so that the peace process can progress. Mr. President, when I addressed the OAS last Friday, I recalled to that hemispheric body how Guyana was excluded from the OAS for 25 years from its birth as a nation on account of a spurious territorial claim to 2/3 of our homeland by Venezuela. But justice prevailed, and Guyana was ultimately admitted. It is sad, however, that 57 years after Guyana's independence, we remain threatened. Venezuela's efforts to undermine our freedom, sovereignty, and territorial integrity are today before the International Court of Justice, as decided by the UN Secretary General under the Geneva Agreement of 1966. The ICJ's jurisdiction in the matter has been twice affirmed by the court. We are confident that Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity will also be affirmed when the court issues its final judgment. I regret to inform you that Venezuela's threats continue. Just last night, Guyana received a very threatening message from Venezuela. It came in the form of a communique attacking Guyana for putting certain oil blocks in our sovereign waters of forbid. Guyana considers this a threat to regional and international peace and security, as well as to Guyana's investment partners. We demand that Venezuela honors its obligation under the Charter to pursue only peaceful means to settle any disputes it may have with Guyana, including adjudication before the International Court of Justice. Allowing the court to decide would ensure a resolution that is peaceful, equitable, and in accordance with international law. Guyana will spare no effort in defending its sovereign and territorial integrity. I express appreciation to every member of the international community that has continued to support Guyana's effort to preserve its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Mr. President, as Guyana takes its place next January as a member of the Security Council, those principles of international law and justice, so prominent in the charter of this organization, shall be our guide. And so, I express heartfelt gratitude to the overwhelming support of member states to our candidature to the United Nations Security Council for the 2024-2025 term. I wish to assure the entire UN membership that Guyana is committed to working with fellow Council members and the wider UN membership to fulfill the mandate of the Security Council. Mr. President, as I reflect on the state of growing insecurity in the world, let me also reiterate the calls made by CARICOM for the early and urgent reform of the United Nations Security Council to make it more effective and inclusive. Mr. President, September is the month dedicated to indigenous people in my country. We are aware that globally, indigenous peoples are often left behind. Not so in Guyana. My government is investing heavily in indigenous peoples' development, ensuring their inclusion and participation in decision-making at all levels. Our land titling program has resulted in indigenous peoples obtaining legal ownership of 16.4% of Guyana's land mass. In addition to regular government investment, 15% of all proceeds from the sale of carbon credits go directly to indigenous villages to finance their development. Guyana is the first country to implement such an initiative. We are proud of our record and stand ready to share our experiences. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by renewing Guyana's solidarity with the peoples of the world, our commitment to multilateralism, our readiness to partner with states large and small in the quest for peace and prosperity for all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Zoran Milosevic, President of the Republic of Croatia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Zoran Milosevic, President of the Republic of Croatia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my particular honor to address this august body. I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate on being elected to your esteemed position, and I wish you much success in your work during these challenging times. The world we live in today requires joint global and concerted efforts as the keys to success in addressing serious global crises. We strongly believe that we have to strengthen the multilateral system based on international law and make sure it is effective and fair, able to endure and deliver results that will serve to achieve our common goals, commitments, and a better future for the people and the planet. We need to safeguard the role of the UN as the center of the global cooperation. We are also hopeful that genuine efforts will be invested in the reform of the Security Council, our main instrument for securing global peace and security. In 2015, we adopted 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, also on the basis of the consensus that to transform our world, we need to realize that sustainable development cannot be realized without peace and security, and the peace and security will be at risk without sustainable development. In 2023, at a midpoint in implementation of the 2030 Agenda, the assessments of the Global Sustainable Development Progress Report showed that the efforts to achieve that synergy so far have proved insufficient. Time to reinvigorate our political commitments to the full and efficient implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals is irreversibly running out. In the meantime, the necessary boost came with the UN Secretary General's vision offered in our common agenda as an overarching roadmap in fighting the multiple crises. The preparatory process for the next year's Summit of the Future, along with its outcome, the Pact for the Future, represents a unique opportunity to strengthen national and international governance and to make it more sustainable and resilient to future crises and shocks, safeguarding the planet for future generations. The international financial system is increasingly unable to adequately and efficiently respond to the challenges at hand. More needs to be done to update and upgrade the global financial infrastructure so it becomes more adapted to the needs of the world. Most notably, we need to scale up development and climate finance. In this sense, we support the efforts by international financial institutions to review their structures and operating processes with a view to reform in order to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Peace is not maintained by itself. investment in conflict prevention is far more cost-effective than investing in the conflict resolution and recovery after the fact, post facto. This is why prevention of conflict and sustaining peace should be at the center of the framework of the new agenda for peace, intertwined with a renewed commitment to multilateralism, global solidarity and trust. Croatia is the chair of the UN Peace-Building Commission for 2023, strongly advocates its strengthening and enlarging of both its geographical and thematic scope. We support the Secretary-General's call for the universality of conflict prevention and sustaining peace, and the assessment of the Global Sustainable Development Progress Report showed that the efforts to achieve that synergy so far have proved insufficient. The PBC should also work more closely with international financial institutions and regional actors, forming the Sustainable Peace Network. In addition to its advisory powers, the PBC could also be vested with decision-making powers, enabling it to establish UN civilian missions upon the request of countries concerned, helping to address the root causes of instability. In this regard, 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals can be an excellent prevention tool by bringing prosperity and inclusion by leaving a safer place for future generations. According to the Sustainable Development Report 2023, Croatia's performance in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals was assessed among top ranks. However, a lot of work is still in front of us. Croatia has a large natural heritage that it wants to preserve for future generations through the implementation of the SDGs. While accepting the clean energy transition, Croatia is taking a number of measures to alleviate the transition shock in the rejection of fossil fuels and to ensure a fair transition and prevent energy poverty. With regard to biodiversity, Croatia is committed to work jointly for the development and full implementation of an ambitious and transformational Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Furthermore, we firmly believe that the protecting, restoring, and sustainably using biodiversity is essential for the pandemic prevention and promotion of the One Health approach, which needs to be included in future prevention plans. We are also committed to working together to intensify cooperation in protecting the marine environment and combating plastic pollution. If we want healthy oceans and seas, our ambition needs to be high and ocean protection stepped up significantly. Croatia welcomes the landmark adoption of the Treaty of the High Seas on Ocean Biodiversity. The successful negotiation of the BBNG agreement is the most recent proof of devoted multilateral work and presents not only a milestone in conserving marine biodiversity of nearly two-thirds of the world's ocean, but also a triumph for multilateralism. Today, Croatia proudly joined the first tier of countries that have signed the treaty and commits to ratify it as soon as possible. We call on other countries to do so as well, to enable its swift entering into force and to start its effective implementation. As a member state of the EU, Croatia has already committed itself politically and legally to contribute in making Europe the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. By further pursuing that course and by accelerating development of renewables and increasing green investments, we believe we can turn current crisis into a new chance for our economies. Here I will mention as an example one of such project that can boost new growth of European economy based on decarbonization and clean industry. It is the project of North Adriatic Hydrogen Valley, which encompasses Italian region of Friuli Venezia Giulia, Slovenia and Croatia. By putting the clean energy transition in the heart of the fight against climate change on the global level, we should not forget that the most vulnerable communities who have historically contributed the least to climate change are often the ones most and the worst affected, both by the climate conditions
and by the costs of the green energy transition as a remedy. Establishment of a loss and damage fund to help vulnerable countries cope with the destructive impacts of climate change at COP27 marked a historic breakthrough in this respect. How we go about this issue at Climate Ambition Summit and COP28 will be a true test of trust and solidarity among nations and will impact current and future generations. Creating a world of peace and security that respects human rights and promotes social progress is the very foundation of the UN. The amount of human rights violations and humanitarian crises around the world demonstrates that more must be done in terms of atrocity prevention and the operationalization of the responsibility to protect. Croatia is honored to contribute to this cause by serving as a co-chair of the group of friends of R2P in New York, along with Costa Rica and Botswana. Croatian government remains committed to determining the fate of 1,806 persons that went missing during our homeland war in the 90s. Based on such tragic national experience, we continue to render our unwavering support to all efforts to provide answers to those still suffering the anguish of uncertainty anywhere in the world. We remain committed to combating hate speech, advancing the rights of women and children, protecting minorities, and the abolition of the death penalty. Gender equality is the foundation of a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. In that vein, we highlight the importance of education and equal opportunities for girls and boys. We will continue advocating against discrimination and hate speech, including anti-Semitism. Croatia continues to attach the utmost importance to its immediate neighborhood in the Southeast Europe. Issues of the past and war legacy, like resolving remaining cases of missing persons and engaging in meaningful cooperation in handling the war crimes without discrimination and in line with international standards, access to archives, as well as other unresolved and highly sensitive issues must be fully tackled. We actively support the European perspective for our close neighbor Bosnia and Herzegovina and have warmly welcomed the recent EU decision on granting the BH the status of the EU candidate country. We continue to advocate electoral reforms that would ensure legitimate representation of all constituent peoples, in particular Bosniaks, Croats, and Serbs, at all the levels of the government, which is, in our view, essential for the future stability and prosperity of the country. We're very concerned about the latest development in Kosovo-Serbia relations and would like to encourage measures for de-escalation of tensions. Similarly, these two countries need to focus on normalization of relations and deliver on their commitments and start implementing on what was agreed this year in Brussels and Ohrid. We continue to advocate universal recognition of Republic of Kosovo and its right to existence as an equal member of the community of nations. It is in our interest to promote stability and further development of this region, as well as the process of European integration, which we believe remains crucial for the future prosperity of our neighbors and for which we are hopeful will be accelerated in the coming years. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Croatia, Zoran Milanovic, for his statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Guillermo Lasso Mendoza, constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Denis Francis, presidente del periodo 78 de sesiones de la Asamblea General, distinguidos delegados y representantes de las naciones del mundo, estamos aquí para renovar nuestro compromiso con los ideales y principios que dan vida a las Naciones Unidas. La paz, la solución diplomática de los conflictos y el respeto a las libertades y derechos humanos. En esta breve intervención compartiré nuestra visión y esfuerzos para abordar los retos globales que enfrentamos desde el cambio climático, la desnutrición crónica infantil, hasta las más urgentes amenazas a nuestra seguridad. Desde el inicio de mi gobierno, pusimos en marcha una histórica política de transición ecológica que preserva nuestro patrimonio natural. Paralelamente, hemos dado grandes pasos en el tránsito de sistemas de producción insostenibles a una economía circular baja en emisiones. En enero del 2022, ampliamos la protección de las Islas Galápagos con la creación de la Reserva Hermandad de 60.000 kilómetros cuadrados. Esta decisión significa el mayor avance en la historia de mi país hacia la preservación de nuestra incomparable biodiversidad. Además, fortalecimos el corredor marino del Pacífico Este tropical en unidad de propósito con las hermanas naciones de Colombia, Costa Rica y Panamá, y juntos hemos creado la mayor reserva transfronteriza del mundo al proteger 500.000 kilómetros cuadrados en donde habitan innumerables y únicas especies que utilizan estas rutas migratorias. Lo hicimos por nuestros pueblos y por el mundo. Por sobre todo, mi gobierno ha sido capaz de equilibrar los anhelos ambientales con el buen sentido económico. Hemos sido pioneros en la implementación de una innovadora iniciativa de canje de deuda por conservación que redirige recursos hacia la protección de las Islas Galápagos. Sin duda, una gran noticia para el mundo. El canje de deuda ascendió a $1.630 millones, que lo convierte en la mayor operación de esta naturaleza en la historia de la humanidad. Es una cifra que equivale al 10% de la deuda pública del Ecuador con acreedores privados externos. De ese monto, $450 millones serán direccionados al Galápagos Life Fund para la protección de los ecosistemas marinos y sus más de 2.500 especies, de las cuales 38 son migratorias. Así, estamos demostrando al mundo cómo una deuda y todo su peso financiero pueden convertirse en oportunidades en varios sentidos. Así, debemos manifestar aquí nuestra preocupación por el próximo y cada vez más probable fenómeno del Niño que podría causar devastadoras inundaciones en Ecuador y en la región. A las puertas de un eventual evento de tales
To
dimensiones,
prepare for a
hemos
potential event
priorizado
on such a
la
scale, we
prevención
have prioritized
y estamos
prevention.
colaborando con Naciones
And
Unidas
we are working with
para
the United
buscar
Nations
alternativas de
to seek
financiamiento
alternative
a
forms of
través de organismos
financing
multilaterales.
through multilateral organizations.
Hacemos un llamado a la comunidad
We
internacional
appeal to the
a
international
considerar
community
medidas de mitigación
to
de riesgos
consider risk
a través de
mitigation
los grandes
measures
fondos
through
financieros
the
y
large
la
financial
cooperación
funds
internacional
and
no
non-reimbursable
reembolsable,
international
pues
cooperation.
la severidad de este evento está
Because the
relacionada con el
severity
cambio
of this event
climático.
is related to climate change.
Estamos ante una enorme tarea
This is a
que
huge
exigirá la
task that
colaboración
requires the
de todos los
collaboration
sectores
of
de la comunidad
all sectors
internacional
of the international
para
community
alcanzar los objetivos de
to
desarrollo
achieve the sustainable
sostenible
development
y
goals
salvaguardar
and
el futuro
to
de
protect
todos.
the future of us all.
Sin embargo, nuestra preocupación
However,
no está solamente en
we are not
cuestiones
only
ambientales.
concerned by environmental
Nuestra
issues,
atención también está en mejorar la
we
calidad
are
de
also
vida de los
focusing
sectores más
on improving the quality
desfavorecidos
of life
de la
of the most
sociedad,
disadvantaged in society,
particularmente los niños.
particularly children.
Ante las alarmantes cifras
Faced
de
with
desnutrición
alarming
crónica
figures
infantil
of chronic
que
infant
encontramos,
malnutrition,
implementamos el
we
exitoso
have
programa
implemented the
Ecuador
successful
Crece
Ecuador
sin
Grows
desnutrición
Without
infantil,
Child Malnutrition
mediante
program.
el cual en apenas 28
Through this
meses
program, in just
redujimos
28
la
months,
tasa
we
de
reduced
desnutrición
the
en menores de 2
rate of
años
malnutrition in
en
infants under the age of 2 by
3,5%,
3.5%,
pasando de un indicador
shrinking it
de
from
23,6 a
23.6% to
20.1%.
20.1%.
Este tipo de desnutrición tiene consecuencias graves
This type of
e
malnutrition
irreversibles
has serious
en los
and
niños que la
irreversible
padecen.
consequences on the
Afecta su
children
desarrollo
affected by it.
neurológico,
It affects
a
their
su
neurological
habilidad para
development,
aprender,
their ability to
para
learn, to
comunicarse,
communicate,
para pensar
to think,
y relacionarse
and
con los demás.
to relate to others.
Es decir, estos niños y niñas, desde el inicio de su vida,
So
tienen
these children
enormes
from the beginning of
desventajas
their lives
que
face enormous
repercutirán de
disadvantages
forma
that have
negativa en su
negative
futuro.
repercussions on their future.
Ante la dolorosa realidad, implementamos esta política
In light of this
pública
painful
de
reality,
forma
we have
estratégica
implemented this
para
public
que
policy
mientras se
strategically
atiende a las mujeres
to
embarazadas
provide
y a
care
los niños
to
en
pregnant
sus
women
primeros
and
1000
to
días de
children in
vida
their first
con
1,000 days of
medicinas
life with
y
medicines and
vitaminas,
vitamins.
readecuamos los equipos y equipamos
We
a los
have
centros de salud.
repurposed and equipped health
Contratamos
centers.
más médicos,
We've
especialistas
recruited
en medicina
more family
familiar,
medicine specialists,
obstetras,
more
enfermeras
obstetricians and
y
nurses.
50.000
And we
vigilantes
further hired
comunitarios que
50,000
van a los
community
barrios
workers
a detectar
who go into
oportunamente
neighborhoods to
casos
detect
de
cases of
desnutrición.
malnutrition in time.
Gracias a esta acción, más de 20.000 niños y niñas
Thanks to this,
menores
more
de
than
2 años
20,000
están
children
libres
under the age
de
of 2
desnutrición
are now
crónica.
free of chronic
Todo
malnutrition.
con una inversión de
And all of this has
650
happened with
millones de
investment of
dólares durante
$650
28
million
meses
over
de
28
gobierno.
months in government.
La solución no depende de cuánto dinero tenga un Estado,
Solutions don't depend on how
sino
much money
de
a state
cuánta
has,
voluntad
but rather
política
how much
tengan
political
sus
will its
gobernantes.
leaders have.
En nuestro gobierno, con un menor precio de petróleo,
In our
hemos
government,
priorizado
with
los
a lower
recursos del
average
Estado
oil price,
para
we
esta
prioritize
causa,
state resources
porque
for this
no hay
cause.
crecimiento ni desarrollo
Because
económico
there's no growth
si no
nor economic
invertimos
development
en
if
lo
we do not
social
invest in
y en
social
nuestros
issues
niños
and
y niñas.
in our children.
Esperamos compartir nuestra experiencia con todos
We
ustedes
hope to be able to
y
share
unir
our
esfuerzos
experience with all
para
of
que en el
you
futuro
and to
cercano
join forces so that
podamos
in the near
todos
future we
juntos
can all
decir
together
el
say
mundo
the world
crece
is
sin
growing
desnutrición
without
infantil.
child malnutrition.
Señor presidente,
President,
Ecuador se esfuerza en promover una migración segura y
Ecuador
responsable.
strives to promote
Somos
safe and
uno de los
responsible
pocos
migration.
países que
We are one of the few
experimenta
countries
todas las
that
facetas de la
that
migración.
experiences all facets
Somos
of
país de
migration.
origen,
We are a country
de
of
destino,
origin, of
de
destination,
tránsito,
a transit
de
country,
retorno
and
e
a country of
inclusive de
return and
refugio.
even of refuge.
La migración en los últimos años ha sido un reto para la
Migration in
región,
recent years has
pues
been
debe
a
enfrentar
challenge for the
situaciones
region
complejas
because it has
que
meant
demandan
facing
grandes
complex
desafíos
situations
con
posing enormous
impactos
challenges
culturales,
with cultural, economic, and
económicos
social
y sociales.
impacts.
Ecuador ha recibido a miles de migrantes
Ecuador
de
has
diferentes
hosted thousands of
nacionalidades,
migrants of different
ante lo cual
nationalities.
identificar sus necesidades,
In light of this, it was essential to
condiciones,
identify their
experiencias
needs, their
y actividades
circumstances, activities,
se convirtió
and
en un
experiences, and
objetivo
this became a
fundamental
fundamental
para un
goal
abordaje
of our
integral.
innovative approach.
Es por eso que pusimos en marcha el proceso de registro
It led
de
us
permanencia
to begin
migratoria
a
de
registration
extranjeros
process for
que
foreign
residen en
migrants
nuestro
residing
país
in our country,
sin importar su condición
irrespective of
migratoria,
their migratory
alcanzando
status.
la cifra de
And we have
201,000
now registered
ciudadanos registrados. En su mayoría
201,711
son ciudadanos
citizens.
venezolanos
Most of
que
them
llegaron al
are
Ecuador
Venezuelan
huyendo
citizens
del hambre
who
y del
reached
autoritarismo.
Ecuador fleeing hunger
Queremos
and
darle
authoritarianism.
un mejor futuro,
We want to give them a better future,
garantizando todos sus derechos,
guaranteeing all of their rights,
otorgándoles una visa
giving
humanitaria
them a
para que
humanitarian
puedan
visa so
regularizar
that
su
they can
permanencia
regularize
e
their stay
integrarse
in our
con mayor
country and find
facilidad
it easier to
a la
integrate
sociedad.
into society.
Nuestros brazos han estado extendidos
Our
para proteger
arms
a esta
have been
población
open wide
que nos
to
pide
protect this
cobijo.
population that is
Con
asking
o
for
sin
refuge from
documentos,
us.
los
With or
niños y
without
niñas
documents,
ingresan a las
children
escuelas.
are being enrolled in
Todos
schools.
son atendidos
Everybody
en los
is
hospitales
treated in
públicos.
public hospitals.
Sin embargo, la política de puertas abiertas
Nonetheless, the
requiere el
open doors
valioso
policy
apoyo de la comunidad
requires the
internacional.
valuable support of the international
Nuestra
community.
acción ha sido coherente,
We have
solidaria
acted
y de
coherently
ella
and in a spirit of
humildemente
solidarity.
esperamos
And we
reciprocidad.
humbly hope that this will be reciprocated.
Señorías, después de 31
Ladies and
años,
gentlemen, after
el Ecuador
31
ha
years,
asumido el
Ecuador
desafío
has taken up
de
the challenge
volver al
of
Consejo
returning
de
to the
Seguridad.
Security Council.
Lo hemos hecho en un contexto crítico
We've
para la
done this
humanidad,
at a critical juncture for
marcado por
humanity,
fenómenos de extrema
marked
complejidad,
by extremely complex
como
phenomena,
la vulnerabilidad mundial posterior a la
such
pandemia,
as
así
the
como un inesperado
post-pandemic global
conflicto bélico
vulnerability and
que ha
an unexpected
incrementado
war which
las
has
tensiones
heightened
nucleares.
nuclear tensions.
Al mismo tiempo, surgen nuevos problemas
At the
relacionados
same
con la
time, new
radicalización
problems related
y el
to
extremismo
radicalization and
violento.
violent extremism are
Ecuador
emerging.
ha estado a la altura del desafío.
Ecuador has risen to the
Durante los
challenge.
9 meses de membresía en el
Over
Consejo de
the 9
Seguridad,
months of our
hemos
membership of the
actuado con
Security
coherencia,
Council, we have acted
siguiendo lo
consistently
establecido
in
en la
accordance
Carta
with
de las
the
Naciones
United Nations
Unidas,
Charter.
priorizando la resolución
We have
pacífica de
prioritized
conflictos
the
y la
peaceful resolution of
protección
conflicts
de
and the protection
civiles,
of civilians,
la agenda de la mujer,
the women, peace and
paz
security,
y seguridad,
and women, peace and
así como
security
la
agenda,
lucha contra el
as well as
tráfico ilegal de
combating
armas.
illegal arms trafficking.
Nuestras acciones responden particularmente a nuevas
Our action
amenazas
is in
como el
response in
crimen
particular
organizado
to new threats
transnacional
such as
que
transnational
socava la
organized
estabilidad
crime that
democrática, la
undermines
seguridad
democratic
ciudadana
stability,
y el
civic
Estado de
safety,
Derecho.
and the rule of law.
Reitero mi declaración en la reunión de alto nivel
I reiterate my
del Consejo
statement
de
at
Seguridad
the high-level
sobre
meeting of the
Ucrania.
Security Council on Ukraine.
Exigimos una vez más el fin
We
de la
call
agresión
once again
militar,
for a
el
cessation
cumplimiento
of the
de
military
la
aggression,
orden de la Corte
in
Internacional
compliance
de
with the order
Justicia
of the International
y que
Court of
se avance
Justice,
hacia una paz
and for
basada
progress
en la
towards
integridad
a peace
territorial
based
de
on the
Ucrania
territorial
y en
integrity
la
of Ukraine
Carta, y en
and
la
the
Carta de
Charter
las
of the
Naciones
United
Unidas.
Nations.
Hemos advertido que este conflicto no solo
We have
inflige
warned
dolor
that
y
this
destrucción al
conflict
pueblo
not
de
only
Ucrania,
inflicts pain
sino
and
que
destruction
además
on the people of
agrava
Ukraine,
la inseguridad
but also
alimentaria
worsens
global
global food
y
insecurity
desestabiliza
and
la economía
destabilizes
del
the global
mundo,
economy,
en particular la de países
particularly
en desarrollo.
in developing
Por esta
countries.
razón, insistimos en que se retome la iniciativa de los cereales del Mar Negro. Todas las guerras y conflictos deben cesar. Excelencias, dedico lo que resta de mi intervención a un tema un tema que es de máxima preocupación para el Ecuador y el mundo. El momento histórico que me ha exigido ser jefe de un Estado que como pocos encara el violento asedio de un enemigo cuyos aliados transitan entre las porosas fronteras que aún dividen al mundo legítimo del ilegal. Me refiero al crimen transnacional organizado, en especial al narcotráfico y sus peligrosas y crecientes ramificaciones en la vida pública. Mi gobierno ha batido récords en la incautación de drogas. En apenas 2 años hemos incautado más de 500 toneladas, cifra que ampliamente supera a la de los gobiernos anteriores. Lo que hoy enfrentamos son repercusiones del golpe causado a los bolsillos de los criminales. Tal es el impacto de nuestra política que el año pasado Naciones Unidas reconoció que Ecuador es el tercer país del mundo en incautar drogas, después de Estados Unidos y Colombia. Hace pocas semanas, el Ecuador vivió un suceso inédito en su historia, el asesinato de un candidato presidencial. Me refiero a Fernando Villavicencio, un ecuatoriano lúcido y valiente que denunció de manera frontal las operaciones del crimen organizado y sus nexos con las mafias políticas. El crimen organizado transnacional es un sistema corruptor y asesino que penetra a la sociedad y al Estado, que desafía la estabilidad democrática de nuestros países y que avanza a gran velocidad. No es un problema exclusivo de Ecuador, es un problema del mundo, pues a lo largo de gran parte del planeta crecen los mismos fenómenos que sufre el Ecuador: tráfico de drogas y armas, trata de personas, migración forzosa y minería ilegal. Si no luchamos juntos, lo seguiremos sufriendo en soledad. Si el enemigo tiene la capacidad de multiplicarse, los estados debemos multiplicar nuestros esfuerzos aún más. Es vital para la futura supervivencia de los estados que produzcamos mecanismos duraderos, contundentes y eficaces para acabar con las organizaciones criminales y aquellos que las solapan o auspician. Pues si queremos compartir a plenitud las bondades del mundo globalizado, debemos confrontar también y en conjunto las mismas adversidades que este conlleva. Estimadas señorías, en esta y en cada una de las batallas que juntos enfrentamos, cuenten siempre con el inquebrantable compromiso del Ecuador. Muchas gracias.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, the President of the Republic of Angola. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sua Excelência Denis Francis,
Your Excellency Denis Francis, President of the 78th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, distinguished heads of state and government, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen.
É com grande honra que tomo a palavra nesta magna Assembleia das Nações Unidas, num contexto em que o mundo enfrenta uma situação de elevada complexidade que requer desta nossa organização o reforço do seu papel e das suas capacidades para formular as mais adequadas respostas e assim poder responder aos graves desafios que o mundo enfrenta. Desejo a Sua Excelência Denis Francis os melhores êxitos durante o mandato que passa a exercer desde agora, na qualidade de Presidente da 78ª Sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas. Gostaria igualmente de expressar ao Sr. António Guterres, Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, os nossos agradecimentos pelo incansável trabalho que tem vindo a realizar em prol da paz e do desenvolvimento em circunstâncias bastante desafiadoras.
Excellency,
não tendo estado presente na sessão da Assembleia Geral de 2022, não tive a oportunidade de expressar em nome de Angola e dos angolanos as nossas preocupações e visão sobre os problemas que o mundo enfrentava e que se agravaram com o eclodir do conflito entre a Rússia e a Ucrânia naquele mesmo ano. Apesar de se terem feito grandes esforços no caminho da criação de um mundo mais pacífico e próspero, reconhecemos que passados quase 78 anos desde a fundação da nossa organização, não foi possível construirmos uma base sólida de confiança entre as nações, de modo a evitar o surgimento de focos de tensão aqui e ali que degeneram em conflitos abertos em África, na Ásia, na América Latina, no Médio Oriente e agora na Europa, onde seria pouco expectável que ressurgisse uma guerra de tão grandes proporções como a que ocorre neste momento. A gestão dos interesses a nível global em matéria de segurança, da ciência e tecnologia, bem como dos recursos em termos gerais, de que destaco as matérias-primas estratégicas e as fontes geradoras de energia, não satisfaz ainda os interesses e expectativas das diferentes nações e povos do nosso planeta. É fundamental que façamos tudo o que está ao nosso alcance para promover continuamente o respeito e a observância dos valores estabelecidos na Carta das Nações Unidas e no direito internacional, para que possamos corrigir a perigosa trajetória que o mundo tomou após a queda do Muro de Berlim. Na abordagem dos problemas contemporâneos das relações internacionais, destacamos a importância de se avaliar com objetividade a natureza e a origem dos conflitos e as perspectivas da sua solução, sempre no respeito das normas universais que regem as relações entre os Estados. Excelências, não se pode deixar de reconhecer que o fosso entre os países em vias de desenvolvimento e os desenvolvidos continua a ser uma realidade inaceitável por não haver, em muitos casos, uma verdadeira vontade política para ultrapassar, tendo como consequência as dificuldades de acesso aos recursos financeiros e materiais necessários à concretização de projetos de desenvolvimento, assim como os condicionalismos impostos à transferência de tecnologia, constituindo-se em fatores que retardam a implementação dos objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável estabelecidos na Agenda 2030 das Nações Unidas. Gostaria de saudar o apelo do Secretário-Geral à reforma da arquitetura financeira mundial e ao estímulo dos ODS, de pelo menos 500 mil milhões de dólares por ano para fazer face aos desafios emergentes. Por não se verem adequadamente representados numa grande parte das instituições de governação mundial, global
Os
governance
países em
institutions.
desenvolvimento não
Developing
estão em
countries are not in
condições
position
de exprimir
to
as suas
express
sensibilidades
their
e
views
fazer valer os
and
seus pontos
make
de vista
their
ao nível apropriado
stand
e contribuir
prevail at
assim
appropriate
para a
level and
formulação de
contribute
soluções
in formulating
realistas
realistic
dos seus
solutions
problemas.
to their problems.
Esta situação
This situation
gera
generates
ansiedade e frustração das
anxiety and
populações mais
frustration
vulneráveis
of the most
que, ao
vulnerable
não verem
population
satisfeitas as
who, by
suas
not seeing their
expectativas,
expectations met,
tornam-se
they
facilmente
become
permeáveis
easily
às
prone
influências
to
negativas e
negative
perigosas
and
para a
dangerous
ordem e a
influences
estabilidade
to
dos
the
seus
order and
respectivos
stability
países.
of their respective
Excelência.
countries.
Nas últimas
Excellencies,
décadas,
over the
a
past
África
decade,
testemunhou
Africa has
transformações
witnessed
que galvanizaram
transformations
mudanças
that
com impacto nas gerações
changes
vindouras.
with impact in the
Muitos
upcoming
países africanos
generations.
resolveram
Many
conflitos,
African countries have resolved their
investiram o que lhes foi
conflicts,
possível no
invested as
desenvolvimento
much as they could
socioeconômico
in social
e
and economic
promoveram a
development
educação dos
and
seus
have
cidadãos,
promoted the education of their
tornando-os
citizens,
mais informados
making them more
dispostos a
informed
contribuir
and ready to
para o
contribute
desenvolvimento
to
econômico e
the
social
economic and social
dos
development of
respectivos
their
países.
respective countries.
As transições
Democratic
democráticas tornaram-se
transitions have
regulares
become
e as
regular
instituições
and
essenciais para a
essential
consolidação da
institutions for
democracia
consolidation of democracy
mais
have
interventivas
become
e,
more
por isso
active
mesmo,
and therefore
mais capazes de
more
dar
capable
sustentação e
of
solidez
giving
às conquistas
support
democráticas
and
alcançadas
solidity to the
nas nossas
democratic
nações.
conquest achieved in our
Trata-se de
nations.
registro
It
que deve
is
ser
a record
enaltecido
that should
e
be
estamos
highlighted,
convencidos
and we are
que tudo
convinced
deve ser
that
feito
all must be
para que não
done
ocorra
in order
retorno aos
to
modelos que
prevent
figuraram
the
antes
return to
do
models
advento
that
da democracia em
govern
África.
previous
Contudo,
the advent of
a
democracy
falta
in
de
Africa.
perspectivas que se observam em muitos dos
Nevertheless, the
nossos
lack of
países
perspective that is
no plano
observed in many of
econômico
our
e
countries
social
in social and
cria
economic
terreno
fronts
fértil para a
creates a
subversão
fertile land
e para a
for
fragilização das
unrest
democracias
and
recentes
weakening
no nosso
of the
continente.
recent democracies on our
Torna-se
continent.
por isso urgente e
Therefore, it is
imperativo
urgent and
que seja
imperative
concedido
that
apoio real
real
ao
support is
desenvolvimento por
given
via
to
do
development
financiamento
through
em condições
financing in
favoráveis
favorable
para a
conditions
construção de
for the
infraestruturas de
construction
produção
of
e distribuição de energia elétrica
power,
e de água potável, de vias de
production, distribution
comunicação rodoviárias e
infrastructure,
ferroviárias,
as well as
de saneamento básico, de
water,
construção de escolas, de
roads,
hospitais
railway
e
infrastructure,
outras, e
basic
também no
sanitation,
investimento privado
construction of
direto
schools,
nas
as well as
economias
providing
africanas
direct
para
private
que a
investment
África
on the
possa
African
passar
economy
a
so
ter
that
uma
Africa
contribuição maior
can
na
have
economia mundial.
a major share in
Em
the global
África temos
economy.
procurado
In
buscar os
Africa, we've been
caminhos
seeking
que nos levem a sair
ways
do
that
estado em
would
que nos encontramos
help us
atualmente,
get out of the
como a
current
iniciativa da
status,
criação da Zona
such
de
as the
Comércio Livre
initiative of
Continental
establishment of the
Africano,
African Continental
com mais
Free
de 1.000
Trade
milhões de
Area with more
consumidores
than 1
e que
billion
constitui, por
consumers
isso,
that
uma plataforma
constitutes
impulsionadora de progresso
important
do
boosting
continente.
platform for the
Os
progress
parceiros
of the
internacionais
continent.
da África devem acreditar
International
e apostar
partners of
no nosso
Africa must
mercado,
believe and
porque terão
invest in our market
seguramente
because
retorno
surely they are going to have a
satisfatório dos seus
satisfactory
investimentos
return on
nos
their
diferentes
investment
setores das
in the
nossas
different
economias
sectors
em
of
que
our
decidirem
economies where
investir.
they decide to invest.
Pretendemos atender às
We would like
expectativas
to
dos jovens
meet the
africanos
expectations of the
que
young
se veem
Africans
forçados a tentar
who
realizar
are
os seus
forced
sonhos
to try to
fora do
realize
seu
their dreams
continente,
out of their
em
continent
contextos de
in
adaptação quase
contexts of
sempre difíceis,
adaptation which are
para além
almost
do
always
elevado
difficult,
risco de vida
apart
que
from the
muitos
high
deles
life
enfrentam
risk
ao
many of them
fazerem
face
perigosas
on
travessias no
making
Mediterrâneo.
Dangerous crosses through the
Angola tem-se
Mediterranean.
assumido como promotora do diálogo,
has been
que, em nossa
as
opinião,
a booster of
não se
dialogue,
deve
who,
limitar
in
aos
our
espaços
opinion,
políticos
should
e
not
diplomáticos,
limit in
mas
political
abranger
and
também
diplomatic space, but
vasto
it
leque
should
de
include
protagonistas,
also a wide range of
designadamente organizações da
stakeholders,
sociedade
namely
civil,
civil society
empresas e
organizations,
indivíduos,
enterprises
cabendo
and
lugar
individuals,
de destaque à
and
juventude,
giving a
verdadeira
highlight
força motora
to the youth,
das
which is the true
transformações
engine
que
of
almejamos para
transformations that
garantir
we
o
wish to
progresso
achieve
das
so
nossas
that
nações.
we can ensure the
Foi
progress of our nations.
imbuída deste
It is
espírito
within this
que
spirit
Angola
that
decidiu
Angola
albergar
decided to
o
host
Fórum
the
Pan-Africano
Pan-African
para a Cultura
Forum
de
for the
Paz em
Culture of Peace in
África,
Africa,
organizado em
organized
parceria
in
com a
partnership
União
with the
Africana e a
African
Unesco,
Union and
cuja terceira
UNESCO,
edição,
whose third
realizar-se-á
iniciar em novembro deste ano em Luanda. O Fórum também conhecido como Bienal de Luanda, constitui uma plataforma privilegiada de intercâmbio entre diferentes culturas, religiões e modelos sociais, através de sessões interativas e construtivas, para identificar, promover e difundir modelos viáveis e inclusivos de resolução pacífica do conflito a nível do continente africano, podendo servir como uma referência potencialmente inspiradora para outras regiões do mundo. Excelências, a República de Angola tem procurado contribuir com a sua experiência em termos de construção da paz, da harmonia e da reconciliação nacional para a resolução de conflitos que assolam o continente africano, com especial ênfase para o que ocorre na República Democrática do Congo, onde acreditamos que se poderá construir uma base de confiança entre os beligerantes, que contribua para um abrandamento da tensão na região dos Grandes Lagos e conduza a tão almejada paz. Essas diligências para conter a expansão do terrorismo e outras ações de desestabilização implicam custos financeiros que nem sempre os nossos países são capazes de suportar e que, por isso, podem comprometer o sucesso das operações de pacificação que se levam a cabo e deitar por terra as esperanças que se alimentam à volta topple down all the hope that é por isso essencial reafirmarmos a necessidade de um financiamento adequado, sustentável e previsível para os esforços na luta contra o terrorismo no continente, pelo que considero oportuno renovarmos o apelo às Nações Unidas, particularmente ao Conselho de Segurança, para a utilização de contribuições fixas para operações de apoio à paz mandatadas pela União Africana. Até há relativamente pouco tempo, a região do Sahel era assolada apenas pela ação de grupos terroristas reforçados por mercenários a soldos, que, tendo encontrado um vazio de poder na Líbia, ali se instalaram e se expandiram para os países vizinhos. A acrescer a esta situação de si já perigosa, eis que mais ou menos na mesma região surgiu uma onda de mudanças inconstitucionais do poder protagonizadas por militares. Esses novos poderes não devem ser premiados com a possibilidade de partilharem conosco os mesmos palcos políticos, sob pena de estarmos a passar uma mensagem errada, contrária aos princípios que defendemos. Cada vez ficamos mais convencidos da existência de uma mão invisível interessada na desestabilização do nosso continente, apenas preocupados com a expansão de sua esfera de influência, que sabemos não trazer as garantias necessárias para o desenvolvimento econômico e social dos países africanos. A comunidade internacional está preocupada não só com a situação dos países do Sahel, no Corno da África, em Moçambique e na RDC, como também com o conflito no Sudão, que, para além do elevado número de mortos, de feridos, de destruição das infraestruturas do país, provocou um incontável número de deslocados internos e de refugiados, tendo se tornado já numa das maiores catástrofes humanitárias que o mundo conhece e de cujas consequências se ressentem os países vizinhos. O mundo não se pode esquecer também do sofrimento do povo palestino e muito menos ignorar a necessidade da aplicação da resolução do conflito no Médio Oriente, com destaque para o israelo-palestino, cuja fórmula de 12 Estados, a conviver lado a lado de forma pacífica, já foi encontrada pelas Nações Unidas há anos, sem que tivesse alguma evolução positiva, carecendo apenas de ser implementada. A comunidade internacional corre o risco de ser acusada de estar a dar tratamento diferente, privilegiado ao conflito na Europa, em detrimento de outros, por estarem no Médio Oriente ou em África, because they are in Middle East and Africa, whereby the one of Sudan is so deadly and devastating that of Ukraine, but which receives less coverage of international media and less attention of the big center of
Europa, a guerra entre a Rússia e a Ucrânia deve merecer toda a nossa atenção e premência de se lhe pôr fim imediato pelos níveis de destruição humana e material que aí se registram, pelo risco de uma escalada para um conflito de grandes proporções à escala global e pela incidência dos seus efeitos nocivos sobre a segurança energética e alimentar. Todas as evidências indicam-nos ser improvável que haja no campo de batalha vencedores e vencidos. Pelo que se deve encorajar as partes envolvidas a privilegiar tão cedo quanto possível a via do diálogo e da diplomacia, estabelecer cessar-fogo e negociar-se a paz duradoura, não só para os países beligerantes, mas que garanta a segurança da Europa e contribua para a paz e segurança mundial. Excelências. Nos últimos 3 anos enfrentamos um grande desafio global que nos foi colocado pela pandemia da Covid-19, que veio demonstrar a importância e a força da solidariedade entre as nações, como base para fazer face e resolver os grandes problemas globais. Este exemplo deve servir como paradigma do nosso comportamento para enfrentarmos outros desafios, sobretudo os que se referem ao combate à pobreza, às disparidades entre países em desenvolvimento e os desenvolvidos no domínio da ciência e da tecnologia, que representam, como todos sabemos, fatores importantes e indispensáveis para se impulsionar o desenvolvimento e o bem-estar dos povos do nosso planeta. A coordenação e a articulação entre todas as nações do mundo, que foi a nota dominante no processo do combate à Covid-19, pôs em evidência o papel central das instituições de cariz multilateral. Por isso mesmo, consideramos que o pluralismo nas relações internacionais é o principal garante da eficácia das ações que empreendemos para resolver as grandes questões que afetam a humanidade nos tempos que correm. É evidente que, na perspectiva do multilateralismo, as Nações Unidas têm de se capacitar para assumir um papel efetivo no cumprimento das suas atribuições, impondo-se com urgência a necessidade da reforma do Conselho de Segurança, de forma que este órgão reflita a realidade dos tempos atuais, total e profundamente diferente da vivida imediatamente após o fim da Segunda Guerra Mundial. A República de Angola defende por isso a necessidade da revisão da representatividade das diferentes regiões do mundo no Conselho de Segurança. Neste domínio, no que diz respeito ao continente africano, defendemos o consenso de Zelenskyy e a declaração de Sirte, que estabelece a necessidade de atribuição à África de assentos como membros permanentes do Conselho de Segurança, com todos os privilégios inerentes à categoria. Excelências. As Nações Unidas vêm lidando ao longo de décadas com uma série de situações a respeito das quais tem sido adotado um conjunto de resoluções que são simplesmente ignoradas e desrespeitadas, sem que isto produza alguma consequência para os seus protagonistas. Penso ser necessário refletirmos juntos sobre a necessidade de procurarmos criar mecanismos que reforcem a autoridade das Nações Unidas para que não a desacreditemos e nem fragilizemos o seu papel decisivo na construção de uma arquitetura de paz e segurança mundial eficaz, a qual todas as nações do mundo se devem sentir vinculadas com um forte sentido de comprometimento, independentemente do seu poderio econômico ou militar. É por isso oportuno salientar
a importância do cumprimento das resoluções vigentes a respeito do embargo contra Cuba e do conflito que perdura no Médio Oriente há décadas entre Israel e a Palestina. Importa recordar que no ano 2021 participei nesta cidade numa reunião do Conselho de Segurança com o propósito de discutir a questão do levantamento do embargo de fornecimento de armas à República Centro-Africana, não tendo-se registrado desde então algum progresso sobre esta matéria, o que afeta seriamente o exercício de um direito fundamental dos países de terem o seu próprio exército nacional para garantir a defesa da independência, da soberania e do normal funcionamento das instituições do país. Reitero uma vez mais a pertinência de se colocar a abordagem deste tema na agenda do Conselho de Segurança das Nações Unidas, para que se tome uma decisão que permita à República Centro-Africana cumprir cabalmente com o seu papel como Estado independente e soberano, não tendo a necessidade de recorrer à contratação de forças paramilitares estrangeiras por tempo indeterminado.
Excellencies,
a República de Angola preside a Cimeira dos Chefes de Estado e de Governo da Organização dos Estados da África, Caraíbas e Pacífico, o que nos confere a responsabilidade de abordar alguns aspectos relativos a esta organização. Concluiu-se com êxito a negociação do acordo de parceria entre a Organização dos Estados da África, das Caraíbas e Pacífico com a União Europeia, cuja cerimónia da assinatura deverá acontecer brevemente, marcando assim uma nova fase desta cooperação adaptada à realidade atual e às aspirações dos Estados-membros de ambas organizações. Este importante instrumento sobre o qual assentará a cooperação entre a Organização dos Estados da África, Caraíbas e Pacífico e a União Europeia define as bases sobre as quais se vão projetar as ações nos mais variados domínios, com um especial destaque para a sustentabilidade ambiental e as alterações climáticas, o desenvolvimento humano e social e a migração e mobilidade. Como Vossas Excelências sabem, a OEACP integra 79 países de 3 continentes e 3 oceanos, representando um enorme potencial de cooperação para aqueles que estabelecerem parcerias em domínios prioritários para os Estados-membros, gerando assim benefícios recíprocos. Aproveito esta ocasião para lançar um apelo aos investidores, no sentido de olharem para os países da OEACP como um destino seguro e com vantagens importantes para os seus negócios. Excelências, permitam-me ainda aproveitar a oportunidade que esta tribuna nos confere para em breves palavras referir-me à questão das alterações climáticas que representam nos tempos atuais uma preocupação central da humanidade, dos governos e das sociedades de todos os nossos países. A comunidade internacional deve procurar cumprir, dentro do possível, com as promessas que foram feitas nas últimas 2 edições da COP sobre o financiamento para o clima, de modo a que na cimeira da COP28, a ter lugar nos Emirados Árabes Unidos, este tema deixe de absorver uma parte significativa da agenda para que nos possamos debruçar de forma concreta na necessidade da implementação urgente das medidas a tomar com vista à redução dos gases poluentes, reduzir a deforestação, reduzir o aquecimento global e assim salvarmos o nosso planeta Terra enquanto ainda é tempo. Permitam-me aproveitar esta ocasião para, em nome do Governo e do povo angolano, exprimir os nossos profundos sentimentos de pesar our deep condolences to the authorities and peoples of Morocco and Libya for the loss of thousands of human lives and valuable national heritage as a consequence of natural disasters. Our total solidarity goes to the families and beloved ones who feel the pain of loss of their beloved ones. Thank you very much for your attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le président de la République d'Angola de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer et je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence.
I thank the President of Angola for that statement, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency. I ask protocol to escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, j'ai l'honneur
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Edgar Venkovic, President of the Republic of Latvia, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, first of all, I wish to congratulate Mr. Denis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago on assuming the post of President of General Assembly. I assure you of Latvia's full cooperation along the way. The topic of this year's general debate invites us to focus on rebuilding trust and global solidarity. Rooted in the United Nations Charter, both concepts are crucial for effective multilateralism. Today, I would like to highlight the following points. We are at a transformative moment for the global order. Russia's unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine continues to challenge the world in many ways. It is a test for the rules-based multilateral system. The Russian Federation's brutal invasion of its neighbor runs counter to the United Nations fundamental principles to refrain from the use of force against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. Blatant breach of these principles undermines the entire international system, especially if the aggressor is a nuclear weapon state and a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. It is not a dispute between two neighboring countries. Russia's attack was unprovoked. Russia is trying to redraw international borders by force to restore its former sphere of influence. In 2008 and in 2014, international community made a grave mistake by not responding to Russia's aggression against Georgia and to the illegal annexation of Crimea. It sent a wrong signal to Russia, allowing its aggressive imperial ambitions to advance. We are now seeing the consequences. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a reminder of the struggle of a colonial empire to keep its territories. Ukraine is not Russia, never was, never will. Having experienced 50 years of Soviet occupation, Latvia knows the value of freedom and independence, like so many countries in the other regions. The international community must firmly stand together against Russia's attack on the principles and norms of the international law. Respect for the UN Charter is in the vital interest of all states. The outcome of this war will determine global security for years to come. Latvia condemns, in the strongest possible terms, Russia's ongoing aggression against Ukraine. Aggression that has been enabled by Lukashenko's regime in Belarus. We cannot talk about restoring international trust until Russia ends the war and withdraws from Ukraine. Russia must withdraw all its forces and military equipment from Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Russia must stop its terror and atrocity crimes. In response to those who call for ceasefire and peaceful dialogue, I wish to remind that only Ukraine can decide when to start negotiations about peace. Latvia supports Ukraine's peace formula. Sustainable peace must be based on Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. I call on all members of the United Nations to support those principles. Ukraine has shown remarkable determination in exercising its right to self-defense against Russia's aggression. I urge the international community to continue providing all necessary support to Ukraine and its people. Latvia will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. Our assistance to Ukraine has already exceeded 1.3% of Latvia's GDP. Together with private sector and civil society, we have sent humanitarian aid to Ukrainian regions. Latvia continues to give safe refuge to Ukrainian people. We provide rehabilitation to wounded Ukrainian soldiers and victims of sexual violence. Comprehensive support to Ukrainian people to rebuild their country will be required. It is important to lay the ground for the reconstruction of Ukraine already now. Distinguished delegates, even in times of war, the rules of the international humanitarian law apply. The evidence of Russia's deliberate attacks on civilian population and infrastructure in Ukraine is mounting. Innocent civilians, including children, are killed. More than 11 million people have been forced to leave their homes. Forcible deportations and illegal adoptions of Ukrainian children to Russia are of serious concern. We call on the United Nations to take a more active stand on this issue. Latvia knows all too well the heavy toll deportations and repressions of the occupying regime have brought upon generations. Russia must bear full legal and financial responsibility for its aggression. We must ensure complete accountability for all crimes committed in Ukraine. It means responsibility of Russia as a state for violations of international law. And it means individual liability for the most serious international crimes. I commend the steps taken by the International Criminal Court to investigate atrocity crimes in Ukraine. Latvia has provided financial contribution to ICC, including to the Victim Support Fund. We support other international mechanisms documenting and investigating Russia's violations. However, the International Criminal Court or any other existing mechanism cannot exercise jurisdiction over the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Every effort should be made to hold Russian leadership and military personnel accountable. What is at stake is whether impunity or abiding to international rules of law will prevail. Latvia reiterates the need to establish a special international tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. The creation of a tribunal under the auspices of the United Nations would provide the strongest international legitimacy. I encourage other countries to support this proposal. The Register of Damage created by the Council of Europe is an important step towards a future international compensation mechanism. Currently holding the presidency of the Council of Europe, Latvia has launched the register. We hope more countries beyond members of the Council of Europe will join this important initiative. By blocking Ukraine's exports and destroying its agricultural sector, Russia has disrupted grain deliveries worldwide. Yet it claims to care about global food security. There is no doubt that Russia is directly responsible for the suffering of the people worldwide. Increase of costs and food insecurity affects all regions. The Black Sea Grain Initiative was paramount for global food security. we condemn Russia's single-sided termination of this initiative. Food and energy are instruments in Russia's warfare, fueled by disinformation. Lies must be countered with truth and facts. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has caused shortage of food and fertilizer supplies. Those were not the sanctions. Sanctions do not block the export of mineral fertilizers and grain from Russia. The truth is that Russia is benefiting from higher prices. Access to food is a human right, and hunger must never be used as a political tool. International efforts to facilitate Ukrainian exports for global food security must continue. Latvia cooperates with the World Food Programme to improve food security worldwide. I urge the United Nations to resolve the removal of the remaining Russian-owned fertilizers from the territory of Latvia, so they can be delivered to the countries in need as soon as possible. The UN system must respond more effectively to humanitarian needs. Mr. President, the concept of solidarity has defined the work of the United Nations since the birth of the organization. The Sustainable Development Goals Summit, held 2 days ago, reaffirmed the importance of dialogue, cooperation, and solidarity. At the same time, the summit acknowledged stark reality. The achievement of global goals by 2030 will be very challenging for many countries. International cooperation will be key. The Global SDG Index ranks Latvia in the 14th place among UN member states for overall achievement of global goals. Latvia is convinced that strengthening of innovative and eco-efficient economy, quality education, and good governance will contribute to our development. Participation of the non-governmental sector and youth has become an integral part of our national decision-making processes. In the spirit of solidarity, Latvia's development cooperation policy is becoming more global. Notable part of our development support has been provided to Ukraine and countries of the European Eastern Partnership and Central Asia. Latvia now extends cooperation projects to countries in Africa. We are willing to contribute to the promotion of peace, good governance, economic growth, digitalization, and gender equality. Latvia recognizes the climate-induced challenges that small island developing states face. Strengthening resilience remains at the core of its sustainability. Latvia is committed to contribute to successful preparation of the UN SITS conference next year, including financially. We will follow an evolving work of the International Law Commission on the legal aspects of the sea level rise. Moreover, Latvia is already engaged in international legal proceedings addressing the obligations of states regarding climate change. Resilience against disinformation is an area where Latvia has meaningful experience. We must address accountability of the actors in the information environment also at the global level. Distinguished delegates, the United Nations is not a perfect institution. Inability to stop the aggression or conflicts has often called this organization's effectiveness into doubt. Still, as the only truly global organization, it is the core of multilateral system uniting all sovereign states. It is especially important for smaller countries like my own country, Latvia. Revitalization of the United Nations system and meaningful reforms of the Security Council are necessary. The inability of the Security Council caused by the abuse of the veto is a serious concern. That is why Latvia supports efforts to make the Security Council more transparent and accountable for its inaction. Veto power was not created as a privilege, but as responsibility. Latvia supports a more just, equitable representation of the regions on the Security Council, including countries from Africa and SEADS. Latvia remains a responsible and reliable partner. We will continue to be involved in peacekeeping and peace-building efforts. Determination to protect the fundamental values of the United Nations Charter guides Latvia's candidacy for the Security Council elections in 2025. This organization will be as effective as the collective will of its member states. It is in our hands to safeguard and to improve it. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Latvia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Yoon Suk Yeol, President of the Republic of Korea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Yoon Suk Yeol, President of the Republic of Korea, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I extend my congratulations to His Excellency Denis Francis on assuming the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Let me also pay tribute to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his dedication to global peace and prosperity. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the Korean War armistice. After the invasion by communist totalitarian forces, the fate of the Republic of Korea hung in the balance. Thankfully, with the support of UN forces, the nation dramatically defended its freedom. The determined decision of the first UN Secretary General, Trygve Lie, who viewed the armed invasion against the Republic of Korea as a challenge to world peace, led the efforts to convene the Security Council to adopt the resolution intervening in the war, remains deeply ingrained in the minds of the Korean people. Over the past 70 years, Korea has risen from the ashes of war to blossom into liberal democracy and a market economy. Now, Korea intends to responsibly contribute to the international community with the goal to promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom as championed in the UN Charter. The theme of the 78th session of the General Assembly is rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity. The war in Ukraine that has been going on for 2 years has deepened the division in values and ideologies within the international community. Additionally, the economic repercussions of the COVID-19 pandemic have been exacerbated by the war in Ukraine, causing a contraction in the global economy and leading to food and energy crises in many parts of the world. In difficult times, it is the vulnerable who suffer more. In the face of today's multifaceted global crisis of an unprecedented scale, divides among countries are widening across various areas, including security, economy, technology, health, environment, and culture. To narrow these divides and ensure harmonious coexistence among all nations, the international community must stand united with the United Nations at its core. Today, I wish to address the divide issue in 3 key areas: the development divide, climate divide, and digital divide. Many countries around the world still lack the essential infrastructure necessary for everyday living. The war in Ukraine that has been going on for 2 years has deepened the division in values and ideologies within the international community. Additionally, the economic repercussions of the war in Ukraine, causing a contraction in the global economy and leading to food and energy crises in many parts of the world. Development is unobtainable without basic infrastructure, such as water and sewage systems to process and supply drinking and daily use water, energy facilities to provide electricity, and healthcare facilities to treat the sick. To narrow the development divide, countries with financial and technological capacities must assume responsible roles. Korea is set to boldly increase its official development assistance volume. Despite this year's fiscal austerity measures, the Korean government has raised the ODA budget planned for the upcoming year by over 40%. As a result, compared to the fiscal year of 2019, Korea's ODA budget is expected to more than double next year. We'll allocate the increased ODA funds to foster development cooperation tailored to the needs of our partner countries. In particular, we'll actively channel our ODA efforts into education and training to help partner countries build the capacity to progress economically and socially on their own. It is said that a year of education can increase income by approximately 10%, and this impact is more pronounced among low-income groups and women. We must expand these benefits on a global scale. The climate crisis is another challenge that exacerbates the economic divide between nations and impedes humanity's sustainable development. This past July, we experienced the hottest summer ever recorded on Earth. On this boiling Earth, extreme weather events such as heat waves, torrential rains, and typhoons have become the norm. Climate change is causing geopolitical shifts in agriculture and fisheries, worsening the crises in countries vulnerable to food shortages. To assist the countries vulnerable to climate change in reducing their carbon emissions and accelerating their transition to clean energy, Korea will scale up its green ODA. In particular, will contribute an additional $300 million to the Green Climate Fund. We anticipate the international community's active financial support for the Green Climate Fund. We also hope that the international community's collective resolve to bridge the climate divide would lead to tangible actions. Korea will not only harness renewable energy, but also extensively employ high-efficiency, carbon-free energy, such as nuclear power and hydrogen, as a realistic measure to hasten our pursuit of carbon neutrality. We also plan to share these energy sources with countries vulnerable to climate change, ensuring they too can benefit. To this end, Korea aims to pursue an international joint research on carbon-free energy and facilitate technological innovation and investment from the private sector. Moreover, Korea will launch a carbon-free alliance, an open platform that anyone in the world can join to promote the adoption of carbon-free energy.
Next, Korea plans to play a leading role in bridging the digital divide, utilizing our strength in information and communications technologies. Today, with advancements in digital technology, cultures and industries are shifting towards digital-based paradigms. The digital divide is a major cause of economic divide. Therefore, bridging the digital divide will be a positive attribute in resolving the challenges faced by the global South. Korea will support the digital transformation of countries with limited digital penetration and utilization. This will enhance their citizens' access to education, healthcare, and financial services. Last September at New York University and last June at the Sorbonne in Paris, I stressed that digital advancements can only be achieved when fair access to AI and digital technologies, as well as the safe use of digital technologies, are ensured. I have also proposed the establishment of an international organization under the UN to discuss and set forth rules regarding digital ethics. If we fail to curb the spread of fake news resulting from the misuse of AI and digital technologies, our freedom will be at risk. The market economy anchored in liberal democracy will be in peril, and our very future will be under threat. Korea plans to introduce a digital Bill of Rights soon to put forth a desirable future of the digital order. To support the creation of an international organization under the UN and provide concrete directions for the development of AI governance, the Korean government plans to host a global AI forum. Furthermore, we plan to collaborate closely with the high-level advisory body on AI being established by the UN to provide a network for communication and collaboration among global experts. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, without international peace and security, development and prosperity remain elusive. During my visit to Kyiv last July, I saw the sorrow in the eyes of children being treated at the National Children's Hospital. Children are our future, yet children are oftentimes the first victims of war. In line with our commitment to the Ukraine Peace and Solidarity Initiative, the Korean government will implement a comprehensive support program that encompasses security, humanitarian assistance, and reconstruction. Furthermore, as I pledged at the G20 summit just 2 weeks ago, Korea will actively support Ukraine's reconstruction by providing $300 million next year and a mid to long-term support package exceeding $2 billion. The nuclear and missile programs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea pose not only a direct and existential threat to the peace of the Republic of Korea, but also is a serious challenge to the peace in the Indo-Pacific region and across the globe. It is paradoxical that a permanent member of the UN Security Council, entrusted as the ultimate guardian of world peace, would wage war by invading another sovereign nation and receive arms and ammunition from a regime that blatantly violates UN Security Council resolutions. In such a situation, the call to reform the UN Security Council would receive a broad support. And if the DPRK acquires the information and technology necessary to enhance its WMD capabilities in exchange for supporting Russia with conventional weapons, the deal will be a direct provocation, threatening the peace and security of not only Ukraine, but also the Republic of Korea. The Republic of Korea, together with its allies and partners, will not stand idly by. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, while military strength may vary among countries, by uniting in unwavering solidarity and steadfastly adhering to our principles, we can deter any unlawful provocation. As a member of the UN Security Council for the 2024-2025 term, the Republic of Korea commits to playing a responsible role in promoting and building global peace as we work closely with fellow UN member states. Passing on to future generations on international order grounded in justice and the rule of law, along with sustainable freedom, peace, and prosperity, is a historic responsibility shared by all of us here today. The Republic of Korea, together with the United Nations, shall ruggedly take on this responsibility. Distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea aspires to host the World Expo 2030 to fulfill its responsibility and contribute to the international community. It was Busan that served as the last bastion defending the freedom of the Republic of Korea when the most of the country was invaded and conquered by the communist forces more than 70 years ago. It was also Busan that rose from the ruins of the Korean War and became the second largest transshipment hub in the world, leading the miracle on the Han River. Without Busan, Korea would not have been able to stand where it is today. Now, the Republic of Korea will play its role as a responsible member of the global community by hosting the 2030 Expo in Busan, a gateway that links the Eurasian continent and the Pacific. Korea intends to give back to the international community by sharing its experience of economic growth and development, reciprocating the help it received in the past. The 1851 London Expo was an expo of the Industrial Revolution. The 1900 Paris Expo was an expo of culture. The 1962 Seattle Expo was an expo which opened the new space era. The 2000 Hanover Expo was an expo of the environment. The 2030 Busan Expo will be an expo of the solidarity. The basis of Korea's foreign policy is freedom and solidarity. Building upon these values, the 2030 Busan Expo will serve as a platform of solidarity through which the world's citizens can overcome crises and spread freedom together. The Busan Expo will be a festival where all nations can come together to share their history, culture, goods, and visions for the future, and will significantly contribute to the freedom, peace, and prosperity of the citizens around the globe. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency, Mr. Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, in today's challenging and turbulent time, the international community more than ever needs integration and trust. We are now witnessing alarming developments in the international arena against the backdrop of increasing modern threats and challenges. Terrorism, extremism and transnational organized crime, rapid armament, as well as the escalation of the Cold War, threaten international peace, security and development. At the same time, the disastrous impacts of climate change, extreme heat, floods, droughts, fires and other natural disasters, as well as water shortages and famine, pose a serious threat to humanity. In this context, join concerted efforts to address these pressing challenges and achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda have become more imperative. To this end, we welcome the theme of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Rebuilding Trust and Reigniting Global Solidarity, accelerating action on the 2030 Agenda and SDGs towards peace, prosperity, progress and sustainability for all.
Ladies and gentlemen,
با وجود اقدام‌های جامعه جهانی در
despite
تطبیق
the
روزنامه
efforts of the
2030
international community
جهت نائل
to
شدن به
attain the
اکثر
2030
هدف‌های
agenda,
رشد استوار
the world
پیشروی‌ها
is
هنوز
not
هم
on track to meet
نظر
most
نیستند.
of the sustainable
در این
development
روند
goals.
بخصوص کشورهای رو به ترقی، کم ترقی و
developing
کشورهای
countries,
خرد
least developed
جزیروی
countries, and small
متاسفانه
island developing
مشکلات
states
زیاد
are bearing
بر دوش
the
دارند.
brunt.
تاجیکستان نیز ضمن تطبیق هدف‌های
Despite
رشد استوار
significant
با
progress
مشکلات
made
علاوه
on
در
some
سمت هدف‌های
SDGs, in particular
7, 12
SDG 1,
و
SDG 7,
13
SDG
روبرو
12, and
گردیده
SDG
است.
13, Tajikistan still faces
ما
challenges
درک می‌نماییم
in
که روند
fulfilling its promise
همبستگی،
to attain
مبلغ‌زاری،
SDGs by
تطبیق عهده‌داری‌ها
2030.
و دیگر چاره‌های
Therefore,
عملی
we understand
باید
that
تقویت داده
solidarity,
شوند
financing,
و این
implementation
امر
of commitments
تغییراتی
and other
واقعاً
practical
بنیادی
measures
را
should be
تقاضا
strengthened,
می‌نماید.
and this requires
بنابراین
truly
تاجیکستان
fundamental
پیشنهاد
shift.
دبیر کلی سازمان ملل
Therefore,
متحد را
Tajikistan
باید بر
supported the
روزنامه
Secretary
عمومی
General's
ما
proposal
در این خصوص
of a common
دستگیری
agenda
کرد.
to reverse the course
ما
and
همچنین از اقدامات
turbocharge the
دبیر کل در
SDGs.
سمت تطبیق روزنامه
We
2030
also welcome
از
the
جمله
Secretary
همساله
General's
جدا
SDG
نمودن
stimulus
حدی
to deliver
اقل
Agenda
500 میلیارد دلار
2030
با
and call
کشورهای رو
for
به
at least
ترقی، کم
$500
ترقی
billion
و
to be
خرد
made
جزیروی
available to
برای
developing
صورت
countries,
بخشیدن به این
least
روند
developed
استقبال
countries, and
می‌نماییم.
small island developing
ما این
states
چنین
annually to
اصلاحات نظامی
accelerate
بین
progress
المللی
towards the
مالیوی را
2030
با
agenda.
مقصدی تأمین نمودنی مبلغ
We
زاری
also welcome the
استوار
call to
و دراز
reform
مدت
international financial
برای
architecture
دسترسی
to
به هدف‌های
ensure the
رشدی
mobilization of
استوار
stable
و حل
and
مشکلات
long-term
مربوط به
financing
اقلیم
scale for
جهانی
investments
داریم.
needed, among other things,
حاضرین
to
گرامی،
achieve SDGs
طوری که
and
همه ما
tackle
مشاهده
climate
می‌کنیم
issues.
تأثیر تغییریابی اقلیم
Distinguished
در
participants,
سراسر جهان افزایش
as we
می‌یابد.
all observe,
سالی
climate
روان
change
ما
impacts are
شاهد
increasing
حرارت
across the globe.
بلندترین هوا در تمام
This
دوره
year, we
مشاهده‌ها
witnessed the
در
highest
دیده
air temperature over the entire
طبق
period of
گزارش
observation.
آخری سازمان جهانی آب و هوا سنجی
Asia is
با نام
forming
وضع
faster than the
اقلیم
global average,
گرشوی غیر
as the
معمولی
recent World
حرارت هوا
Meteorological
در
Organization
آسیا
latest
از
report
سطح
states
میانه
of the
جهانی
global climate
زیادتر
indicates
مشاهده می شود. پیامدهای منفی این روند از قبیل
the
خشکسالی،
negative
آبریزی،
consequences of
گرد
these
و سوسار
processes,
در
such
منطقه‌های
as
گوناگون جهان
droughts,
از جمله در
floods,
تاجیکستان
landslides,
از پدیده‌های خیلی نگران
and
کننده
fires in different
می‌باشد.
regions of the world, including
تاجیکستان که
Tajikistan,
93%
are very
قلمروی آن را
alarming phenomena.
کوه‌ها تشکیل می‌دهند. تأثیر
Tajikistan, with
تغییریابی اقلیم را
93% of its
بیشتر
territory
احساس
covered by
می‌نماید
mountains, is
و یکی از
experiencing the
کشورهای
impact of climate change
آسیب‌پذیر جهان
firsthand and
در این روند
considered
محسوب
one of the
می‌یابد.
world's most vulnerable countries to
آفت‌های طبیعی
climate
به
change
اقلیم،
impact.
آفت‌های وابسته به اقلیم در
Frequent
شکل
climate-related
یخ،
disasters
سیل،
in the
آبریزی،
forms of
خشکسالی
landslides, mud
و
flows,
ترمفرایی
floods and droughts
در
in
تاجیکستان همه ساله
result in
با وقوع پیوسته
human
باعث
and
تلفات جانی و
infrastructure
حصارات
loss
اینفراستراکچوری می‌شود.
annually.
در این زمینه
To this
تاجیکستان با چارچوبه سنده
Tajikistan attaches
کاهش
particular
خطر
importance
آفت‌های
to
طبیعی
the
که با
Sendai
مساعدت
framework
در
for disaster
تکمیل
risk
نظام
reduction
آگاه سازی بر محل
2015-2030,
افزایش
which is called
سرمایه‌گذاری
upon to
و
promote the
رساندن کمک
improvement
مالیوی
of
به
early
کشورهای
warning
رو به ترقی
systems to
و کم
increase
ترقی
investments in
روانه
programs
گردیده است
on natural
اهمیت
disaster
خاص
risk
می‌دهد.
reduction and to render financial assistance to
تاجیکستان
developing
یکی از
countries.
کشورهای آزمایشی در تطبیق
Tajikistan is
تشبوس
one of the pilot
سازمان ملل
countries to
متحد
implement the
آگاهی
United
بر محل
Nations
برای همه
Secretary
می‌باشد.
General's
در
early
ایجاد
warning for all
آمادگی
initiative.
خود را برای همکاری
Ladies
با
and
سازمان ملل و ساختار تخصصی آن ابراز می‌داریم. خانم‌ها و جنابان، در جمهوری تاجیکستان بیش از 13,000 پیک به کار گرفته شده است و 60% ذخیره‌های آبی منطقه در حدود کشور ما تشکیل می‌یابد. متأسفانه تا این 10 ساله آخر در تاجیکستان زیاده از 1,000 پیریخ از بین رفته است که این با امنیت آزخواری، دسترسی با آب و نگهداری اکوسیستمی آسیای مرکزی تأثیر منفی می‌رساند. آبشوی با صورت پیریخ‌ها
The intense melting of glaciers as the primary source of fresh water requires the adoption of concrete measures, including research, data collection and processing, and enhanced international cooperation. I express my profound gratitude to all member states for their cooperation in adopting the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 77/158 from 14th December 2022 on declaring the 2025 as the International Year of Glaciers Preservation. I invite all interested parties to join efforts to ensure the targeted implementation of these resolutions. We stand ready to work with the international community within the newly created group of Friends of Glaciers and beyond to implement the mandate of the resolution. Tajikistan is convinced that this initiative will give a powerful impetus to a new global movement to take necessary collective action and to protect glaciers from intense melting. I would also like to highlight the successful outcomes of the United Nations Conference on the Midterm Comprehensive Review of the implementation of the objectives of the International Decade of Action on Water for Sustainable Development 2018-2028. I do believe that fulfilling the commitments made by the international community at the conference will contribute to achieving SDG 6 and addressing other internationally agreed water-related goals. Recently, the General Assembly unanimously adopted another resolution following this conference, proposed by Tajikistan, the Netherlands, and Senegal. We hope that member states and other partners will join our efforts in this process. It is worth noting that Dushanbe will host the third high-level conference on the implementation of the Decade for Action, Vote for Sustainable Development in 2024, and the International Conference on Glaciers Preservation in 2025. We expect the international community to take an active part in these important international conferences. As a proactive and champion country in the global water and climate agenda, Tajikistan will continue to strive to promote cooperation between countries and organizations. In modern conditions, the formation of a green economy has become one of the urgent tasks of humanity. In our country, 98% of electricity is produced from renewable sources, that is, hydropower, and according to this indicator, Tajikistan ranks 6th in the world. Effective and rational use of Tajikistan's tremendous hydropower resources can provide a favorable ground for the development of green energy generation throughout the region. We consider the role of the Green Climate Fund to be positive and constructive in the process of addressing environmental challenges and adapting to climate change. In support of the fund's strategic plan for 2024 and 2027, we invite member states, especially developed countries, and other stakeholders to contribute to financing its implementation. Dear friends, regional solidarity and integration is of paramount importance in today's interconnected world. It enables countries to address shared challenges, promote peace, and respond effectively to emergencies. Currently, as a result of joint measures taken by the countries of Central Asia,
A
favorable atmosphere has been created for strengthening regional integration. It was fully demonstrated during the 5th consultative meeting of the heads of state of Central Asia, which took place on 14th and 15th of September 2023 in Dushanbe. This initiative will contribute to a stable atmosphere of peace, cooperation, sustainable development and prosperity in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, security, stability and regional cooperation in Central Asia are directly linked with the situation in neighboring Afghanistan. Afghanistan continues to face a difficult political, economic and social situation. As the United Nations Secretary General puts it, 97% of Afghans live in poverty. In these challenging times, Tajikistan reaffirms its commitment to continue providing humanitarian assistance and allowing its infrastructure as well as 6 bridges on the border to support the Afghan people. Taking this opportunity, I would like to once again appeal to the international community to increase the volume of humanitarian aid to the suffering people of Afghanistan. We in this regard are ready for further increased cooperation with international partners and other interested parties. We continue to consider the establishment of intra-Afghan dialogue and the creation of a truly inclusive government with the participation of representatives of all peoples, nations and political and social groups as an important ground for achieving lasting peace and genuine stability in Afghanistan. Drug trafficking, especially from Afghanistan, has increased dramatically over the past 2 years. During this period, the competent authorities of Tajikistan confiscated more than 10 tons of narcotics on the border with this country, which is several times more than in previous years. The government of Tajikistan is continuously taking practical measures within the framework of the National Strategy for Combating Terrorism and Extremism for 2021-2025. We, in cooperation with the international community, intend to hold the next international conference on counter-terrorism and its financing in Dushanbe in 2024. Tajikistan reiterates that the response to the growing threats of terrorism, extremism, trafficking in narcotics and other global modern threats and challenges must be comprehensive and uncompromising. We in this connection do believe that the United Nations Office for Counter-Terrorism can and should contribute effectively to the integrated and balanced implementation of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy and other relevant documents to address all aspects of these threats and challenges. The efforts should also be focused on preventing the use of the internet for radicalization, recruitment and propaganda of extremism and violence. Tajikistan welcomes the adoption in June 2023 the 8th review of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy. We believe it provides a robust framework in further guiding our counter-terrorism efforts. Distinguished participants, the fabric of our societies is woven with the thread of different cultures, traditions, and faiths. This solidarity is a good basis for peaceful life in a space of mutual understanding between different cultures and religions. In this regard, manifestations of discrimination, racial and religious hostility with an understanding of their negative consequences are absolutely unacceptable. These actions, as well as the politicization of religious issues, undermine the very essence of our international community. Insulting religious sentiments, hatred and violence against any religion or belief have tragic consequences. In most cases, such provocative actions trigger intolerance and mistrust, causing divisions and conflicts among civilizations. In this sense, Tajikistan strongly condemns any insult to the religious sanctity of the people, including the Holy Quran or other cultural and religious values of humanity. As a co-sponsor of the recently adopted United Nations General Assembly resolution entitled Promoting Interreligious and Intercultural Dialogue and Tolerance and Countering Hate Speech, Tajikistan reiterates the importance of promoting dialogue and mutual understanding among civilizations for peace and harmony in the world. We believe spreading the values of tolerance and peace is the best way to confront hate speech, fanaticism, extremism, violence, and incitement. Let us stand united against actions that seek to divide us, and instead work towards a world where mutual respect and recognition are the cornerstones of our global society. Ladies and gentlemen, as a nation that has demonstrated resilience, stability, and commitment to peace, Tajikistan seeks to secure a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for 2028-2029. I take this opportunity to call on the United Nations member states to render their valuable support for Tajikistan's candidacy during the 2027 elections. To conclude, I would like to once again emphasize that achieving all our agreed goals is possible only based on mutual understanding, coordination, integration, and tolerance. To this end, let me recite a poem from the famous Tajik Persian poet, writer, and thinker Saadi Shirazi that is very relevant and speaks to the theme of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly and corresponds to our shared commitments. Human beings are members of a whole in the creation of one essential soul. If one member is afflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Tajikistan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency, Ms. Iris Xiomara Castro Sarmiento, President of the Republic of Honduras. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency.
On
behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency, Ms. Iris Xiomara Castro Sarmiento, President of the Republic of Honduras, and to invite her to address the Assembly.
Distinguido señor presidente de esta Asamblea General,
President of this General Assembly,
distinguido señor secretario general de esta Organización de Naciones Unidas,
the United Nations,
distinguidos jefes de Estado, representantes y delegados presentes, ciudadanos del mundo.
Citizens of the world.
Hoy Se cumple un año de mi comparecencia
Today marks 1
ante
year
esta
since I last
asamblea,
appeared before this assembly
ejerciendo como la primera mujer
as the
presidenta de la
first
República
female
de
president
Honduras,
of the Republic of Honduras.
que surgí de la resistencia
I
en las
arose
calles,
out of resistance in the
luchando
streets,
contra el golpe de Estado
fighting
que
the
derrotó
coup d'etat
a Manuel
that
Zelaya
overthrew
Rosales,
Manuel Zelaya
presidente
Rosales, a
democrático
democratically
electo.
elected president.
Los avances y los resultados de mi
The
gobierno
progress made and the results
ya
of
han
my
sido
government have already
reconocidos
been
por la
recognized
comunidad
by the international
internacional
community
y los
and
organismos
by
financieros.
financial organizations.
Un mayor crecimiento
We have
económico,
seen
el
greater
rescate
economic
de las
growth,
finanzas públicas
rescued
con
public
la
finances
cancelación de
through
los
the
corruptos fideicomisos,
cancellation of corrupt trust
caja
accounts,
única,
a single window
disciplina
system,
fiscal,
fiscal discipline,
el pago puntual de
the
la
prompt
onerosa
payment
deuda
of onerous
y la
debt,
disminución de la
and
inflación
reduced
y
inflation,
disminución
as well as
del riesgo
a
país.
decreased risk profile for the country.
Cancelamos junto al Congreso Nacional la Ley de
With the
Secretos,
National Congress, we repealed the secrets
instrumento de la
law.
corrupción
This was an
del
instrument that
régimen
served the
anterior.
corruption of the former regime.
Cancelamos la Ley de la
We
sede,
repealed the
que partía el
ZEDE law,
territorio en
the law on
17 pedazos
employment and
para
economic development
entregárselo
zones, which
a
split
25
the country
grupos
into 17
económicos.
areas shared between 25
En
economic
materia de
groups.
seguridad,
In security,
ya logramos una reducción
we have already
significativa de
achieved
la
a
extorsión,
significant cut in
de los homicidios
extortion,
y la
murders,
violencia.
and violence.
Con el programa
We've done so
Solución
through
contra el
the
crimen
Resolving Crime
y la
program,
intervención de
through
los centros
interventions in
penales
the penitentiary
y el estado de
centers, and
excepción.
through a state of emergency.
Asimismo, es importante resaltar para que lo
Furthermore, it's
registren
important to
mis
note,
adversarios
for the benefit of
gratuitos,
my gratuitous
que
opponents,
ordené el
that
mayor incremento
I
al presupuesto de los sectores
ordered
sociales
and overseen the
para la
greatest
reducción de la
increase in the
pobreza,
budget of social sectors
salud,
to reduce poverty, to
educación,
improve education and
la merienda
healthcare.
escolar para todos los niños
School
y
meals
niñas
are now provided for
que
all
están en las
children
escuelas
in
primarias.
primary schools.
Igual retornamos al histórico
We have
programa de
also brought
matrícula
back the
gratis,
historic program for
subsidio a
free
los
school
combustibles
enrollments,
y energía
fuel
gratis
subsidies,
para los
and
más
free
pobres,
energy for the poorest.
y bono masivo para la
In
producción
addition, we've
agrícola,
seen widespread bonuses for agricultural
reparación de
production,
12,000
repairs to
escuelas abandonadas,
12,000 neglected
caminos
schools,
productivos
efforts to foster
en
production
todos los
in all
municipios
municipalities
de
of Honduras.
reparación
We've
de la
repaired
red vial
the road network,
y en proceso la construcción
and
de 8 nuevos
8 new hospitals
hospitales.
are being built.
En el 2022,
In
el anterior
2022,
presidente de
the
Honduras
former president of Honduras
fue acusado por
was
Estados
accused
Unidos
by the United
por
States
conspirar y
of
organizar durante
conspiring
una
and
década
organizing
el
for more than a
tráfico de
decade
miles de
in the
toneladas de
trafficking
droga,
of thousands of tons of
liderando
drugs,
una organización
of leading
criminal
a criminal
que integró
organization
diferentes
involving
personajes del
different
bajo mundo,
people from the underworld,
autoridades del Estado,
state authorities,
como alcaldes,
such as mayors,
ministros,
ministers,
diputados,
deputies,
generales
generals,
y jefes de
and
policía,
police chiefs,
algunos ya
some of
condenados.
whom have already been convicted.
Estos asaltantes que
These
secuestraron el
assailants
Estado
who
hoy
hijacked the
conspiran
state
contra mi
are
gobierno,
today conspiring against my
organizados en
government.
una
They are
alianza
organized
de
in an
políticos
alliance
corruptos
of
y de
corrupt
supuesta sociedad
politicians and
civil
alleged civil
con el
society
objetivo de
with the
detener
aim of holding
las
back
propuestas de
the
cambios
proposed
estructurales
structural
que
changes
el
that the
pueblo me
people
ordenó
requested
en
from
las
me
urnas.
at the ballot box.
son los mismos que asesinaron a Morazán.
They are the very same people who assassinated Morazán, and today they are opposing the adoption of the fiscal justice law.
La elección del nuevo fiscal general
the election of the new Attorney General to perpetuate the impunity that they are used to and to obstruct the arrival
de la Comisión
of the
Internacional de
International
Combate a la
Commission
Corrupción
against
e Impunidad,
Corruption and Impunity, CICI.
Es imposible entender la magnitud de la
It's
tragedia
impossible
que
to
sufre la
understand the
mayoría del pueblo
magnitude of the
hondureño
tragedy that has befallen the majority of Honduran people and the constant caravans of immigrants that reach the United States.
Si negamos
If
los
we
13
overlook
años
the
de
13
dictadura
years of dictatorship
por la
overseen
comunidad
by the international
internacional,
community,
que multiplicó 6 veces
that was
la deuda
responsible for
pública
a sixfold
alcanzó la
increase in
tasa más
public
alta
debt
en la
and
historia
the
de Honduras
highest rate
de
of
pobreza,
poverty in the history of Honduras,
74%.
74%.
El pueblo hondureño en su noble aspiración de
The Honduran
justicia
people, in its
me
noble
ha
aspiration
mandado
for justice, has
contundentemente
given me
a combatir y
a robust
desmantelar el
mandate to
narcoestado
combat and
y la
dismantle the
corrupción
narco-state
público-privada
and
que saqueó
public-private
y
corruption
destruyó la
that plundered and destroyed our
institucionalidad,
institutions,
adulteró la voluntad
that
popular,
corrupted popular
haciendo
will
fraudes electorales
with electoral frauds,
e impuso el
and which
terrorismo de Estado
imposed state
con
terrorism
escuadrones de la muerte.
via death squads.
El respaldo popular ha quedado demostrado con las recientes
Popular support has been
movilizaciones
made clear with
de
the
la
recent
resistencia
mobilizations
popular a
of
nivel
popular
nacional,
resistance at a national
con
level,
cientos
with
de
hundreds
miles
of thousands
de hombres y
of
mujeres
grateful
agradecidos
men
que
and
me han
women
manifestado su
who
apoyo
have
por
shown
nuestra
me
lucha
their
por el
backing
retorno
in the fight
al Estado de
to
Derecho
return the rule
y
of
la
law and
restitución
to
de la
restore
dignidad
the
al pueblo
dignity
hondureño
of the Honduran
y la
people and the
presidencia de la
presidency of the
República.
Republic.
Este lunes 18 de septiembre,
This Monday, the
a
18th
mi
of
llegada a Nueva
September,
York,
upon my arrival in New
después de mi
York,
participación en la cumbre del
after
G77
attending
más China
the summit of the
en Habana,
G77
Cuba,
in China, in Havana, Cuba,
cumpliendo el compromiso suscrito en mi plan de
in
gobierno
line with the commitment
y de
made
acuerdo al
in
memorándum
my
de
plan
entendimiento
of
firmado
government
con
and in
Naciones
line with the
Unidas en el
memorandum of understanding
2022,
signed with the UN in
he
2022,
entregado
I
al secretario
gave the United
general
Nations
de
Secretary
Naciones
General
Unidas la propuesta
the
oficial
official proposal
del convenio para el
for
establecimiento
an
de la
agreement to
Comisión
establish the
Internacional
International
contra
Commission
la
against
corrupción y la
corruption
impunidad
and
para Honduras,
impunity in Honduras, CICI.
imparcial, autónoma
This is an
e
impartial,
independiente,
autonomous and independent
con
body,
capacidad de investigación
able to
y
investigate
persecución de
and
casos de
prosecute
redes de
cases
corrupción
of
de alto
high
impacto
impact corruption
y delitos
networks
financieros.
and financial crimes.
Única forma de depurar un
This is the
Estado
only way
donde
to
las
clean up a
instituciones
state in
públicas,
which public
los piratas de
institutions,
la clase política
pirates of the
y
political
asociaciones
class,
público-privadas
public-private partnerships
han sido
have
infiltradas
been infiltrated
por el crimen
by
organizado.
organized crime.
El año próximo asumiré la presidencia pro tempore
Next
de la
year,
Comunidad de
I shall
Estados
take up
Latinoamericanos
the
y
pro-tempore
del Caribe,
presidency
CELAC,
of the Community of
y
Latin
del
American and
Sistema de
Caribbean States,
Integración
CELAC, and the
Centroamericana,
Central American
SICA.
Integration System, SICA.
Esto comprende toda la
This
patria
includes
grande,
all of the
aquellas
great
que soñaron los
homeland
libertadores
dreamt
y los
up
que
by the
luchamos por la
liberators
unidad
and those of us
de
who
América del
fight
Sur,
for the unity of
de
South
América
America,
Central,
Central
el
America,
Caribe
the
y
Caribbean,
México.
and Mexico.
Hoy me propongo abrir los espacios de diálogo
Today I
entre
propose to
nosotros
open spaces of
para
dialogue
formular
between us,
propuestas que
to
resuelvan
craft
los
proposals
desafíos
that resolve
que enfrenta
the
nuestra
challenges
región.
afflicting our region.
No solamente somos una de las regiones más
We're not
desiguales
only
y
one of the
pobres,
most unequal and poorest
sino
regions,
una del más
we are
bajo crecimiento
also one with the
económico
lowest
y
economic
rezago
growth and
tecnológico
most
para
technologically
enfrentar
backwards,
las amenazas a las que estamos
all
sometidos.
issues affecting our ability to tackle the threats that
Solo
we're facing.
apoyándonos mutuamente
Only by supporting each
lograremos
other will we
salir
be able
adelante.
to move forwards.
No debemos olvidar a nuestros hermanos y hermanas de Haití.
We mustn't forget our brothers and
La
sisters in
crisis
Haiti.
humanitaria de una nación
The
oprimida y
humanitarian crisis of
revolucionaria
an oppressed and
merece
revolutionary
todo
nation
nuestro
warrants
apoyo
our full
y
support
nuestra
and
solidaridad.
solidarity.
En la tercera cumbre de la Unión Europea y CELAC,
At the third summit of the
celebrada
European
en
Union
julio
and
pasado,
CELAC, held in July this
expuse
year,
claramente
I
los
clearly
puntos de vista
expressed
de
the
Honduras
views of
sobre
Honduras on
cuestiones
international
internacionales
matters,
que, como aquí he planteado,
which, as I've mentioned
requieren
here,
de una imperiosa solución.
need to be urgently resolved.
Y en cuanto a SICA, Centroamérica,
On SICA, Central
es
America,
oportuno
I
expresar
wish here
la
to
importancia
state
de
how
potenciar
important
el
it is
proceso
to
de
boost the
integración
integration
que ha
process.
tenido
This is a
un
process
lánguido
that
proceso
has seen sluggish
últimos
development over
30
the last 30
años.
years.
por lo que hay que manifestar una verdadera voluntad
For this reason, we
política
need
que
to
nos
show true
permita
political
el
will
avance
which
de la
allows us
unión
to
aduanera,
advance in the
políticas
customs
sociales,
union, in social and
ambientales
environmental policies,
y el seguro
and
tránsito
in
de
the safe
personas
movement
y
of
sus bienes.
people and goods.
Hoy los grandes intereses económicos se enfrentan en la guerra de
The great
Ucrania.
economic interests are coming face to face
final,
in the war in Ukraine.
Siempre los más afectados
In the end,
son los
always
países y los pueblos más pobres
the
de la
poorest
tierra,
countries and peoples on
abatidos
earth
por
are
la
those most
inflación,
affected,
la
crushed by
escasez
inflation,
de alimentos
food
y los
shortages,
altos costos
and
de combustible.
high fuel prices.
El complejo industrial militar
The complex military
consume la
industry
mayoría de los
accounts for the
presupuestos de los
majority of
países
budgets
desarrollados
in developed countries, with trillions and
billones
trillions
de
of dollars.
pero contrasta con la indiferencia
But this is in
e
contrast to their
incapacidad de
indifference
contribuir
and
con la
incapacity to
humanidad
contribute to humanity
y en defensa
and
de
to
la
protecting
naturaleza.
nature.
El mundo de Bretton Woods tocó fondo.
The Bretton Woods world
Ahora nos
has come to the end of the
reconocer
road.
Que bajo el ritmo
Today,
actual
we must
no
recognize
llegamos a
that at the
alcanzar
current
los
pace, we
objetivos
won't
del
be able to
desarrollo
reach the Sustainable
sostenible
Development Goals
y el
and
financiamiento
secure enough
para la
financing
adaptación
for
climática.
climate adaptation.
No se trata de tomar medidas, sino de proponer cambios al sistema económico que requiere un profundo compromiso con la humanidad y la naturaleza. No hay mano invisible. No existe ningún
There is no invisible
derrame.
hand. There is no
La
spillover.
práctica nos enseña
Practice has shown us
que la
that the
aplicación del
application
capitalismo
of
global
global
y el
capitalism
modelo
and
neoliberal
the neoliberal model
solo genera
only causes
miseria,
misery,
desigualdad
inequality,
y un individualismo
and
demencial
a crazy
de sociedades de
individualism
consumo
from consumerist
frente a las
societies
grandes privaciones
against
de
enormous
miles de
deprivation
millones
for
de seres
billions
humanos.
of people.
Excelencias,
Excellencies,
la guerra de Ucrania debe llegar a
the
su
war in
fin.
Ukraine must end.
La humanidad entera está obligada a encontrar una vía para alcanzar la paz.
All of humanity must find a
No
way to
podemos
achieve
vivir
peace.
con la amenaza
We cannot
permanente de un
live with the
conflicto que
permanent
ponga
threat
fin
of a
a
conflict
nuestro
that might
planeta.
mean the end of our planet.
Es importante terminar con las prácticas
It's
de
important to
sanciones,
stop with the
piratería
practice of
y
sanctions,
confiscación de
piracy,
bienes
and
de
confiscating
una
the
nación
assets of
contra
one
otra.
nation against another.
No podemos hablar de un mundo civilizado
We can't talk about a civilized world when we live with the risk of being embargoed and our accounts being frozen in foreign banks.
Como le ocurre actualmente
This is
a
currently
Venezuela,
happening to Venezuela,
a quien se le confiscaron
whose
bienes,
assets have been
violando
confiscated
todas las normas
against
del
all
derecho
norms of
internacional.
international law.
Esta Asamblea de Naciones Unidas
This United Nations Assembly
anualmente exige el fin del
every
bloqueo
year
contra
demands
Cuba,
the end of the blockade against Cuba,
ser una medida arbitraria
which is an arbitrary,
obsoleta,
outdated
y
measure
contraria al
contrary
derecho
to international law.
internacional que viola el
It's a measure that
principio
violates the
del respeto a
principle
la
of respect for the
autodeterminación de los
self-determination
pueblos.
of peoples.
Condena al sacrificio a
And
un
it
noble
sacrifices
pueblo
a
que a
noble
pesar de las
people
limitaciones
who,
que se le
despite the
imponen,
limitations imposed upon it,
continúa
continues to
aportando
contribute
al
its
mundo
solidarity
acciones
to the
solidarias.
world.
Condenamos el largo bloqueo contra Cuba
We
y
condemn
contra
the
Venezuela.
long-standing and cruel blockade against
Asimismo,
Cuba and against Venezuela.
Exigimos la salida de Cuba en la
Further,
lista
we
de países
demand the removal of Cuba from
calificados como
the list of
terroristas
terrorist
por ser
countries.
una medida
This is a
manipulada,
manipulative,
falsa
false,
y antojadiza.
and capricious measure.
También se debe de eliminar las medidas y sanciones injustas
Similarly,
contra
the
Nicaragua,
unfair measures and sanctions
que son
against Nicaragua must be removed,
que nos impiden a
because they
normalizar
are barriers that
nuestras
prevent us from
relaciones
normalizing
con
our
el país
relations with
hermano.
this kindred country.
Creo en un mundo multipolar,
I believe in a
donde el
multipolar world
intercambio y la cooperación para el
where
desarrollo
exchange and
se
cooperation for
base en
development
los
are
principios
based
de
on the
independencia,
principles of
soberanía
independence,
y no
sovereignty, and
injerencia.
non-interference.
Basada en estos principios,
On the basis of these
hace un
principles,
par de meses
a couple of months
abrí
ago, I
oficialmente
officially
relaciones
opened
con la
relations
República
with
Popular
the
China.
People's Republic of China.
Al igual, realizamos acercamientos con organismos
Likewise, we have
financieros
reached out
e
to financial
iniciativas
organizations
novedosas
and
para
innovative
nosotros,
initiatives
como la
for us,
Corporación
such as
Andina de
the
Fomento
Andean
CAF,
Development
de la
Corporation,
cual ya
CAF,
somos
and we
miembros,
have already joined
y
as a
las
member of that
gestiones
corporation.
en el nuevo
Further, also
Banco
the
de
administration
Desarrollo
of the
BRICS.
BRICS New Development Bank.
Quiero reiterar, igual como lo hice en la cumbre
I wish to
de
reiterate,
CELAC,
as I
Unión
did at
Europea,
the CELAC
el
European
llamado
Union Summit,
vehemente a la
our
libertad de
vehement
Julian
call for
Assange,
the release of Julian
fiel
Assange,
defensor
a faithful
de
defender
la libre
of
expresión,
free expression,
un principio que todos
a
debemos
principle
de
that
defender
we must all defend.
en defensa de los pueblos originarios
In defense
que
of
luchan por la
the
tierra
indigenous
y los
peoples
ríos.
who fight for land
Me
and
siento
for rivers.
orgullosa como
I
mujer
feel proud as
de
a woman
trasladar el mensaje
to
de
convey
nuestra
the message of
compañera
our
y
compatriot
mártir
and our martyr,
Berta
Berta
Cáceres.
Cáceres.
Despierta humanidad.
Wake up,
Ya no hay
humanity.
tiempo.
Time is running
Muchas
out.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à
On behalf
remercier
of the
la
Assembly,
présidente
I
de
wish to thank
Honduras
the
de
President of the
l'allocution
Republic
qu'elle
of
vient de
Honduras for the
prononcer.
statement just
Et je
made,
prie le
and I
protocole de bien
request
vouloir
protocol
accompagner
to
son
escort
Excellence.
Her Excellency.
Nous avons entendu la dernière
We have heard the
intervention pour
last
cette séance.
speaker for
Le
this
débat
meeting.
général se poursuivra à la
The
7e
general
séance plénière
debate
qui
will
commencera
continue
à
with the
15
seventh
heures.
plenary
La séance
meeting to
est
continue
levée.
with the general debate at 3 o'clock p.m. The meeting is adjourned.
express my deep condolences to the people of Morocco who lost their close ones to the earthquake, and the people of Libya for their loss due to the catastrophic flooding. The world is constantly changing. We live through difficult times and glorious moments as human beings, as states and societies, as humankind, as global brother and sisterhood. On this path called history, we have learned that moments and situations do not repeat themselves fully. They rhyme. Our ability to learn from the past, to read the rhythm and flow of the verses of time, is a source for the progress. This gives us hope that the future rhymes will be nicer, that they will be free from the mistakes we have made before. We are different as humans, states and societies. But I am certain that some things are universal, like the simple wish for a better tomorrow, our sincere joy of doing good, feeling hope that somebody gives you a helping hand in the darkest moment and says that this is going to be all right. We are all entitled to live with dignity. We are all equal. Recognizing and accepting that is the foundation of freedom, justice and peace in the world as postulated by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. These are the things that unite us. These are the values upon which we must build our future. Our challenges are greatly common: ensuring sustainable peace and security, ending poverty, addressing climate change, finding best sustainable use for new technologies. Only nations with a united effort, with a shared vision, with an urge to understand each other in our differences, and with a readiness to compromise, are able to tackle the great challenges of our time. We know our world is facing diverse, intertwined crises, reversing years of sustainable development gains. This is heartbreaking. As I had the privilege to address the SDG Summit on Monday, I want to focus on other equally important topics today. We have learned from the past mistakes. We have seen horrors and grave human suffering. We do not want to end up in situations that rhyme with barbarity and cruelty. Humankind does not deserve war, death, aggression, and suppression. That is why sovereign states gathered 78 years ago and formed the United Nations. United Nations is really uniting nations. We have been trying to build a world where ones in need should be noticed and helped. We have learned to hear and accept various voices. We have been shaping the world that is based on freedom, justice, and rules. But this world is in danger. Regrettably, we see attempts to bend the rules, or even ignore and forget them. We have witnessed ethnic cleansing against the Tigrayan population in western Tigray, resulted in many deaths, sexual violence, mass detention, and forced displacement of thousands. We have heard the painful stories of slavery and murders in the Yazidi Kurds. Hundreds of thousands have been killed in the Yemen war. The humanitarian crisis is devastating. Famine, diseases are raging on. There are numerous violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. In Afghanistan, girls are denied their basic human rights, education. Would you accept this fate for your daughter? The Iranian population has lived for decades with severe limitations of fundamental rights. UN Office of the High Commission of Human Rights stated last year that there are serious human rights violations against Muslim minorities in Xinjiang region. And there are massive restrictions of fundamental rights of the people in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. These are not merely statistics, abstract passages in annual reports, but real and utterly tragic stories happening to our fellow citizens, to people like us. Like Anna, who worked in a shop in Kiev. When war started, she remembers constant running to different shelters, to schools, churches, houses nearby. Bombs were falling constantly, and one could only hope that explosions would stop. Shelters were overcrowded. Small babies, older men and women, cats, dogs. Everybody were nervous and shops were empty. With her daughter and cat, Anna decided to leave her hometown Kiev that were in flames. Like thousands of others running for their lives, Anna took a difficult journey and made it to Estonia, where she enjoys especially the sunsets and is amazed how quiet it is. Sometimes when it thunders, she prays, but it would be just a thunder. Russia escalated its aggression against Ukraine into a full-scale war already more than a year and a half ago. A UN Security Council permanent member, Russian Federation, is shamelessly destroying hospitals, kindergartens, grain storages, and schools as we speak. We have to be very clear. Russia invaded another sovereign country using fabricated pretext. The real reason for aggression against Ukraine lies in Russian neo-imperial and neo-colonial aspirations. Russia wants to destroy Ukraine, occupy it, and drain its resources to feed the ideology about its greatness. But what is there great about colonizing another country? The outcome of this war will greatly determine the future world we and our kids are going to live in. Will it be dominated by brutal use of violence by those who commit crimes and destroy others? Or will be living in a world where law and order, justice and universally approved rules will prevail? What kind of lessons will be learning from the Russian aggression? How can we discredit the aggression as a rogue tool of a statecraft for generations to come? The answer is that Russia's political and military leadership must bear individual criminal responsibility for planning, launching and waging a war of aggression against Ukraine. It is a crime against peace. It is a crime of aggression. It's a leadership crime. Russia misuses its place in the Security Council and tries to convince the world that the black is white. But it is not. Lie is always a lie, no matter how nicely it sounds. Votes in the General Assembly have proven that there are less and less of those who tend to believe Russian lies. UN Charter says that the purpose of the UN is to prevent and remove the threats of a peace and the suppression of acts of aggression. Russia has continuously breached this core principle. The fact that Russia is a member of the Security Council does not legitimize its actions. Crime is a crime anyway. Therefore, tribunals should be created, and if it's based on the suggestions from the General Assembly, it would have been desired international legitimacy. If we let the impunity to prevail, we put our own virtues and values, our moral norms under question mark. The whole concept of international trial and arbitration will be under threat. This undermines deeply the international law. This is why the international reaction and response to Russian crimes has an existential significance for us all. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the situation calls us to really use the tools at our disposal for protecting the international law based on the UN Charter. Therefore, we need to reform the UN Security Council. Now is the time, as the world is out of joint. Now is the time, as it has become more evident than ever. The Security Council is close to a dead end, unable to act and make decisions on the biggest conflicts in the heart of Europe after the Second World War. This undermines the UN Charter. Granting international peace and security is the raison d'etre of the Security Council. But instead of that, the Council is paralyzed. It has numerous negative implications globally, be it inability to offer conflict resolution or solutions concerning migration and food security. This dangerous tendency doesn't have its foundation in Russian aggression against Ukraine, but it has crystallized because of that. The world needs a Security Council that is able to fulfill its tasks and live up to the expectations of its founding members. But even more so, to give hope for better days to those suffering under fear, oppression, and violence. The ones responsible for aggression and conflicts have to face justice, even those with veto right in the Security Council. In order to make sure that the Security Council can fulfill the tasks set by the UN Charter, there is no alternative than to adjust the structure and working methods of the Security Council. And yes, this is possible, and we should gather up and raise the voices calling for the Security Council reform. Of course, it is hard. We are different in our positions. The reform has been on the table for many decades already. But instead of complaining how impossible the Security Council reform will be, let us make an extra effort towards it. We owe it to the starving, physically injured, mentally damaged, homeless boys and girls in Rakhine, Tigray, Syria, Yemen, Ukraine. Those children will be next. We need to stick together and protect the international law based on the UN Charter. If we cannot agree on all the reform ideas, let's concentrate on commonalities. Let's make the small steps that we can take already today. We all need to show some flexibility. Both issues, the composition of the Security Council and its working methods, have to be seriously addressed. It is time to abandon the well-known and documented group positions. We, as a united world community, need to start fresh. Let's turn blank page and work closely together to make a strong point that enough is enough. For the greater good, it would make perfect sense to take one step back from old positions in order to move 3 steps ahead. Let's keep in mind what is at stake here. The central issue is, of course, using the veto right. There should be no veto right if there is a suspicion that the one who uses it may have acted itself against the international law. Estonia supports the proposal of Accountability, Coherence and Transparency Group to limit the veto rights in case of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and crime of aggression. UN Charter stipulates in Chapter 5 that a party to a dispute shall abstain from voting in the Security Council. We call the Council to always implement this clause, like it was done in the early decades of United Nations. It is unacceptable if the aggressor is using the veto right and the Security Council is unable to act. In fact, there is a way out from letting the Security Council member to misuse its veto right. Let us use it. As the future composition of the Security Council, there should always be a fair distribution between continents and regions. Small, medium, and big states should be all represented. Only then we'll have the balanced council really addressing the world. In addition, the Security Council should be more transparent and open. That would immensely increase its efficiency. Building on that belief that the Security Council is able to maintain international peace and security will be restored. The world community has the right to know what was discussed at the Council. If a solution was clearly on the table and there was a member state who simply just blocked it and by doing that increased the suffering of people, then it should be stated publicly. In a situation where the Security Council is unable to function as expected, it is definitely a positive development that the General Assembly has gained more prominence and influence on addressing the peace and security issue. We have seen it, for example, during the process of adopting Ukraine resolutions and implementing initiatives concerning veto right. We, in the General Assembly, should be able to collectively overcome the veto in the Security Council if the situation requires. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the concept of war and peace started to change already during the 19th century. War was gradually seen as a state of confusion or disorientation of mind. It became more and more clear that nobody actually wins from war or gains anything out of it. States started to understand that their national interests are better served in peacetime than in war. Peace generated welfare. After the World Wars, the international community said, never again. United Nations was created to serve this exact purpose. The question we have to ask ourselves is, do we need another worldwide petition to create a new, better world order that is up to its tasks? Or are we wise and willing enough to use international law to resolve the conflicts to maintain peace and security? Are we heading towards the dark days or the glorious ones? This is entirely up to us. We are the ones determining the future. We are the ones responsible for it. But let's start from fixing the Security Council. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le président de la République d'Estonie de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer.
For the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
L'Assemblée va entendre
The
l'allocution de
Assembly
son
will
Excellence
hear
Monsieur
an address by His
Azali,
Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the
Je
Comoros.
prie le protocole
I
de
request
bien vouloir
protocol to
accompagner
escort
son
His
Excellence.
Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, j'ai l'honneur de souhaiter la bienvenue à son Excellence Monsieur
On behalf of
Azali
the Assembly, I
Assoumani,
welcome His
président de
Excellency,
l'Union des Comores,
Mr.
et je l'invite à prendre la
Azali
parole devant
Assoumani,
l'Assemblée.
President of the Union of the Comoros, and I invite
Monsieur le
him to
Président
take
de
the floor.
l'Assemblée générale,
President of the General
Monsieur le
Assembly,
Secrétaire général
Secretary General
de l'Organisation des
of
Nations
the
Unies,
United Nations,
Majesté,
Your Majesties,
Altesse,
Highnesses,
Excellences,
Excellencies,
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de gouvernement,
heads of governments,
distingués représentants des pays
distinguished
et des institutions
representatives
en
of
vos rangs et
countries
qualités.
and institutions.
Assalamu alaikum
Assalamu
wa
alaikum wa
rahmatullahi wa
rahmatullahi
barakatuh.
ta'ala wa barakatuh. It is a real pleasure for me to address you here today, and I would like to first thank the American authorities, but thank you very warmly for the warm welcome that we see every time we are here in New York in order to participate in this great annual gathering of the international community. Next, I would like to express my very warm congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis. Congratulate him on being brilliantly elected to preside over the 78th session of a regular session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. And I'm all the more happy to do so since this is a distinguished representative of an island developing state. My country is one as well, and we now have such a person assuming a high office. There's no doubt, Your Excellency, that your professional qualities and your experience, together with the particular sensitivity you have when it comes to development issues, which is a characteristic of a person coming from an island, will be a token of success of this current session. I would like to also use this opportunity to pay a much-deserved tribute to your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Csaba Kőrösi. Congratulate him on the effectiveness with which he has discharged his high duty on behalf of us all. And finally, I would like to, on behalf of my country and the African Union, express all of my thanks to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. We thank him for his constant engagement in the engagement of all of his teams in the service of our common institution for the benefit of one and all. Distinguished delegates, as chairperson of the African Union, I would like to today, in front of this august assembly, express the voice of all of the African states. It continues believing in fairer and more effective multilateralism because it is more inclusive and therefore can help bring about long-for deep changes that we all wish for, because we want a better life for the continent and the entire world. And this will be realized, we are convinced, in an in-depth reform of the United Nations system. Africa, where 3.8 billion people will live by the end of this century, intends to play a crucial role in attaining the SDGs and therefore has the right to participate in global decision-making bodies and to, inter alia, be on the Security Council as a permanent member and thus realize its rights in line with the Zelenskyy consensus. It is a question of equity. This reform of the United Nations that Africa has been asking for loudly and clearly, but it's also a question of effectiveness because it becomes a matter of legitimacy and therefore of the effectiveness of multilateralism. I would like to furthermore use this opportunity so as to reiterate on behalf of Africa our thanks, very sincere thanks, to the members of the G20 who have just integrated the African Union, which it is my honor to chair in this year 2023 within their group. And this diplomatic victory for Africa, but also for the G20 through India, where this historic decision was enacted, gives us hope, especially at the time where a synergy of actions is needed in order to get our countries out of the socio-economic stalemate. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this 78th General Assembly, rebuilding trust and reigniting global solidarity, accelerating action of the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, this theme is very timely. The African continent is facing numerous challenges, and there is a danger that these challenges can compromise its future. And I think that the trust and the solidarity which has pride place this year will provide us with the solutions which are adequate for our concerns. We are dealing with the challenge of food security, which is becoming wider and wider spread in the continent, despite the fact that we have immense arable lands on the continent, despite the fact that we have qualified and competent labor aplenty. Despite this, food insecurity continues affecting millions of people. Climate change and the numerous conflicts on the continent compound this situation, as does the Russian-Ukrainian war, which brought in its wake the disruption of supplies of grain and fertilizer, and also brought in its wake an unprecedented inflation. You will agree with me that it's inconceivable that with all of these arable lands, the continent remains a major importer of agricultural goods, and this contributes towards us creating a sizable shortfall in its trade balance. Therefore, at the time when we're talking about solidarity, it is time for all partnerships amongst African governments, development bodies, private sector, both foreign and domestic, be strengthened so as to rise to this challenge and resolve it effectively and in a lasting fashion. It is also high time for our partners to support us in implementing far-reaching reforms, such as, for example, the transfer of expertise and technology, so as to help those countries which are severely affected, help us promote agricultural development, and more specifically, produce and transform our goods locally, thus adding value to them and helping us combat shortages and famine. We also need to strengthen our fight against climate change, because, and we live through it, all of us. Our planet is constantly dealing with various climate events, and more specifically cyclones, floods, earthquakes, rising waters, droughts, and the list is far from exhaustive. Frequent disasters, of course, have devastating effects on our economies, on our social infrastructure, on our agriculture, and on our people, in particular the most vulnerable, and brings in its wake public health crises, which further underscore the vulnerability of the continent. I would like to use this opportunity to renew our deep condolences and also our solidarity to our brothers in the Kingdom of Morocco and in Libya. Their country have just suffered enormous human losses and material damages in the wake of such natural disasters. I'm also thinking of the many countries in Europe and Asia and in America who are hard hit by the devastating consequences of forest fires, of floods and storms. Above and beyond the numerous human losses, the damages resulting from these catastrophes require the cost of rebuilding and recovery, which is not always something that our countries can sustain. I therefore call upon the international community to promote communal approaches, better structured and adapted, and especially within the framework of funding, to meet these disasters on a large scale so that we can provide our people with the support that they need and help them recover. And especially, I call for the effective implementation of the recommendations having to do with the protection and safeguarding of the environment, with the implementation of the commitments undertaken in the area of adaptation and mitigation. The lowering of the level of the greenhouse effects and the funding binding pledge to combat climate change have to, in fact, be translated in specific actions if we want to live in future in a world which is safer and more prosperous. I call therefore for support to the Moroni Declaration issued last June on blue economy and the Nairobi Declaration of last September, and this to make sure that the countries can defend with one voice their common interests and helps develop sustainably, in particular to do this during the upcoming COP28 in Dubai, to which we would like to wish every success. And finally, I would like to launch an appeal to strengthen the capacities of UN Habitat. I'm asking for more substantial support in the implementation of the new urban agenda, so that this agenda can better support our African cities, which are full of potential, but which have become very vulnerable to climate change. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot talk about the challenges of the African continent without talking about the political and security situation and complex and worrying situation on our continent, and in particular in the Sahel. As we all know, the Sahel, this region of Africa, which since 2010 has been seriously affected by insecurity and terrorism. There are terrorist groups who have intensified their attacks against security forces, but also against civilians and civilian infrastructure. It is urgent, therefore, that the international community should strengthen its efforts aimed at accompanying us in our attempts to stabilize this region, knowing that the global planetary village in which we all live, that on this planet, crises are very easily imported and therefore have consequences on economies and the investment within and between countries. Of course, first and foremost, it's up to the Africans to implement the economic and social development plans within the framework of Agenda 2063, so to better combat poverty and youth unemployment, but especially to make sure that the young people do not become hostages to all kinds of extremism. However, it is also the duty of the international community to support Africa in this action, because our efforts need to be pooled if we are to stand the chance of being effective. In addition to terrorism, unfortunately, Africa is also facing the resurgence of anti-constitutional changes. They compromise and undermine democracy, peace, security, stability, and our socio-economic development. And it is in this regard that the African Union has undertaken sanctions against those who commit such acts and demands a rapid return to constitutional order in the countries concerned. And I would like to here recall solemnly that a political life worthy of its name is not possible without respecting electoral timetables and legitimate institutional mechanisms which undergird democratic public life. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, Africa, of course, is under all these pressures, but we are fighting for our regional integration to stop the economic stalemate. The economic shocks that our countries underwent, in particular inflation and logistical and food crises, have seriously affected our growth potential, our daily life for our people, and the stability of our states. And it is in this regard that since 2021 we have been implementing the African Continental Free Exchange Area, a major continental common market, and this is with the hope to give new impetus to growth and African GDP. Having this tool at our disposal, it is my task to accelerate during the time that I'm chairperson of the AU for the continent and using this tool to create the needed wealth to better handle our demographic growth. This area will contribute to the implementation of our common ambition to move towards industrializing the continent, because Africa has to stop being a simple provider of raw materials. Whilst enabling us to strengthen our secondary and tertiary sectors to create jobs, the common market area of the continent will also stimulate technology transfer and promote foreign investment, because it will open for other continents immediate access to a market of more than 1 billion people. And here I would like to reiterate our request for support and strengthening of a strategic partnership between Africa and the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC, even making its institutional and put together a joint AU-CELAC commission. This partnership will not only strengthen cooperation between South-South, but in the mutual interest of our states, it would also help us to capitalize on the partnership with our friends and brothers in the north. Similarly to the rest of the world, African countries need more than ever peace and security to be able to have better living conditions. Peace and development will also result through resolving political and territorial problems which have to do with the sovereignty of states and the dignity of nations. It was these concerns that pushed us, me and my African partners, to go to a meeting with President Zelenskyy and Putin within the framework of the mission for African peace last June in Kiev and St. Petersburg, respectively. We therefore stand ready to support any and all other initiatives aimed at ending this war, which negatively impacts our goals to increase the well-being of our people. Let me also reiterate once again with the goal of safeguarding peace and stability, and on behalf of the African Union, that there is a high need to come up with a just and fair solution to the issue of Palestine, a solution which would enshrine the right of the Palestinian people to have a sovereign state living in perfect harmony and security with the State of Israel. I would like to recall here also very solemnly, as chairperson of the African Union and the Union of the Comoros, the Comorian nature of the Isle of Mayotte. And I recall that in order to move forward on this, we opted for a dialogue with the French party, so as to find a solution to this disagreeable dispute, and to do so in the interest of both countries. I would like to underscore my determination and determination of my government to honor the institutions and the democratic life of the Comoros by organizing free, transparent, and democratic upcoming presidential elections and governor's elections in 2024. I would like to also recall that the Union of the Comoros managed to put an end to this cycle of political instability, which used to be a characteristic of our political life since independence in 1975, and this was done thanks to the policy of national reconciliation that I have been conducting since 2000. This policy of reconciliation, supported by the African Union, the United Nations, and all of our partners, have brought stability to the country, and it is our duty to build on it and to sustain it. Since 2002, in fact, the date of the 26th May has become a symbolic date of the transfer of power in the Comoros, because it is on this date we have the transfer of power as resulting from free and transparent presidential elections. It is with this concern in mind, the concern to preserve peace and stability and democracy in the Union of the Comoros, that I am asking once again for your support in your accompaniment, so that the upcoming presidential elections and the election of governors planned for the month of December and January next should be conducted under good conditions. To conclude, let me say that I am confident that on the 26th of May 2024, we will once again celebrate the political maturity of the people of the Comoros, and that the inauguration ceremony of the next president of the Union of the Comoros will symbolize the deep rootedness and the strength of our democracy. I thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le
On
président
behalf of
de
the
l'Union
General
des Comores
Assembly, I would
de
like the
l'allocution
President
qu'il vient
of the
prononcer
Union
et
of
je
the
prie le
Comoros
protocole
for
de
the
bien
statement
vouloir
just made, and I
accompagner
request
son
protocol to escort His Excellency.
L'Assemblée va entendre l'allocution de son
Assembly
Excellence
will hear and address by His
Luis
Excellency
Rodolfo
Luis Rodolfo
Abinader
Corona,
Président de la République
President
dominicaine.
of the
Je
Dominican
prie le
Republic.
protocole de bien
I
vouloir
request
accompagner
protocol
son
to
Excellence.
escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, j'ai
On behalf
l'honneur
of the
de
General
souhaiter la
Assembly,
bienvenue à son
I have the
Excellence
honor
Monsieur
to
Luis
welcome His
Rodolfo
Excellency
Abinader
Luis
Corona,
Rodolfo Abinader Corona,
Président de la République
President of the
dominicaine,
Dominican
et je
Republic,
l'invite à
and
prendre la
to
parole
invite
devant
him to
l'Assemblée.
address the Assembly.
Excelentísimo señor Denis Francis, presidente
Your
del
Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis, President
78º
of the
periodo de
78th
sesiones de
regular
la
session
Asamblea
of the
General de las
General
Naciones
Assembly
Unidas,
of the United
excelentísimo señor
Nations,
Antonio Guterres,
Your
secretario
Excellency
general de las
Mr.
Naciones
Antonio
Unidas,
Guterres, Secretary General of the
excelentísimos
United
señores jefes de
Nations,
Estado y de Gobierno,
Heads of State and
honorables
Government,
jefes de delegaciones,
Honorable Heads of
señoras y
Delegation,
señores.
ladies and gentlemen.
Avanzada la segunda década del
As
siglo
we enter the
XXI,
second
la
decade
humanidad
of the 21st
afronta
century,
retos heredados
humanity
y nuevos
faces
obstáculos que
inherited
requieren
challenges
acción.
and new obstacles that
Debemos
require
ver
action.
estas calamidades como
We must see these
oportunidades que nos
calamities as
combinan a trabajar
opportunities that
juntos
compel
para
us to work
superarlas.
together to overcome
República
them.
Dominicana
The
tiene el
Dominican
firme
Republic
compromiso
has
de
the
que
firm
podamos
commitment
construir un
that
modelo
we
de
can build
desarrollo
a
humano,
model
inclusive,
of
justo
inclusive
y
human
sostenible.
development that is just
Sin
and
embargo,
sustainable.
es legítimo
However,
preguntarnos,
it is legitimate for
¿estamos
us to
realmente
wonder
encaminados a
whether
lograrlo?
we are really on
Las
track to
diversas
achieve
crisis
such an
generadas
outcome.
por el cambio
The
climático
various crises
han tenido
caused by
impactos
climate change
devastadores
have
para
had
nuestro
devastating
planeta y para
impacts
nuestras
on our
sociedades,
planet and
como las
societies,
sequías, la
such as
subida del
droughts,
nivel del mar,
rising
la
sea
pérdida de la
levels,
biodiversidad,
loss of biodiversity,
los fenómenos meteorológicos
extreme
extremos,
weather
entre otros.
events, amongst others.
Estos impactos han generado un
impacts
pasivo
have
ambiental
generated an
que amenaza
environmental
fuertemente todo el
liability
progreso que hemos
that
alcanzado en las
significantly
últimas décadas.
threatens all of the progress
Como economía en
achieved in
desarrollo
recent decades.
y con una huella de
As a
carbono
developing
negativa,
economy
estamos
with a
haciendo
negative
nuestra
carbon
contribución
footprint,
a la
we are
mitigación
making
del
our
cambio
contribution
climático,
to
incentivando el
mitigating
uso
climate
de energías
by
renovables,
incentivizing the use
pero
of renewable
sabemos
energies.
que este es solo
But
un
we
paso
know
en el
that
largo
this is only
camino de
one
la
step on the long
sostenibilidad,
road to
porque todavía
sustainability,
tenemos una gran
because we still
dependencia de
have
combustibles
significant
fósiles.
dependence on fossil
El
fuels.
petróleo sigue
Oil
siendo
is
importante
still
para
important
nosotros.
to us.
Aprovecho este
I take this
espacio
opportunity
para llamar la
to draw
atención sobre la
attention to the
práctica del
practice
control de la oferta de los
of
países
supply
exportadores
control by
para
exporting
mantener
countries
elevados los precios
in
del
order
crudo
to keep
en perjuicio de los países
crude oil
importadores.
prices high to
En
the
esta
detriment of
asamblea
importing
representativa
countries.
de
In
unos
this
y otros,
assembly,
deberíamos
representative
discutir y aprobar
of
un
all,
mecanismo
we should
financiero
discuss and approve
que
a
garantice la
financial
estabilidad de
mechanism
los
to
precios del
guarantee
crudo
the
a países
stability of crude
importadores
oil
de renta
prices
media y baja,
for
como lo es
low
el nuestro.
and middle income
Se han
importing
dado
countries
pasos
such as mine.
importantes para enfrentar la
Important
emergencia
steps have been
climática,
taken
como
to
la
address the
reciente
climate
adopción de la
emergency,
Convención para la
such as the
Conservación
recent
y el Uso
adoption of the
Sostenible
Convention
de la
for the
Diversidad
Conservation
Biológica
and
Marina
Sustainable
en
Use of
zonas
Marine
fuera de
Biological
la
Diversity
jurisdicción
in
nacional
areas beyond national jurisdiction known
BBNJ,
as
convención que
BBNJ,
firmaré en la tarde
a
de hoy.
convention which I will be
Pero
signing this
faltan muchos
afternoon.
pasos
But
aún más
many more
contundentes.
and
Entre
far more
otros, la
significant
adopción
steps
del
remain
índice de
outstanding,
vulnerabilidad
such as adopting a
multidimensional
multidimensional
IBM
vulnerability
de aplicación
index,
para todos los países en
MVI,
desarrollo
applicable to
o
all
la
developing
implementación
countries,
del
or
Fondo
the
de
implementation
Pérdidas
of
y
the Loss
Daños
and Damage
para
Fund
proporcionar asistencia
to provide
financiera
financial
a las
assistance to
naciones
the
más
nations
vulnerables
most
a los
vulnerable
efectos del
to the
cambio
effects of
climático.
climate change.
También quiero resaltar la cumbre internacional a celebrarse en Antigua y Barbuda en mayo del 2024 sobre los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, en la cual nuestro país estará presente como miembro del comité preparatorio. Asimismo, es urgente la creación de un mecanismo de financiamiento en condiciones favorables para que los países de renta media puedan enfrentar los retos que plantea el cumplimiento de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible ODS 2015 al 2030. La falta de acceso a recursos adecuados fue justamente una de las razones por las que la mayoría de los países no lograron cumplir con los Objetivos del Desarrollo del Milenio. Como ha declarado el secretario general del Sistema Financiero Internacional, el Sistema sistema financiero internacional está roto. República Dominicana cree firmemente en una reforma profunda a la arquitectura financiera internacional que beneficie a todos los países de manera equitativa. Otro de los efectos nocivos del cambio climático afecta particularmente a nuestra región del Caribe. Me refiero a la proliferación masiva del sargazo, esta alga que devora las costas caribeñas, incluyendo las de Estados Unidos y México, tiene gravísimos impactos económicos, sociales y medioambientales, especialmente para el turismo, que representa hasta un 75% de la economía de algunos de los países del Caribe. República Dominicana ha creado una mesa multisectorial para lidiar con este problema y aspiramos a que los países desarrollados contribuyan con la solución. Señor Presidente, uno de los pilares de nuestro compromiso para alcanzar un contrato social más justo y un Estado más efectivo ha sido y siempre será la lucha contra la corrupción. La ciudadanía dominicana la ha asumido como respuesta a uno de sus principales reclamos. Los distintos indicadores internacionales sobre la percepción de la corrupción confirman los avances que mi gobierno ha logrado en este sentido. En otro orden, quiero aprovechar para reiterar ante esta Asamblea la candidatura de República Dominicana al Consejo de Derechos Humanos de la ONU para el periodo 2024-2026 en las elecciones que se celebrarán el próximo mes. Esta candidatura representa nuestro firme compromiso con la defensa de los derechos humanos. Distinguidos colegas, al observar la isla de la Española desde el espacio, háganlo desde su celular, a través de Google Earth. Se percibe una diferencia palpable y desgarradora. Una mitad verde y floreciente que corresponde a la República Dominicana, que ha priorizado la conservación y gestión sostenible de sus recursos naturales. La otra mitad, desprovista de esa rica cubierta forestal, refleja el dramático paisaje deforestado de Haití. Esta frontera natural no es solo una lección geográfica, sino es un potente recordatorio de lo que le espera al mundo si continuamos ignorando las alarmas de la naturaleza. Señoras y señores, Haití hoy no solo sufre una tragedia medioambiental, sino también una inestabilidad política y social que puede convertirse en una amenaza para toda la región. No me es grato recordar el llamado que hice hace 2 años atrás a esta Asamblea General cuando dije, desde que este gobierno asumió el poder, hemos venido anunciando la posibilidad de que la situación haitiana pueda desbordar las fronteras de ese país, incidiendo como un factor de inseguridad en la región. De ahí la necesidad de que esta comunidad de naciones asuma de una vez y por todas el tema haitiano como uno de altísima prioridad y de permanente seguimiento. Hoy, 2 años después, se verifica la dura realidad de esa advertencia. Un pequeño grupo de particulares haitianos ha retomado la construcción de un canal de trasvase ilegal en territorio haitiano para extraer agua del río Dajabón en violación de los tratados fronterizos dominico-haitianos. La comunidad internacional debe conocer que el río Dajabón nace en Loma de Cabrera y la mayor parte de sus 55 kilómetros recorren nuestro territorio hasta desembocar en la bahía de Manzanillo, Montecristi. Solo 2 kilómetros entran en territorio haitiano. Y en ese pequeño tramo del lado de Haití es donde están haciendo el canal. La información que disponemos indica que es una maniobra de control de agua por parte de una reducida élite económico-política para lucrarse con su venta a pequeños productores de la zona. La idea de ese proyecto nunca fue comunicada oficialmente al gobierno dominicano, ni se suministró documentación sobre su envergadura, su impacto ambiental y la identidad de sus beneficiarios finales. A pesar de la exigua información disponible, los análisis que hemos realizado demuestran que la obra pone en riesgo el acceso al agua de centenares de familias agricultoras dominicanas y haitianas, aguas abajo de donde se construye el canal. Además, el proyecto pone en peligro de inundación tanto el Parque Industrial Codevi, 300 metros aguas abajo del canal, y a sus 19,000 trabajadores haitianos, como también a una parte de los habitantes de las ciudades fronterizas de Dajabón y Juana Méndez, y como si fuera poco, tendría efectos ecológicos nocivos, afectando la laguna de Saladillo, una de las principales humedales de la República Dominicana. Desde abril de 2021, nuestro gobierno ha solicitado a las autoridades haitianas reiteradas veces detener la construcción unilateral e ilegal de dicha obra. El propio gobierno haitiano ha señalado que no se trata de una obra gubernamental, pero no la ha detenido producto de la debilidad institucional y la crisis de orden público y seguridad en ese país. La situación ya ha derivado en una delicada animosidad a ambos lados de la frontera. Ante este acto ilícito internacional, cometido por particulares, una parte del río que se encuentra en territorio haitiano, el gobierno dominicano se ha visto obligado a tomar medidas contundentes, como el cierre de la frontera con Haití, para garantizar la seguridad y el interés nacional, así como para proteger nuestros ríos, medio ambiente y producción agrícola. No tenemos, ni deseamos, ni buscamos una confrontación con el pueblo haitiano, pero sí estamos enfrentando a los actores incontrolables que mantienen la inseguridad en Haití por sus intereses particulares y que ahora conspiran también contra la estabilidad de su gobierno y la seguridad de los recursos hídricos. Señor presidente, sin lugar a dudas, el problema de Haití ya no está en Haití, está en manos de la comunidad internacional. Y por esta razón respaldamos firmemente la postura responsable del presidente de los Estados Unidos, Joe Biden, expresada ayer desde esta misma tribuna y que nosotros vamos a repetir ahora. El Consejo de Seguridad tiene que autorizar de forma urgente la misión de seguridad respaldada por la ONU. Ya el Consejo de Seguridad ha aprobado 3 importantes resoluciones creando un régimen de sanciones, un esfuerzo para detener el flujo ilícito de armas y un llamado a la creación de una fuerza multinacional para asistir a la Policía Nacional Haitiana, como han solicitado el gobierno de ese país y el secretario general de esta organización. Aplaudimos el importante gesto solidario de Kenia de liderar la fuerza multinacional y el de Jamaica y Bahamas de aportar efectivos. Aprovecho la ocasión para agradecer de forma particular al presidente de Kenia, William Ruto, por su solidaria y humanitaria disposición a liderar a través de esta misión la búsqueda de la paz y la estabilidad del pueblo haitiano. Además, deseamos que todos los países que están considerando jugar un rol en este encomiable esfuerzo a actuar con determinación. Lo que ocurre en Haití es una ruptura del orden público por parte de elementos criminales sin ninguna reivindicación política o ideológica, por lo que acoger la solicitud de ayuda de las autoridades haitianas enviando una fuerza multinacional es cónsono con el espíritu y la letra de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y del mandato de esta organización, acorde con el derecho internacional para garantizar la paz. Estamos todos conscientes que el proceso de pacificación en Haití debe asumirse junto a un pacto social y político. En ese sentido, encomiamos la noble gestión que viene desarrollando el grupo de personas eminentes de CARICOM para lograr un acuerdo político que permita la mayor legitimidad posible para la aceptación de una fuerza multinacional y la celebración de elecciones justas, libres y transparentes. En ese particular, quiero reconocer al primer ministro Andrew Holness de Jamaica por todos sus esfuerzos. Al tiempo también de agradecer al secretario general por su trabajo en atender esta crisis, le hacemos un llamado a redoblar sus esfuerzos por lograr el despliegue inmediato de la fuerza multinacional en Haití. Hacemos también un llamado al Consejo de Seguridad a aprobar dicha resolución ahora, porque el tiempo se agotó. Señor presidente, República Dominicana durante siglos de convivencia, muchas veces difícil, junto al pueblo haitiano, ha dado muestras evidentes de incansable solidaridad. Haití necesita mucho. Y quiero reiterar nuestra solidaridad con el pueblo haitiano, pero sin olvidar que nuestra principal responsabilidad es defender los intereses del pueblo dominicano. Así lo hemos hecho siempre. Así lo hacemos Y tengan por seguro que así lo seguiremos haciendo, porque no hay ni habrá nunca una solución dominicana al problema haitiano. Señoras y señores, no esperemos a que la próxima advertencia sea crónica de una tragedia anunciada. Que este momento, en el 78º periodo ordinario de sesiones de la Asamblea General, marque un renacimiento en nuestra determinación colectiva para forjar un futuro más seguro, inclusivo y sostenible para Haití y para todos. Hago un llamado final. Este escenario global nos desafía a actuar no solo como naciones individuales, sino como una colectividad unida, con una visión compartida y un propósito común. La historia nos juzgará no solo por las palabras que pronunciamos en estos sagrados salones, sino más crucialmente por nuestras acciones en el terreno de la realidad. No le fallemos al futuro. Muchas gracias.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le président de la République dominicaine de l'allocution qu'il vient de prononcer et je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence. L'Assemblée va entendre l'allocution de son Excellence Madame Maya Sandu, présidente de la République de Moldova. Je prie le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence. Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, j'ai l'honneur de souhaiter la bienvenue à son Excellence Madame Maya Sandu, présidente de la République de Moldova, et je l'invite à prendre la parole devant l'Assemblée.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, it is with great pride that I once more stand before you at the General Assembly of the United Nations to represent the Republic of Moldova, a country on the front line of the fight for democracy. Today, Moldova stands stronger and more resilient than a year ago. We stand firm in our belief in a democratic future, and we stand firm with Ukraine as our neighbor continues to resist Russia's brutal invasion, an attack on its sovereignty and way of life. We stand firmly for Ukraine's victory, because when Ukraine wins, the free world wins. Now, more than ever, support for Ukraine must not diminish. Please continue supporting Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine, Moldova, Europe, and the free world are facing an external assault on our values. But countries like mine haven't broken free from imperial chains only to be brought back into servitude. We push forward. We are not facing an imminent military threat, unlike our Ukrainian friends and neighbors. But every day we are countering Russia's hybrid assault. Russia has teamed up with corrupt crooks to destabilize us. Their hybrid toolbox includes energy blackmail, support for separatism, cyber attacks, and disinformation campaigns. They also tried to overthrow our democratically elected government, but each time they failed. We know they will try again. In soon-to-be-held elections, they will attempt to undermine our citizens' ability to make their own democratic choice. This threat is not unique to us. Many countries in Europe and beyond our continent are feeling the sting of foreign interference in their democratic processes. This hybrid assault is conducted by those who oppose not just our democracy, but all liberal democracies. We must stay vigilant, and we must stand united. Distinguished audience, against all odds, we preserved peace across all of Moldova, including in the breakaway Transnistrian region, where Russian troops are stationed illegally and where concerns about human rights violations are deeply worrying. Our commitment to a peaceful resolution remains steadfast, and I call here today for the unconditional withdrawal of those Russian forces. In light of intertwined challenges, building Moldova's resilience has not been an easy task. Yet, we take heart in the fact that Moldova is not alone. Our friends and partners, the entire free world, stand with us. Building resilience means that Moldova has moved from relying solely on Russian gas to having a mix of energy sources and backup storage. We are also building electricity lines to Europe, investing in energy efficiency, and pursuing renewable sources. The true measure of a democracy's success rests in its ability to deliver a better life and real economic benefits to citizens. Strengthening our economy as the war rages across the border is a daunting challenge, but we are determined. Small and medium-sized enterprises can now access funds to grow. Digital public services are helping to cut red tape. The EU market is open to exports of our fruit and vegetables. Inflation is down to 10% from a peak of 35% last October. A major ratings agency has upgraded our outlook to stable. We are comprehensively reforming the justice system, redoubling our efforts to defeat corruption and organized crime. Part of this effort is reducing the malign influence of fugitive oligarchs who at one time captured our state. I'm grateful to many of you in this room for imposing sanctions on those individuals. The next critical step in this journey is to ensure that the stolen money is returned to the Moldovan people. As evidence of our commitment on corruption perception, as measured by Transparency International, we improved by 24 places in the past 2 years, our best score in a decade. On the Rule of Law Index, part of the World Justice Project, we have advanced by 14 places since 2020. Greater resilience will also come through enhanced transport links with Europe, vitally important given Russia's blockade of Ukrainian ports and the disruption of trade routes. We are upgrading roads and railways, and this modernized infrastructure will not only boost our trade and create jobs, but will support solidarity lanes for Ukraine, ensuring that its grain reaches the regions where it's needed most. And one day, these very connections will be aiding Ukraine's post-war reconstruction. As we build up defenses and resilience, Moldova is increasingly recognized as a contributor to regional security, a strong neighbor to Ukraine and partner to the EU in countering security challenges. But our commitment extends globally. Moldovan servicemen actively contribute to peacekeeping missions, including most recently in the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon. Underscoring our commitment to the security of our continent, we hosted the European Political Community Summit last June, a summit that further cemented our place in the European family. Ladies and gentlemen, economic progress, improving security, and reinforcing our democracy are parts of our journey towards membership of the European Union. Moldova's European aspirations have long been well known. Last May, 100,000 Moldovans rallied in Chișinău to reassert their commitment to democracy and to EU membership. Let me be clear. Moldova's EU membership is not just a political choice. It is the only way to protect our liberty, peace, and democracy. The enlargement of the EU is the sole path to ensure our neighborhood stays anchored in the free world and that we deliver better lives for our citizens. It would also demonstrate the Union's commitment to peace, the very reason the European Union was built. When it comes to membership, we believe in a fair and merit-driven process and have been doing our work diligently. With this in mind, I call on the European Commission and all EU members to support us. I extend this call beyond the EU borders to all the countries of the free world, especially those with well-established, robust democracies who have long reaped its benefits and understand its worth. The success or downfall of one democracy resonates globally. When one thrives, it inspires hope in others. When one falters, it risks a domino effect. Today, the fight for democracy anywhere is the fight for democracy everywhere. And in this interlinked fight for democracy, we will prevail. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Moldova for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency Dennis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, colleague heads of states and government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, permit me to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your auspicious assumption of the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly. My delegation and I stand unwaveringly by your side, committed to fortifying the bedrock of global unity during your tenure. I offer my profound respect and gratitude to your predecessor, Mr. Saba Kurusi of Hungary, whose depth stewardship of the 77th session is a guiding beacon for all. To our esteemed Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, your dedication to weaving together the strands of global consensus for battling poverty, planetary crisis, and championing sustainable development goal is a testament to your leadership. Mr. President, the soul of Sierra Leone, echoing the spirit of Pan-Africanism, resonates with the clarion call of this year's theme: rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity. A testament to our enduring democratic spirit was showcased on June 24th, when in free, fair, and peaceful multi-tier elections, the Sierra Leonean people elected their leaders across various tiers of governance. My re-election as president for a second final term serves not merely as an endorsement of my leadership, but a solemn testament to my government's commitment to fashioning a Sierra Leone that thrives as a united, peaceful, and dynamic bastion of hope and opportunity. A nation where our aspirations for abundant jobs, food security, quality education, and equitable healthcare are not mere dreams, but manifest realities, where justice and opportunities are not mere prerogatives of a few, but the birthright of all. Mr. President, in the face of global upheavals, from the pandemic to geopolitical tensions exemplified by the war in Ukraine and the ensuing food crisis, my first term stood as a beacon of our commitment to democratic freedoms and human rights. We rooted out the unpleasant legacies of the past, repealing antiquated laws such as the seditious libel statute that lingered for half a century. We consigned the death penalty to the annals of history and charted bold advances against the scourge of corruption. Our devotion to education was unambiguous. Over 800,000 new learners were introduced under our aegis, and we significantly augmented domestic educational funding, ensuring it constituted an average of 22% of our national budget. We championed an ethos of radical inclusion, providing unfettered and tuition-free access to quality primary and secondary school education for all. In our unwavering commitment to dismantle the barriers of gender inequality, my administration declared a state of emergency on the heinous crime of rape and sexual and gender-based violence. Sierra Leone urged the global community for solidarity on access to justice and remedies for survivors of sexual violence and the recognition of November 18 by this General Assembly as World Day for the prevention of healing from sexual exploitation, abuse, and violence. Our Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act of 2022 shows our commitment to equality. With this act, I've proudly inscribed our nation's pledge to reserve a minimum of 30% of seats in elected and appointed offices for women, ensuring equal employment opportunities, lengthening maternity leaves, and compelling our financial institutions to chart pathways that amplify women's access to financial resources that they so rightfully deserve. As I step into my second term, Mr. President, my government has carved out 5 pillars that guide our national development trajectory to spur sustainable development and social progress. Food security. 1, food security, intertwined with investment in agriculture, is poised to not just to feed our nation, but to fuel job creation, propel economic growth, and alleviate the weight of poverty. 2, human capital development, meticulously crafted for the modern era with a special lens for gender equality. 3, youth employment scheme. This promises our younger generation that their energy, passion, and ambition will find fertile ground in Sierra Leone. 4, cutting-edge technology and infrastructure program. This is conceptualized to pave sustainable pathways of economic ascent. And a thorough revamp of public service architecture, refining its essence for utmost efficiency, professionalism, and service delivery. SDGs towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. Mr. President, 78 years ago, the United Nations was born from the profound understanding that peace, development, and human rights are inextricably intertwined. Each element nourishes the other, creating an equilibrium essential for global harmony. As we stand at this juncture, let us remember that the noble ambitions enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations to foster international cooperation, to confront and surmount challenges, be they economic, social, cultural, or humanitarian in nature. It is in unity and shared purpose that the promise of a brighter, just, and peaceful world is realized. The resonant theme of this General Assembly, therefore, opens a horizon of possibilities, beckoning us to harmoniously forge ahead in the shared pursuit of accelerating actions on the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals towards peace, prosperity, progress, and enduring sustainability for all. Our world faces formidable challenges: widespread poverty, persistent hunger, the looming shadow of climate change, and the unsettling presence of sustained and emerging conflicts. To honor our 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development commitments, member states of the United Nations must rekindle the fires of trust and galvanize a renaissance of global solidarity. Trust requires a harmonious amalgamation of our collective wisdom and resources. Solidarity mandates our unwavering cohesion, even when navigating different and opposing philosophical terrains. In pursuing the 2030 Agenda, we must resolve to leave no one behind. We must fervently champion inclusivity, recognizing the intrinsic value of every individual, irrespective of their circumstances. Progress has been made, but we acknowledge that the road ahead is challenging. However, this challenge also presents an opportunity for innovation and collaboration and reimagining our global priorities. ECOWAS regional peace and security. Mr. President, we view with deep concern the rising tides of insecurity and the subtle erosion of democratic governance and ideas in the West African sub-region and the Sahel. Sierra Leone raises its voice alongside our ECOWAS allies, expressing unequivocal dissent towards an extra-constitutional changes of government. Such challenges to the very bedrock of our democracy threaten the stability of individual nations and the fabric of our collective African identity. While we stand united, it is not simply a call to maintain things as they are. Real stability and lasting peace don't come from resisting threats or building defenses. Instead, they arise from genuine, open conversations. True dialogue requires that everyone at the negotiating table must be ready to seek and find common ground. While we emphasize the importance of dialogue, we cannot ignore the crucial reality. The ongoing threats to our continent's constitutional stability are signs of deeper problems. Every action that undermines the rule of law is connected to underlying issues. These range from past and present injustices to the burden of poverty, widespread unemployment, and the dangers of discrimination. Our duty is clear. We must lift our people from poverty. We should focus on creating jobs and supporting industries that benefit our countries and our continent. Mr. President, national electoral reforms. Elections as vehicles of democratic transformation fortify governance and allow peaceful transitions. After our nation's multi-tier elections on June 24th, we stand resolved to strengthen our democratic foundation, recognizing the significance of deepening our democracy. I have instituted a National Electoral Systems Review Committee to address historical challenges to our electoral processes. Since our first multi-tier elections were conducted after the Civil War in 2002, the electioneering process has been plagued with persistent challenges, including contestations of declared presidential election results by the constitutionally mandated Electoral Commissioner. To address these historical challenges and consolidate our democratic gains, a comprehensive review of the electoral system is necessary to reform Sierra Leone's electoral landscape. The National Electoral Systems Review Committee will comprise the government, civil society, political parties, professional organizations, and development partners. It holds the mantle of evaluating existing frameworks, institutional arrangements, and observer mission reports. Its mandate extends to proposing vital reforms fortifying Sierra Leone's electoral integrity. These actions encapsulate our commitment to forging a fertile environment for dialogue, affirming democratic governance, and fostering enduring peace. Mr. President, it is regrettable to note the decision of certain member states to introduce unilateral cohesive measures, including visa restrictions on Sierra Leonean citizens following the recent multi-tier national elections. We observe that such unilateral measures, which are in contravention of international law, have sometimes been the response to electoral outcomes in other African nations to exert political pressure. As members of the international rules-based community, African states strive for sovereignty and meaningful cooperation based on mutual respect and understanding. In democratic processes, every democracy faces unique challenges. However, the essence of sovereignty, as contained in the UN Charter, is the ability of member states to address and resolve internal matters independently and without external pressure. In our engagement on the international stage, we hope for understanding and mutual respect, especially on important issues like national elections. Constructive dialogue and open channels of communication should be the pillars of our global interaction and not punitive, unilateral, cohesive measures that do not further the entrenchment of democracy, but instead strain relations between nations. Sierra Leone remains steadfast in its commitment to free, fair, and credible elections alongside our dedication to the rule of law. We believe that democratic progress is a journey, and its pace varies from one nation to another. We respect the individual paths countries have taken in their quest for democracy and anticipate the same level of understanding and respect for ours. We aspire to nurture relationships rooted in solidarity, cooperation, and mutual respect, all directed towards a shared global future. United Nations Security tenure. As Sierra Leone takes its non-permanent seat at the United Nations Security for the 2024-2025 term after a hiatus of 53 years, we are deeply aware of our shared duty to uphold international peace and security. The profound nexus between peace, development, and human rights will be the beacon guiding our priorities. We stand poised, resolute, and committed to forging a world where these ideas are not mere aspirations, but enduring realities for all. Sierra Leone fully subscribes to the ideas of multilateralism as a tool for global peace and security. Our vision is to serve as the vital conduit linking ECOWAS community of the West African states, the African Union, and the nations in focus with the Security Council. As we yearn for tranquility and justice, we pledge our commitment to collaborate with the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, and as part of the 10 elected members and the 3 African representatives. Reform of the UN Security Council. Mr. President, Sierra Leone recognizes the pressing issue of Security Council's legitimacy, equitable representation, and transparency. In a world reshaped by geopolitical realities, true global peace and security hinge on reforms and the rejuvenation of United Nations Security Council and the UN General Assembly. Joined by fellow United Nations member states, Sierra Leone committed at the 2005 World Summit to support reforms of the Security Council as essential elements of our overall effort to reform the United Nations, to make it more broadly representative, efficient, transparent, and thus to enhance further its effectiveness and the legitimacy and implementation of its decisions. While the discourse has seen forward movement, the historical injustices endured by the African continent remain unresolved at the intergovernmental negotiations. Africa glaringly stands alone as the only region without permanent representation within the Security Council and is conspicuously unrepresented in its non-permanent category. The United Nations security remains trapped in the era of 1945, when much of Africa was still in the regrettable grip of colonialism. We must not allow this colonial ethos to persist 3/4 of a century later. Africa demands for 2 permanent seats, complete with commensurate rights, including the veto, is maintained, if maintained, and 5 non-permanent seats are issues of equity, justice, and our right to have an equal say in the decision-making on issues that affect the African region. Our conviction is steadfast. Security Council reform should squarely confront these long-standing inequity and imbalance, addressing Africa's unique circumstances. As the coordinator of the African Committee of 10 Heads of State and Government on the reform of the United Nations Security Council, Sierra Leone will continue to advocate and garner support among member states and other interest groups for the common African position as enshrined in the Eswini Consensus and SADC Declaration. We will also envisage infusing the working methods of the Council to instill transparency, accountability, democracy, and ultimately renewed legitimacy. Climate change. Mr. President, our collective pursuit of sustainable development confronts the triple planetary crises of pollution, climate change, and biodiversity loss. Despite contributing minimally to these crises, Sierra Leone remains intensely vulnerable to their repercussion, a reality compounded by our limited capacity to cope. Our National Adaptation Plan, launched in 2018 as an embodiment of our commitment, designed to have our vulnerability by 2030, it underscores risk awareness, regulatory enhancement, institutional empowerment, and gender-responsive adaptation strategies. Sierra Leone seeks equitable and timely access to climate financing. We request unfettered access to leverage new climate change adaptation and mitigation technologies and shared knowledge. Our salvation from the escalating climate change crisis lies in collective wisdom and concerted efforts. Global solidarity. In today's complex world, the urgent need to rebuild trust and strengthen global unity stands out. We must adopt a cooperative approach, set aside individualistic actions, and promote shared progress based on common values. As we deal with disputes of sovereignty and self-determination across the world, we must also resolve to do so with dialogue, exhausting all avenues for peaceful resolution. Conclusion. In this evolving multipolar world, where conflicts ripple across borders and power dynamics are in flux, we must recognize our shared interest and intertwined destinies. The multifaceted crisis challenging our global community demands unified action. For our collective strength is determined by our most vulnerable segments. The voices we make today, the choices we make today, have far-reaching implications for tomorrow. We stand at a crossroads. One path takes us to mere rhetorical commitments to equity and solidarity, while the other beckons us to act with conviction, driven by profound belief in equity and justice, economic justice, social justice, political justice. Let us choose wisely, for the fate of generations to come hinges on the decisions we make now. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Serene Highness, Prince Albert II, Sovereign Prince of Monaco. I request protocol to escort Serene Highness, His Serene Highness. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Serene Highness, Prince Albert II, Supreme Prince of Monaco, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée Générale,
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Heads of States and Governments, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, please allow me to express my heartfelt condolences to the authorities of Morocco and Libya in the wake of the devastating events in these two countries. I would like to express the solidarity and the support of Monaco to the people of Morocco and Libya who have shown courage and remarkable resilience in these particularly difficult times. In 1993, I was taking the floor for the first time from this rostrum as head of delegation of the Principality of Monaco. This was at the 48th session of the General Assembly. My country celebrated the 30th anniversary of its admission last spring. My determination to do that, to make sure that Monaco contributes to the implementation of the Charter, is strengthened by the fact that current challenges oblige us to do that. This year, we're celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and I would like to welcome the commitment of Eleanor Roosevelt, who played a decisive role in drafting this historic document, aiming at making sure that every human being can have their inalienable rights. In the recent decades, the United Nations has achieved gains that only multilateralism can allow for. For example, the Agenda for Peace, which was passed during the Security Council Summit in 1992, Agenda for Development, General Assembly in 1997, Millennium Development Objective in 2000, Sustainable Development Objectives in 2015. It is through working together that we've been able to move forward quite so significantly. Mr. President, Monaco was an observer to the UN when my father, Prince Rainier III, decided to take part in the Rio Conference, in the wake of which we had the Agenda 21, which is customarily called the Rio Convention. And this participation in the Earth Summit was one of the trigger elements which resulted in the fact that the Principality started seeking full membership in the community of nations which gather here in this august chamber. The respect for the environment and wild fauna on land and sea and supporting science were fundamental priorities for the Princess of Monaco throughout the centuries. Today, what was a relentless commitment have become a duty for our survival. And that is why we signed the Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Convention on Climate Change, the Convention on Biodiversity, and then the Convention to Combat Desertification. These international treaties, they were added to thereafter, but they continue guided our action to preserve the planet from environmental disasters which can destroy all progress. In this regard, I would like to underscore to what extent the growing body of international law is the unsung success of our cooperation efforts within the UN, and recall that since our admission to the United Nations, we have become parties to 50 international treaties covering a large spectrum of topics such as human rights, disarmament, environment, or the law of the sea. In the course of this past year, the multilateralism in certain areas has shown once again its strength and its effectiveness because it continued and persevered. In December last, we have had a historic event when we adopted the Montreal Global Framework on Biodiversity, and then we concluded about 2 decades of negotiations by finalizing the agreement on biodiversity and high sea, which I had the honor of signing. And this binding legal instrument will have another decisive step in protecting and safeguarding the seas and the oceans. And these victories, which come out of our collective efforts, have to give us hope, because above and beyond the ocean and the biodiversity, they also show the very potential of the United Nations to build common edifices for us to live better in harmony with nature. Furthermore, it seems fundamental to me to be aware of these new instruments because they give us powerful tools to combat climate change. Amongst the indigenous people or island people, the sea is a fully fledged being. The crucial role of seas and oceans in regulating climate is clearly recognized now and enables us to handle this challenge holistically. Because make no mistake, we will only be able to gain the battle on climate if we work together towards the implementation of the SDGs that we have set ourselves 8 years ago. We should, there is not a moment to lose. Extreme climate events, floods, droughts, fires, whose frequency and intensity is only growing, already result in the suffering of millions of people and require from us to undertake urgent and drastic measures. Physical modifications of the marine environment and coastal areas, the acidification of the ocean, rising sea levels are other phenomena which are threats for the very existence of coastal communities in many countries. Secretary General, your determination to bring together the leaders of states, representatives of private institutions and civil society within the framework of the Climate Ambition Summit is very timely. The very recent IPCC report has alerted us that once again showed us that our collective efforts are insufficient in order to fight this planetary scourge. Several months ago, we have started the first stage of assessing the implementation of the Paris Agreement. climate. This will be finalized at COP28, but it cannot be simply a statement of failure. We need to, on the contrary, use this most recent opportunity we have to rectify the trajectory so as to make sure we do not raise the temperature more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. Ladies and gentlemen, let's face facts. Serious changes to our ways of life and our collective organizations are needed and needed fast. We need to redouble our solidarity so justice and equity become keywords of this phase of our transition. In this context, Monaco would like to play its part. The government of the Principality will contribute to the replenishment of the Green Climate Fund to the tune of 3.3 million euros for 2024-2027. This is a 10% increase compared to the previous period, and Monaco is already a #1 per capita donor into this fundamental instrument under the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, for more than a century, Monaco has shown how our man and sea can coexist. And the question of oceans will be once again, 2 years after the Samoa pathway, at the center of the deliberations of the 4th conference on SIDS and the 3rd conference on SDGs for land for in Nice, presided by France and Costa Rica 2025. Monaco decided, together with the organizers of this conference, to host sessions on blue economy, and the conclusions of that, I hope, will enrich the deliberations of this gathering. We do still have the unexplained phenomena of the cold stretch in the east of the Pacific Ocean, but the United Nations Decade on Ocean Sciences in the service of development provides us an opportunity to better understand the complex phenomena of climate change. Major countries have understood what needs to be done for our oceans. We are looking for water on Mars, but we have to wait for a generation to make sure that under the impetus of the President of the 77th GA, we had another conference on water last March. The young people of our nations place a very serious responsibility on us to make sure that we safeguard the air they breathe, the land where they grow, and the seas and the oceans, the cradles of humanity and key to our survival. And this fight will never be over. Mr. President, the conflict also undermines the environment and an additional obstacle to the implementation of the SDGs. It's been about 600 days now that Russia took the decision, in violation of international law, to launch a major-scale aggression against Ukraine. This was condemned several times by our Assembly, as well as humanitarian and environmental consequences. Here, yet once again, I'd like to express the solidarity of my country given these tragic events and the destruction that the civilian population suffer every day. The fights and the bombings resulted in pollution of soils and resulted in toxic substances. Natural areas have been destroyed, and there is now a shortage of drinking water and spread of diseases. It is inconceivable that in the 21st century, healthcare professionals are regularly attacked, that medical infrastructures are attacked in various areas of conflict. So I appeal once again for the protection of these professions and for the protection of civilian populations. The world is now beginning to recover after the pandemic of COVID-19. I would like to welcome, therefore, the fact that this week we'll have several high-level meetings on major public health issues. And we need to draw lessons from this pandemic so as to strengthen global governance and build resilient and strong public health systems. Mr. President, amongst the issues of existential threats that we are facing, there is one which has become very widespread recently, and I am referring to, of course, to artificial intelligence, which has in it both at the same time immense potential for the SDGs and unprecedented risks for peace and security. Looking for innovation is part of our very nature and needs to be supported when it's geared towards improving the lives of our people. We are, of course, fascinated by the advantages provided by digital tools. They simplify our daily life, but we cannot ignore the potential dangers they represent. Artificial intelligence very frequently is more effective than man in many tasks. But just like the language of Aesop, it could be the best and the worst thing for humankind. Cyber attacks using artificial intelligence are already targeting critical infrastructure, hospitals, and humanitarian operations conducted by the UN. Security and weapons industries use these techniques, and their potential leads us to an ethical problem. Can a machine decide on the human issue of life and death? These questions show that we all have a duty to build a framework of global governance and ethical norms dealing with artificial intelligence. Therefore, concluding current works underway on this is of particular importance. I welcome, therefore, works aimed at creating a high-level advisory body on this within the UN to work on international governance over artificial intelligence. Mr. President, our role has always been the role of moderator in what has been a peaceful country, and I remain convinced of the central role to be played by the UN in rebuilding the trust and reawakening global solidarity. This requires common efforts anchored in the solid multilateral system, which is faithful to the values and principles in the Charter of the United Nations. I'll conclude by voicing the hope that we'll succeed in improving the effectiveness of our organization, so that it can carry out its initial mission to safeguard peace amongst nations and the well-being of our common humanity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Sovereign Prince of Monaco for the statement just made and request protocol to escort His Serene Highness. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, the President of the Republic of Chile, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President,
estimadas y estimados representantes de
distinguished representatives of the member states of the United Nations,
porque tenemos la firme convicción que la democracia
es
memoria y futuro. En nuestro país, hace 9 días conmemoramos los 50 años del golpe de Estado que el 11 de septiembre de 1973 fracturó brutalmente nuestra convivencia, trayendo muerte, dolor, persecución y miseria a mi patria. Las imágenes de la moneda, el Palacio de Gobierno siendo bombardeada, la inmolación del presidente constitucional de Chile, Salvador Allende, y también la evidencia que el gobierno de Estados Unidos de la época, a cargo del presidente Nixon, habían conspirado desde un inicio para promover el fracaso del gobierno chileno, conmovieron la conciencia democrática del mundo.
Touched the democratic conscience of the wider world.
Mientras habían algunos países en esa época apostaban por la desestabilización de democracias frágiles y otras más robustas, hubo también organismos multilaterales como el Sistema de Naciones Unidas que jugaron un rol fundamental en la defensa de los derechos humanos y de la democracia. Porque desde un primer momento se la jugaron por defender a los que más sufrían, a los más desvalidos, en América Latina, en Chile y en gran parte del mundo. Por ello, Tenemos con Naciones Unidas, así como con varios de los países aquí presentes, una enorme deuda de infinita gratitud. Fueron miles quienes anónimamente prestaron auxilio a los perseguidos, salvaron vidas y ejercieron una solidaridad que hasta el día de hoy nos conmueve con las víctimas de la dictadura encabezada por Augusto Pinochet. Desde entonces, nuestro país ha recorrido un largo camino. Como chilenas y chilenos nos sentimos orgullosos de habernos unido para poder recuperar la democracia, restaurar la república y rehacer el camino de ampliación de derechos y de las libertades fundamentales que habían conquistado los fundadores de nuestra patria. Chile es un país que ama y fomenta la paz, y desde esa identidad que nos caracteriza es que vengo a hablar. A 50 años de esta tragedia que les describo, asumimos nuestros dolores y los hemos ido enfrentando por iniciativas como la Comisión RETI, la Comisión VALE, o hoy día el Plan Nacional de Búsqueda. Pero consecutivamente Chile es un país que progresa porque hemos sacado lecciones de nuestro pasado. Estamos reviviendo nuestro pasado para poder construir un mejor futuro. Y desde ese aprendizaje nos proyectamos a los desafíos que nos plantea el presente. Yo diría que el principal, y con el cual estamos mayoritariamente de acuerdo, y lo he escuchado en los discursos que nos han antecedido, es que los problemas de la democracia siempre deben resolverse con más democracia y nunca con menos. Y que un golpe de Estado jamás es inevitable. La democracia siempre ofrece alternativas. Aprendimos también que los derechos humanos son una base ética irrenunciable en la acción política, y que los derechos humanos no tienen un color político y deben ser promovidos y defendidos en todo tiempo y en todo lugar, y su condena debe ser clara sin importar cuál sea el color del gobierno que los vulnere. Este es un principio que hemos sostenido y seguiremos sosteniendo, en especial como miembros del Consejo de Derechos Humanos de Naciones Unidas. Aprendimos a través de nuestra historia también que la democracia es frágil, que no está garantizada para siempre y que por lo tanto debemos cuidarla, que la violencia no es aceptable como forma de acción política en democracia, y que debe siempre prevalecer el diálogo entre quienes piensan distinto, lo que también aplica a las relaciones entre los países. Por eso, quiero reafirmar la vocación profunda de Chile por el multilateralismo, los mecanismos pacíficos de solución de controversias. Aprendimos también, y esto creo que es importante destacarlo en tiempos de polarización, que cuando logramos unirnos en pos de objetivos comunes podemos avanzar de manera plural por el beneficio de nuestros pueblos. Porque es cierto, quien quiera que siga el debate en nuestro país podrá ver que en Chile persisten grandes diferencias, pero también hay grandes consensos. Y es así como en conjunto, con los 4 expresidentes y presidentas vivos actualmente, y mi persona, firmamos un compromiso de cara al futuro por la democracia y los derechos humanos, e invitamos a otros líderes de Estado también a adherir. Y también, incluso en los momentos de más algidez política, somos capaces, oficialismo y oposición, de juntarnos para buscar caminos que nos permitan salir de los entrampamientos y poner a nuestro pueblo por delante de nuestras legítimas diferencias. Y es así como en conjunto, insisto, en conjunto, oficialismo y oposición, vamos armando camino para poder atender a las demandas de nuestro pueblo. Las generaciones que nos antecedieron, estimadas y estimados, asumieron la responsabilidad de independizar a nuestras naciones, de instituir las democracias y de establecer libertades fundamentales, derechos humanos universales y avanzar progresivamente en la conquista de derechos sociales. A mi generación, la que aún no había nacido para el golpe de Estado de 1973, nos toca la no menos difícil tarea de consolidar y defender muchos de esos legados, al mismo tiempo que enfrentamos con optimismo las nuevas amenazas y desafíos. Señor Presidente, estimados miembros de la Asamblea, hoy quiero plantearles 3 tareas urgentes a las que humildemente creemos en mi patria que debemos abocarnos, que coinciden con mucho de lo planteado en esta Asamblea hoy día. Es tarea urgente y número 1, cuidar la democracia. Debemos detener el avance de la intolerancia y de los autoritarismos, enfrentar decididamente a la desinformación que corroe nuestras democracias de forma institucional y sin complejos, a la vez que defendemos los avances en los derechos de las minorías y también de quienes no son minorías, sino mayoría, como las mujeres, cuyos avances y derechos se ven amenazados por sectarismo y fanatismo de diferente tipo. Tenemos, estimados y estimadas, que atender a las causas profundas de la desafección que genera la democracia, porque vemos con preocupación que su pérdida o su fragilidad hoy día puede que no se exprese en los golpes de Estado del siglo XX, sino que tenga nuevas formas, incluso algunas con apariencias de mayoría. ¿Por qué la democracia hoy día no está satisfaciendo los anhelos de pueblos que desean urgentemente, que necesitan seguridad, mayor igualdad, salir de la pobreza? La democracia tiene que ser capaz de entregar resultados y debemos abocarnos con mucha fuerza a ello. Cuando las instituciones tardan en dar respuesta o no lo logran a tiempo de forma clara, la corrupción, el crimen organizado, las múltiples desigualdades, todos esos desafíos que van corroyendo nuestras instituciones, la población deja de confiar. Por eso, cuidar la democracia, estimadas y estimados, implica hacernos cargo de las frustraciones, los anhelos y las necesidades de la ciudadanía, canalizando los desafíos que imponen nuestro tiempo y avanzando con acciones concretas, con mayor libertad, prosperidad, justicia social, sostenibilidad y poniendo siempre el interés colectivo por delante de los intereses individuales, en particular de los intereses individuales de quienes tienen más poder, entre ellos de nosotros como gobernantes. En este sentido, también defendemos el respeto irrestricto a los derechos humanos como avance civilizatorio independiente de qué gobierno esté en el poder. Por eso me siento en el deber, como hemos señalado en otros foros internacionales, de denunciar ante esta Asamblea y el mundo la persecución que hoy día vive todo quien piensa distinto del gobierno del régimen dictatorial del señor Ortega y Murillo en Nicaragua, en donde no solo se prohíbe su participación en elecciones, sino que se les persigue, se les priva de nacionalidad, se les allanan sus casas y se les priva de derechos políticos. A su vez, estimados y estimadas, tenemos que pensar conjuntamente que cualquier solución a los problemas tenemos que decir con claridad que cuando se imponen sanciones de manera unilateral, no se está aportando a la solución. El caso de las sanciones a Venezuela, hoy día, desde nuestra perspectiva, no aportan a mejorar las condiciones de vida del pueblo venezolano, y tenemos la convicción que para garantizar que haya elecciones libres con garantías a todos los sectores, es también imperativo que Estados Unidos levante las sanciones que hoy día tiene contra Venezuela. No podemos sino decir que lo mismo nos violenta respecto a las sanciones hace tanto tiempo establecidas sobre Cuba. Y en esto quiero ser muy claro. Declarar que Cuba es un país que promueve el terrorismo no solo es falso, sino que nos violenta. Y por lo tanto instamos a Estados Unidos, a seguir la línea que en su momento tuvo el gobierno de Barack Obama, cuando lo sacó de esa infame lista, que ya lleva 3 años repitiendo y que tanto daño le hace no al gobierno, al pueblo cubano que no lo merece. También nos sentimos en el deber de alzar la voz ante 2 conflictos que desgarran desde diferentes épocas a nuestra humanidad. Se preguntarán algunos legítimamente por qué desde Chile hablamos de conflictos en tan lejanos países. Porque nos duele la humanidad entera. Y porque no podemos callar cuando vemos, por ejemplo, la ilegal ocupación y la negación de la posibilidad de un gobierno palestino. El muro que se ha instalado que divide a sus propios ciudadanos, y reconociendo el derecho de existir de los 2 estados, Israel y Palestina, exigimos desde esta tribuna también el respeto al derecho internacional. Y en un conflicto más reciente, pero en donde también vemos las ambigüedades que se suscitan cuando esto pasa geopolíticamente, no podemos sino condenar de manera clara y explícita la ilegal invasión de Rusia a Ucrania. Y en este punto tenemos la convicción que no se puede culpar de un conflicto de estas características o responsabilizar de la misma manera al pueblo invasor que al pueblo invadido, o más bien al gobierno invasor que al pueblo invadido, y que por lo tanto la paz pasa por la garantía del respeto a la integridad territorial de las naciones. Y lo decimos desde un país chico o mediano, como en nuestra patria, en el sur del mundo, en Chile, porque sabemos que países como el nuestro solo tienen al derecho internacional para defenderse de eventuales futuras agresiones. Hoy día es Ucrania, mañana podría ser cualquiera de nosotros. Y ante eso no podemos cerrar los ojos. No podemos permitirnos tampoco ser ambiguos en la condena a lo que desde nuestra perspectiva es una guerra de agresión ilegal. Un segundo tema que requiere acción urgente y en donde las responsabilidades igualmente no recaen en todos de la misma manera es la crisis del cambio climático, la contaminación y la pérdida de biodiversidad. En esto los diagnósticos son ampliamente conocidos, prácticamente todos los mandatarios han hablado al respecto. Estos son problemas de hoy, no de mañana. En mi patria lo hemos vivido con incendios, inundaciones, y sabemos que la mayoría de ustedes, en particular, los más vulnerables, los que menos han contribuido al calentamiento global, los que menos han quemado combustibles fósiles, son los que más sufren de esta crisis climática. Por eso hacemos un llamado, tal como lo hiciéramos hoy día en la mañana, en el alto panel para discutir este tema, actuar rápido, a acelerar la transición energética, a modificar nuestros patrones de consumo y establecer nuevas reglas e instituciones que nos permitan corresponder a estas exigencias. En nuestro país hemos avanzado en esa dirección con diferentes liderazgos y distintos gobiernos. Tenemos un 43% de áreas marinas protegidas y un 22% de áreas terrestres protegidas. Hemos aprobado una ley para crear el servicio de biodiversidad y áreas protegidas, además de comprometernos a ser carbono neutrales a más tardar al año 2050 y esperamos llegar antes. Sin embargo, el cambio climático nos ha enfrentado a amenazas que son cada vez más frecuentes y complejas. Hoy sufrimos una severa sequía que, pese a las lluvias de este año, que a su vez trajeron consigo inundaciones en una tierra que había perdido la costumbre de recibir el agua que le da vida, y de incendios forestales, estamos experimentando, como ven, diversos fenómenos que golpean directamente a los más vulnerables. Sabemos que esto se replica en otras latitudes. Las devastadoras inundaciones ocurridas en Libia, a las que hacía referencia el presidente, el secretario general, en su alocución del día de ayer. En Pakistán el año pasado, la sequía en Argentina, en Centroamérica, en el Cuerno de África, son solo algunos ejemplos que nos deben instar a actuar ya. Por eso se necesita más. Quiero hacer un llamado responsablemente a los países con mayor actividad industrial a que asuman una ética de la responsabilidad que sea no solamente más respetuosa con el medio ambiente, sino que también sea más solidaria con quienes, como por ejemplo las pequeñas islas del Pacífico o de Oceanía, están sufriendo los efectos, o de Centroamérica, del Caribe, están sufriendo los efectos más devastadores de la crisis climática, los daños y prejuicios de esta crisis que no provocamos. Desde Chile estamos promoviendo con fuerza acuerdos internacionales para la protección medioambiental y, entre otros esfuerzos, el año pasado impulsamos la coalición de las Américas por la protección de los océanos y este año firmamos el Tratado de Conservación y Uso Sostenible de Biodiversidad Marina, BBNJ, y hoy reitero ante esta Asamblea nuestra voluntad y disposición para que Valparaíso, puerto histórico de América, perla del Pacífico, sea sede de la Secretaría de este tratado. Cuenten con nosotros para su desarrollo y para la contribución a un desarrollo más justo, sustentable y equitativo. Y por último, el tercer desafío creemos que tiene relación con el cambio tecnológico, que solo es comparable con la revolución industrial de mediados del siglo XVIII y que está cambiando de forma drástica nuestra manera de relacionarnos, nuestra manera de pensar, de producir, de trabajar. Hace poco veíamos cómo en un pueblo en España una madre denunciaba a unos jóvenes que habían utilizado inteligencia artificial para desnudar a sus compañeras de clase, mancillándoles no solo la honra, sino también su derecho a ser persona, a tener integridad, a tener privacidad. Cada gran transformación tecnológica siempre ha sido en la historia de la humanidad una gran oportunidad para construir sociedades más justas, pero también, si lo hacemos mal, puede ser fuente de nuevas injusticias. Y en este contexto es deber de todos establecer consensos multilaterales para dar un marco ético al desarrollo y al uso de nuevas tecnologías, como el caso de la inteligencia artificial. Requerimos un marco que incorpore la perspectiva de derechos humanos a la investigación e innovación tecnológica, considerando el resguardo y fomento de la libertad y la dignidad de las personas y los pueblos, así como las necesidades del desarrollo sostenible. Las sociedades tenemos que avanzar y de ello no nos cabe duda, pero tenemos que hacerlo de forma responsable. Por eso, entender y gestionar mejor las oportunidades que el porvenir nos ofrece para usarlas en nuestro beneficio antes de que se conviertan en amenaza y terminen profundizando las desigualdades existentes es un deber, que es, por ejemplo, lo que hacemos en Chile desde el Congreso del Futuro, que no me cabe ninguna duda, ustedes también tienen iniciativas parecidas en sus países. Con humildad, pero también con orgullo, puedo afirmar que nuestro país hoy día tiene condiciones para ser un referente latinoamericano de cara al futuro de la inteligencia artificial, y vamos a trabajar firmemente en esa dirección. Democracia es memoria y futuro. Y es por ello que queremos que el desarrollo tecnológico sea una herramienta de unión y no de división, que promueva el empoderamiento en conjunto de la sociedad, que enfrente el fenómeno de la desinformación, que apoye sobre todo a los sectores más vulnerables, y que no signifique una profundización de las inequidades ya existentes, tanto a nivel global como al interior de nuestros países. Termino diciendo que los desafíos que enfrentamos requieren de soluciones audaces y colectivas, porque ninguno de nosotros, ni siquiera el país más poderoso, puede enfrentar estos desafíos por sí solo. Los fenómenos migratorios, la crisis climática, las pandemias no tienen fronteras ni banderas. Nos afectan a todos los países del mundo. Y por eso este foro esta asamblea tiene que estar a la altura de ese desafío y hagamos valer, si somos más, las palabras y la petición que nos hiciera el día de ayer el secretario general Antonio Guterres respecto a la necesidad de reformar la gobernanza mundial, tanto en sus aspectos políticos como financieros. ¿Es reforma o es barbarie? Nosotros estamos por la reforma y le decimos al señor secretario general que cuenta con nuestro apoyo para reformar no solo el Consejo de Seguridad, sino también las organizaciones financieras nacidas después del consenso de Bretton Woods. Insisto, democracia es memoria y futuro, y en este camino hacia un mundo mejor, el rol de esta Asamblea General es decisivo. Por eso, y porque hemos aprendido de nuestro pasado, y como representante de las nuevas generaciones, soy optimista respecto a lo que está por venir. Porque esta misma Asamblea, a lo largo de sus más de 70 años de historia, ha demostrado que incluso en los momentos más difíciles, es posible que la humanidad logre acuerdos y caminos hacia la cooperación y la convivencia civilizada. Siempre, estimados y estimadas, podrán contar con Chile para promover y defender los derechos humanos, el multilateralismo, la democracia y construir juntos un desarrollo sostenible y un mundo sin pobreza y más igualdad social. Muchísimas gracias.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile for the statement just made, and I request protocol to quote His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kurel Shaw Ukna, President of Mongolia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Kurel Shaw Ukna, President of the Republic of Mongolia, and to invite him to address the Assembly. Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to convey my heartfelt congratulations to the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis, and wish every success in the work of the session. I'm confident that under your able leadership, the 78th session of the General Assembly will facilitate comprehensive discussions on a range of critical issues facing the world and will present constructive solutions for peace, prosperity, and sustainability. We cannot only indulge in peace and harmony, but we can entrust a peaceful and prosperous world to future generations by sincerely yearning for peace, security, and sustainable development, and by devoting efforts and financing resources to consolidate the political, economic, environmental, and socio-cultural foundations that sustain the world. Mr. President, despite the world's collective accomplishment in overcoming the threat of the global pandemic, we are still facing a range of challenges stemming from geostrategic and geopolitical tensions, socio-economic crises, climate change, and swift technological advancement. The United Nations, its charter, and international legal system are continuing to play an important role in strengthening global peace, security, and fostering international cooperation. The United Nations, its charter, to collectively overcome current challenges, conflicts, confrontations, and mistrust, the countries of the world should strive for greater unity, trust, and friendship, and endeavor to further strengthen the role and position of the United Nations as a global community of human solidarity. Mongolia commends and supports the initiatives outlined in the United Nations Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, including the recent new agenda for peace, which offer proactive solutions to global challenges in international relations by amplifying preventive diplomacy and reinvigorating multilateral cooperation and dialogue. Захин технологийн хурдтай хөгжил нь дэлхийн нийтийн хөгжил дэвшилт шинэ боломжуудыг нээж байгаа боловч нөгөө талаараа террорист халдлага үүдэх, түүнийг санхүүжүүлэх, мөнгө угаах, үе болноор хөнөөх зэвсэг дэлгэрүүлэх зэрэг дэлхийн энх тайван, аюулгүй байдал, аюул зандууд очруулдаг гэмт үйлдэлийг ховсгон өөрчилж байгаамаа. Иймээс дэлхийн улс орнууд болон олон улсын хамтын нийгэмлэг эдгээр гэмт хэрэгтэй үр дүнтэй тэмцэхийн тулд бүх талаар хамтран ажиллаж, харилцан мэдээлэл солилцож, олон улсын эрх зүйн орчныг тодорхой болгох шаардлага зүйсээр тавигдж байна. Ил чиглэлд Монгол улс нэгдсэн улсны байгууллага болон түүний системийн байгууллагуудын санаачлах, үйл ажиллагааг бүрэн дэмжиж, мэдээлэл харилцаа холбооны технологиг гэмт хэрглэгийн зорилгоор ашигладагтай тэмцэх олон улсын иж бүрэн конвенцийг боловсруулахад идэвхтэй оролцож байна. Эрхэм чуулганы дарга геополитикийн хорцтмол хэдвэтэй нөхцөл байдал нь дэлхийн нийт Үсмэтийн аюулгүй байдал сөргөөр нөлөөлөн улс орондын үл ойлголцыг сэтгүүлж байгаа энэ цаг үед альва асуудлыг зөвхөн эвийг эрхэмсэн инх тайванч яриа хэлцээний замаар шийдвэрлэх нь хамгийн оновчтой шийдэл хэмээн манай улс үздэг. Монгол улс өөрийн нутаг дэвсгийн сүмийн зэвсгийн статусыг зарлаад 30 гаруй жил болж байгаа бөгөөд сүмийн зэвсгийг хураах, үл дэлгэрүүлэхийн төлөөх олон улсын хамтын нийгэмлэгийн хүчин чармаатыг бүх талаар дэмжиж ирсэн. Монгол улс улсынхаа инх тайван, аюулгүй байдлыг бэхжүүлэхэд хувь нэмрээ оруулах үнднээс энэ оны 4 дугаар сард Зүүн хойд Азийн аюулгүй байдлын асуудлаар Улаанбаатарын яриа хэлэлцээ олон улсын баг хурлыг 8 дахь удаага амжилттай зохион байгууллаа. Тус хуралд оролцсон нэгдсэн улсны байгууллагын дэвсэг хураах асуудал эрхэлсэн орлогч ерхий нарийн бичгийн дарга Изуми Накамуци Зүүн хойд Аз дахь бүс нутагт инх тайван аюулгүй байдлыг тогтоох, итгэлслийг бэхжүүлэхэд Улаанбаатарын яриа хэлэлцээ механизм онцгой чухал талбар болж байгаа хэмээн онцгон дурдсан билээ. Инхийг эрхэмлсэн нээлттэй олон толгуур гадаад бодлогын хүрээнд бүс нутаг дахь аюулгүй байдлын чиглэлээр гаргаж буй Монгол улсын энэхүү хүчин чармаалт жилээс жилд өргөжин бэхжиж, ил санаачлал урагшлуулахад улс орнуудын оролцоо нэмэгдэж байгааг тэмдэглэн хэлэхэд таатай байна. Өнгөрсөн жил нэгдсэн улсны байгууллагын ерөнхий нарийн бичгийн дарга Антонио Гутерриш манай улсад ажиллахдаа Монгол улс бол зөрчил дэмжлэгтэй дэлхийн ертөнцид инх тайвны бэлэг тэмдэг болсон улс хэмээн үнэлсэн бол саяхан Монгол улсад ажилласан гэгэн ширээт улсын төрийн тэргүүн Францис оюун санаа, сүсэг бишрлийн торгон мэдрэмжтэй санаа соёлын чанарын эдис бүхэнд үнзгийн шингэсэн учраас Монгол улс шашин шүтлэгийн эрх чөлөөний бэлэг тэмдэг болсон орон юм хэмээн хэлснийг энд бас тэмдэглэн хэлэхэд таатай байна. Тэрээр зөрчил мөргөлдөөн дэрэгдээд байгаа энэ дэлхийн ертөнцид Монголын их амраамгалан дахин цогцолж альва зөрчил тэмцэлгүй болсон байсан тэртех цаг үе шиг олон улсын хууль эрх зүй хэм хэмжээг хүндэтгэн дэвлэж байх болтугай хэмээн дэлхийн нийтэд уриалсан юм а. Эрхэм чуулганы дарга нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ихийг сахиулах ажиллагаа нь дэлхийн инх тайван аюулгүй байдлыг хамгаалах чухал арга замын нэг бөгөөд зэвсэгт мөргөлдөөнийг зогсоох, хязгаарлах, хүмүүнлэгийн гамшиг шийдвэрлэх, хүн төрөлхтний нийгмийн хөгжлийг ахиулах нөхцөл боломжийг бүрдүүлэхэд чухал үүрэг гүйцэтгэсээр ирсэн. Энэ чүүднээс бид нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын инхийг сахиулах ажиллагааг нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллага болон олон талд хамтын ажиллагаанд инхийн төлөө хүчин чармаалтай амин чухал хэсэг гэж үздэг бөгөөд өнгөрсөн 20 гаруй жилийн хугацаанд Монгол улс өөрийн 20 гаруй мянган инхийг сахиулагчдаа дэлхийн халуун цэгүүдэд илгээж хүн төрөлхтний инх тайван аюулгүй байдлыг сахин хамгаалахын төлөө дэлхийн хамтын нийгмийн өмнө хүлээсэн үүргээ нэр төртөөгөр биелүүлж ирлээ. Монгол улс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ихийг сахиулах ажиллагаанд эмэгтэйчүүдийн үр дүнтэй оролцоог чухалчилж, бүх төвшөнд эмэгтэйчүүдийн оролцоо нэмэгдэх нь инх тайван аюулгүй байдлыг хангахад томоохон өөрчлөлт авчирч, мөргөлдөөнийг инхийн замаар шийдвэрлэхэд бодиттой нөлөө үзүүлнэ гэж үздэг юм а. and on the peaceful
манай улс
resolution of
нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын
conflict.
аюулгын
To
зөвлөлийн
contribute to the
эмэгтэйчүүд,
implementation
инх
of the
тайван, аюулгүй
UN
байдлын тухай
SCR
тогтоолыг хэрэгжүүлэхэд
1325,
хувь нэмэр
we
оруулах үүднээс
successfully organized
2022
the
оны
international
6 дугаар сард
conference on
нэгдсэн
strengthening
үндэсний
the
байгууллагын
role of
ихэнх сургууль
women
ажиллагаанд
in
эмэгтэй
peacekeeping
цэргийн
in
албан хаагчдын
June
оролцоо
22,
олон улсын баг хурлыг
where
эх орондоо амжилттай зохион байгуулж
and
ил талбарт
exchange their
дах
experiences
сорил бэрхшээлийг
and
даван
ideas
туулах сайн туршлага
on best
шилдэг арга замын
practices
талаар
and lessons
санал
learned,
өгсөн юм а.
as well as challenges and
Мөн бид
obstacles
гендерийн эрхтгч
encountered
байдлыг
in the
хангах
field.
бодлого
We
үүд
are
ажиллагаагаа
also aiming at
нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын
implementing our national
эмэгтэйчүүдийн
policies and
эмэгтэйчүүд инх
activities
тайван
on
аюулгүй
ensuring
байдал
gender
хөтөлбөртөө
equality in
уялдуулан
line
хэрэгжүүлэхийг
with the
зорьд юм а.
Women, Peace and Security
Эрхэм
Agenda.
чуулганы дарга
Mr. President,
улс үндэстнүүд бид
as nations,
үндэс
it is
ухсаа
our
арьс
collective
ун
aspiration
нас үес шашин
to
шүтлэг
coexist harmoniously
соёлын ялгаанаас
and
үл хамааран
equitably in this
эртэлхийдээ
world,
бүгд эрхтгч
regardless of our
амар амгалан
ethnicity,
амьдрах учиртай.
race, age, gender,
Гэвч бидний
religion,
дэвшүүлсэн хөгжлөөс
or
хэнийг ч үл
cultural
огтлуулах
distinctions.
зарчим өнөө
However,
бүрэн
the
биелэл болж
principle of
чадлагүй.
leaving no one behind in
Улс орнуудын хөгжлийн
development
түвшин,
defined by us has
хүмүүсийн
not been
амьдрах
fully
орчин,
realized so
нөхцөл
far.
байдал, харилцан
Disparities
адилгүй
still persist
хэвээр
both
байсаар
in
байна.
the levels of development among
Сүүлийн
various
жилүүдэд
countries
дэлхийн нийтийг хамарсан
and
цав
in the
дахал,
living conditions
уур амьсгалын
experienced by
өөрчлөлт,
different groups of
геополитикийн зөрчил,
The recent
санхүү
global
болон үрийн
challenges such as
асуудал,
pandemic, climate
ядуурал,
change, geopolitical
үйлчлэн зэрэг
conflict,
хөгжлийн хурдыг
financial
сааруулсан
and debt
сорилт
crisis,
бэрхшээлүүд нь
poverty,
нэн
and
ялангуяа
hunger have significantly
хөгжиж буй улс орнуудад илүү хүндээ тус байгаа бөгөөд
particularly in developing
эдгээр
countries
улс орнуудад
with
тогтвортой
progress
хөгжлийн
towards
зорилтуудын хэрэгжилт
achieving the
хамгийн сул багамаа.
sustainable development goals is
Дэлхийн нийтийн
lagging.
итгэлцлэл,
Even
нэв
though
нэгдэл,
we have
хөгжил
already
дэвшлийн
passed
замын
halfway
зураглал болсон
to the deadline
тогтвортой хөгжлийн
for the
зорилтуудын хэрэгжих
2030
хугацааны
agenda,
талан өнгөрөөд байхад
which is the
бидний
roadmap for
дэвшүүлсэн
fostering
тогтвортой
trust,
хөгжлийн зорилгуудын
unity and
хэрэгжилт
development.
12%
The
нь
UN
хангалттай,
report
50% нь сул,
2023 reveals that
30% нь
only
хэрэгжээгүй талаар
12% of the
нэгдсэн үндэсний
SDGs
байгууллагын
targets are on track,
2023
while
оны
progress on
тайланд
50% is weak and
дурджээ.
insufficient,
Хэрвээ бид
and progress
дэвшүүлсэн
on
зорилтоо
30%
хэрэгжүүлж
has
чадах
stalled
аваас
or even
хүн
reversed.
төрөлхтний хөгжил дэвшлийн цаашдын замнал дардан байхгүй нь тодорхой юм а.
Our goals, it is evident
Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын
that
ерөнхий
the
нэрмжийн
further
дарга
path for
Антони Гутерришийн хэлснээр
development and progress of for
тогтвортой
mankind
хөгжлийн
is weak.
зорилтуудыг
It is
зэрэглээ
critical
болох эсэх
time
нь
to be
бидний
responsive
өнөөгийн
as
хүч
the
чармаалтаас
Secretary
хамаарах
General Antonio
хариуцлагатай
Guterres
цагт
warned
нэгэн
not
тулд
to turn
ирлээ
the
гэсэн байдаг.
2030 agenda for sustainable development into a mirage
Тогтвортой хөгжлийн
of
зорилгуудын
what might
санхүүжилт
have been.
сар дахлын
Prior to the
өмнөх жил
pandemic, the annual
2.5
SDG
орчим
funding
их найд
gap
ам
stood
доллараар
at
тасарч байсан бол
2.5 trillion
өнөөдөр
US dollars.
4.2
But as
их
per
найд
the
ам
OECD,
доллар болон
it has
нэмэгдэж
now surged at
уураа
least
хөгжилтэй 52 улс
4.2
үрийн
trillion
депозитод
and 52
зарлахад
least developed
ойрхон болсон
countries
байна.
are at risk of
Иймээс
serious
тогтвортой
debt
хөгжлийн
crisis.
зорилтуудыг санхүүжүүлэх дэлхийн хэмжээний төлөвлөгөөг яаралтай боловсруулах шаардлага хөөсөөр тавьж байна. Монгол улс өнгөрсөн 7 дугаар сард Нью-Йорк хотноо болсон нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын эдийн засаг, нийгмийн зөвлөлийн тогтвортой хөгжлийн асуудлаарх улс төрийн өндөр түвшний чуулга уулзалтад үндэсний сайн дурын илтгэлээ 2 дахь удаага танилцууллаа. Уг илтгэлийн судалгаагаар манай улс тогтвортой хөгжлийн 15 зорилгын хэрэгжилт ахицтай, нэг зорилтын хэрэгжилт ууралтай гэсэн үндэс авсан байна. Монгол улс тогтвортой хөгжлийн зорилгоодыг хэрэгжүүлэхэд 2030 он хүртэл жил бүр дундчаар дотоодын нийт бүтээгдэхүүний 18 орчим хувьтай тэнцэх хэмжээний нэмэлт санхүүжилт шаардлагатай болох урдсан тооцоо гарсан болно. Эрхэм чуулганы дарга уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлт, хүн төрөлхтний амьдралд аюулын харант бэлдэж, их дэлхийн оршин тогтход төгшүүрийн дохио хагнуулж байна. Хэрвээ бид их дэлхийг хамгаалах эрс шийдвэрийн замыг яг одоо сонгохгүй юм бол их дэлхий цаашид та бидэнгүүгээр оршин амьдрах өөрийн замаа сонгох болно. Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн асуудлаар засгийн газар хоорондын зөвлөлийн 2023 оны илтгэлийн дүнгээр цаашид дэлхийн цаг агаар хагас хэмээн дулаарч ядуурл нэмэгдэж хэд халалт үүсэн далайн түвшин дээшилж амьдрах орчин болон шүрэн устж ан галчиг нүүлэх бөгөөд дэлхийн дулаарлын өчүүхэн хэмжээ бүр хэмжээшгүй их өртөгтэй болно хэмээн онцлон тэмдэглэснийг хэлхийг бас хүсэж байна. Иймээс дэлхийн улс орнууд засгийн газрууд нэн яралтай арга хэмжээ авч Парисын гэрээг хэрэгжүүлэхийн төлөө тууштай ажиллаж эрдэмтэн судлаачдын үгийг сонсож олон нийтийн мэдлэг боловсролыг сайжруулах Хүүхдүүдийн нөөцийн хэрэглээгээ хянан зохицуулах, биологийн олон янз байдлын хадгалж, нөхөн сэргээх, сэргээгдэх хүчний их усруудыг ашиглах зэрэг байгаль экологийн хувьд ээлтэй, эдийн засгийн хувьд үр ашигтай технологиг хөгжүүлэх, хэрэглэх, уур амьсгалын санхүүжилтийг эрс нэмэгдүүлэх шаардлагатай байна. Энэ үүднээс Монгол улс гадаад дотоодын хөрөнгө оруулалтыг нэмэгдүүлэхэд чиглэсэн хууль тогтоомжийн томоохон шинжилт хийснээр 2023 онд доктортой хөгжлийн зорилтуудын санхүүжилтийн таксономыг баталж чадсан дэлхийн анхдагч орнуудын нэг болсон юм а. Манай улс тэр мод хүнсний хангамж аюулгүй байдал, үндэсний хөдөлгөөнүүдийг амжилттай хэрэгжүүлэхийн зэрэгцээ ногоон, цахим хүртээмжтэй худалдаа, эдийн засгийн харилцааг өргөжүүлэн хөгжүүлэх зорилгоор дэлхийн экспортыг дэмжих чуулга уулзалтыг эх орондоо амжилттай зохион байгуулсан. Түүнчлэн дэлхийн соёлын үр бүртгэгдсэн орхны хүндэд монголчуудын эрдийн нийслэл хар хормотыг байгаль орчинд ээлтэй ногоон хөгжил тулгуурласан ухаалаг эко хот болгон сэргээн байгуулах их бүтээн байгуулалтын ажлыг эхлүүлээд байна. Мөн Монгол улс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын төлөвлөлтөд тэмцэх конвенцийн талуудын 17 дугаар баг хурлыг 2026 онд Улаанбаатар хотноо зохион байгуулах бэлтгэл ажлыг хангаж байгаагаа дуулгахад таатай байна. Эрхэм чуулганы дарга Монгол улс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын хүрээнд далаад гацгүй байгаа орнуудын ашиг сонирхлыг хамгаалах буюу тусгай хэрэгцээ шаардлагатай улс орнуудын онцлог байдлыг олон улсын хамтын нийгэмд танилцуулах боломжийг нэг чиглэлээр идэвхтэй ажилладаг улсаа. Манай улс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллага дахь далаад гацгүй хөгжиж байгаа орнуудын бүлгийн дэд дараагаар ажиллаж дэлхийн худалдааны байгууллага олон улсын иргэний агарын тээврийн байгууллагуудын хүрээнд далаад гацгүй хөгжиж байгаа орнуудын бүлгийг тус байгуулах санаачлагыг дэвшүүлэн хэрэгжүүлж байна. Тухайлбал 2022 оны 9 дугаар сард Канада улсын Манила хотноо болсон олон улсын иргэний нийслэлийн байгууллагын ассамблеийн 41 дэх удаагийн чуулга уулзалтын үеэр манай улс далаад гацгүй хөгжиж байгаа орнуудын иргэний нийслэлийн салбарыг дэмжих тухай ажлын баримт бичгийг санаачлан хэлэлцүүлж гишүүн улсуудын өргөн дэмжлэгийг хүлээсэн. Монгол улс 2017 онд Улаанбаатар хотноо санаачлан байгуулсан засгийн газрын хоорондын байгууллага болох далаад гацгүй хөгжиж байгаа орнуудын олон улсын судалгааны төвийг хөгжүүлж бэхжүүлэхийг чухалчлан анхаардаг юм а. Ирэх 2024 онд Рванда улсын Гэргэл хотноо болох далаад гацгүй хөгжиж байгаа орнуудын асуудлаар нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын 3 дугаар баг хурал нь Венийн үйл ажиллагааны хөтөлбөрийн үнэлгээний бодит туршлага, сургамжид тулгуурлан далаад гацгүй улсуудын хөгжлийн дараагийн 10 жилийн төлөвлөгөөг хэлсэн бодлох чухал арга хэмжээ болно гэдэг итгэлтэй байна. Эрхэм чуулганы дарга нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ерөнхий ассамблеийн 78 дугаар чуулганаар эрүүл мэндийн асуудал дэлхийн нийтийн анхаарлыг хандуулж бүх нийтийг эрүүл мэндийн даатгалд хандуулах, хар тахалд бэлэн байх, урдсан сэргийлэх буюу хариу арга хэмжээ авах, сүрьегийн асуудлаар өндөр түвшний 3 уулзалт зохион байгуулан улс төрийн тунхаглалууд баталж байгаа нь эрх чиглэлээр гаргаж буй олон улсын хүчин чармаалтад чухал хувь нэмэр оруулна гэдэг итгэлтэй байна. Монгол улсын ерөнхийлөгчийн санаачлан хэрэгжүүлж эрүүл Монгол хүн хүнсний хөтөлбөр дээрх улсуудаас гарах зорилтуудыг тослон хэрэгжүүлэх болно. Монгол улс дэлхийн эрүүл мэндийн ассамблеийн 2 дахь тусгай чуулганаар гаргасан шийдвэрийн дагуу цар тахлаас урьдчилан сэргийлэх, бэлэн байдлыг хангах, хариу арга хэмжээ авах тухай дэлхийн эрүүл мэндийн байгууллагаас батлах олон улсын эрх зүйн баримт бичгийн төслийг боловсруулах, яриа хэлэлцээг бүрэн дэмжиж, хувь нэмрээ оруулан ажиллагаа илэрхийлж байна. Олон улсын эрх зүйн энэхүү баримт бичгийг байгуулснаар хахал өвчнөд тэмцэхэд нэн шаардлагатай вакцины эмчилгээ онцлогоог дэлхийн хүн амд илүү тэгш хүртээмжтэй хуваарлахад чухал ач холбогдолтой болно гэж итгэж байна. Дэлхийн дахиныг хамарсан цав тахлын хүнд цаг үеийг хүн төрлөختөн охирол багтаа даван туулахад онцгой үр гүйцэтгэсэн дэлхийн эрүүл мэндийн байгууллага болон дэлхийн өнцөг болон бүрд хүн төрлөختний амь нас эрүүл мэндийн төлөө өөрийн амь насаа үл хайрлан зүтгэх хүчин зүтгэсэн дэлхийн эрүүл мэндийн байгууллагын бүх ажилтан албан хаагчдад болон
Дэлхийн эрүүл мэндийн байгууллагын ерхий нэрийн бичгийн дарга доктор Тедрос Гебресиус танд Монголын ард түмний нэрийн өмнөөс бас гүн талархал илэрхийлж байна. Цаашид дэлхийн эрүүл мэндийн байгууллагын үүрэг оролцоо байр суурийг бэхжүүлэх, үйл ажиллагааны цар хүрээг өргөжүүлэхэд бүх талаар дэмжин хамтран ажиллахыг гишүүн улс орнуудад бас уриалж байна. Эрхэм чуулганы дарга, энэ жил хүний эрхийн түгээмэл хонхол батлагдсны 75 жилийн огоож байна. Хүний эрх хэрэгчлөө шударга ёсыг эрхэмлэгч ардсан Монгол улс төр нийгэм, соёл, эдийн засгийн чиглэлээр хүний эрхийг хангах, гендрийн тэгш эрхийг баталгаажуулсан зарчмыг үндсэн хуульдаа тунхагласан. Гендрийн тэгш ус байдлаас ангид дэлхийн ертөнцийг бий болгох нь бидний нийтлэг зорилго бөгөөд үүний төлөө хамтран ажиллах нь бидний хамтын үүрэг хариуцлага юм. Аливаа улс үндэстний эв найрамдал, хөгжил цэцэглэлт, гэр бүлийн сайн сайхан бүхэн эмэгтэйчүүдийн үүрэг оролцоо онцгой чухал байдгийн адил хүн төрөлхтний аюулгүй байдал, хөгжил дэвшил, эмэгтэйчүүд, эмэгтэй удирдчдын үүрэг оролцоо асар чухал юм. Монгол улс өнгөрсөн 6 дугаар сард гадаад хэргийн эмэгтэй сайдрын уулзалтыг эх орондоо амжилттай зохион байгуулсан бөгөөд хүн төрөлхтний өмнө болон олон улсын харилцаанд тулгамдж буй дэлхийн нийтийн инх тайван, аюулгүй байдал, уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлт, хүнсний аюулгүй байдал зэрэг асуудлуудын шийдлийг нухацтай хэлэлцэж Улаанбаатарын тунхаглал хэмээх төгсгөлийн баримт бичгийг баталсан. Бид энэхүү амжилтаа ахиулж 2024 онд дэлхийн эмэгтэйчүүдийн чуулга уулзалтыг Монгол улсад зохион байгуулах саналыг дэвшүүлэн ажиллаж байна. Уг санаачлагыг дэмжин хамтран ажиллахыг дэлхийн улс орнуудаас бас уриалж байна. Эрхэм чуулганы дарга, олон улсын харилцааны дэг журам хэм хэмжээ эрс өөрчлөгдөж буй энэ цаг үед олон талд хамтын ажиллагаа, олон улсын хамтын нийгэмлэгийн гүйцэтгэх үүрэг оролцоо ач холбогдол улам бүр нэмэгдэж байна. Иймээс нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын шинжилгээг эрчимжүүлэх, ялангуяа нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын аюулгүй зөвлөлийн шинжилгээний яриаг урагшлуулахад гишүүн улс орнууд эцэг санаачтай оролцох нь чухал хэмээн Монгол улс үзэж байна. Ирэх 2024 оны 9 дугаар сард сайн сайхан ирээдүйн төлөөх олон талт хамтын ажиллагааны шийдлүүд сэдвийн дор болох ирээдүйн асуудлаар дээд түвшний чуулга уулзалт нь нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын дөрмийн зарчмуудыг баталгах, олон талт хамтын ажиллагааны үзэл санааг сэргээх, амгалсан амлалтуудаа биелүүлэх, дэлхийн нийтийн тулгамдсан асуудлыг шийдвэрлэх арга замыг эргэлхийлэх, гишүүн орнуудын дунд итгэлцлийг бэхжүүлэхэд чухал ач холбогдолтой арга хэмжээ болно гэж итгэж байна. Өнөө цагт улс үндэстнийхээ хувь заяа, хөгжил цэцгэлтийг чиглүүлэн зарж яваа удирдагч та бүхний ирээдүйн хойч үеийнхний эрх ашигт нийцсэн дэлхийн инх тайван, аюулгүй байдал, хүрээлэн буй орчинд ээлтэй, алсыг харсан ухаалаг бодлого, санал санаачлагыг хүн төрлөختөн хүлээж байгаа нь дамжиггүй. Хүн төрлөختний амар амгалан, дайны дэлхийн инх тайван, ирээдүйн хойч үеийнхээ сайн сайхны төлөө хамтдаа хүчин зүтгэлцгээе. Бүх хөх тэнгэр хүн төрлөختөн биднийг өн мөнхөд ивэх болтугай. Анхаарал хандуулсан баярлалаа.
Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Muhammad Oud Sheikh El Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Muhammad Oud Sheikh El Ghazwani, President of the Republic of Mauritania, and to invite His Excellency to address the Assembly. Your Excellency.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Sallallahu ala nabiyyi
In the name of God, the
Sayyid
President of the
al-Rais,
compassionate
أصحاب الجلالة
peace and
والفخامة
blessings on the
والسمو.
Prophet of God. Mr. President, Your
السيد
Majesty's
أنطونيو
Highnesses,
غوتيريس الأمين العام
Mr.
لمنظمة
Antonio
الأمم
Guterres,
المتحدة.
Secretary General of the United
أصحاب
Nations,
المعالي والسعادة أيها السادة
Excellencies,
والسيدات.
ladies and gentlemen,
يطيب لي بداية أن أتقدم بالتهنئة لسعادة السفير دينيس فرانسيس لتوليه رئاسة هذه الدورة 78 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، متمنيا له التوفيق وشاكرا سلفه صاحب السعادة شابا كوروشي على حسن أدائه للدورة السابقة. كما أود كذلك الإشادة هنا بما يبذله الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريس من جهود قيمة في سبيل تعزيز دور الأمم المتحدة وتحقيق أهدافها. أيها السادة والسيدات، إن عالمنا اليوم تجتاحه أزمات حادة ومتنوعة تؤكد بفعل تداخلاتها وتغذية بعضها لبعض وشمول آثارها السلبية على الجميع، وإن بنسب متفاوتة، عمق ترابط مصائرنا جميعا وحاجتنا الملحة إلى الإسراع في تنفيذ أهداف التنمية المستدامة طبقا بما التزمنا به جماعيا في إطار أجندة 2030. فلا شك أن تقدمنا في تنفيذ هذه الأهداف لا يزال من حيث السرعة والشمول دون القدر الذي نأمله جميعا، ويتطلبه عمق تنوع التحديات الراهنة. ويمكن القول إجمالا أن هذا التقدم يظل في الغالب خاصة في الدول النامية مترددا بين البطء والتعثر والتراخي، ويشهد بذلك ما نلحظه جميعا من تنامي الفقر والبطالة والأزمات الصحية والغذائية الحادة والتضخم المنذر بالركود الاقتصادي وتفشي العنف والإرهاب والنزاعات المسلحة الهدامة والتردي المتسارع للوضع البيئي لكوكبنا. لكن على الرغم من قتامة هذا المشهد لا يزال الأمل في تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة قائما، لكنه أمل رهين بقدرتنا الجماعية على تدشين مسارات جديدة للتعاون المتعدد الأطراف وتصحيح ما تنطوي عليه منظومة المساعدة الإنمائية من الاختلالات واستحداث آليات أكثر نجاعة في توفير الموارد الضرورية لتمويل التنمية المستدامة. ولذا فإن الدورة الحالية للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة ذات أهمية بالغة لما تتيحه من مراجعة عند منتصف المسار لتنفيذ أهداف التنمية المستدامة وتداول حول أمجد السبل للتسريع وترفيه. أيها السادة والسيدات، إننا في الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية جعلنا من تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة موجها عاما لمجهودنا التنموي، كما هو جلي في استراتيجيتنا للنمو المتسارع والرفاه المشترك التي تشكل الإطار المرجعي لعملنا الإنمائي العمومي. ولقد تمكنا بفضل ما بذلنا من جهود كبيرة على الرغم من ظرف دولي وإقليمي غير مواكب من تحسين مؤشرات العديد من أهداف التنمية المستدامة في بلادنا. فقد كافحنا الفقر والهشاشة والإقصاء من خلال بناء شبكة أمان اجتماعي واسعة تعزز صمود مواطنينا الأكثر هشاشة وتدعم قدرتهم الشرائية بصيغ متنوعة وتوسع الضمان الصحي الاجتماعي على نحو يؤدي تدريجيا إلى ضمان صحي شامل. كما أجرينا إصلاحات هيكلية تساعد على بناء اقتصاد متنوع أقوى صمودا وأقدر على خلق فرص العمل وإنتاج القيمة المضافة. وعززنا الحكامة في المجال الاقتصادي والمالي والنقدي
مع الحرص على ترقية قطاعاتنا الإنتاجية من زراعة وصيد وتنمية حيوانية سعيا إلى تعزيز أمننا الغذائي وتحقيق الاكتفاء الذاتي. وإن هذا المجهود الإصلاحي هو الذي مكن من تحقيق نمو اقتصادي في حدود 6.4% السنة الماضية، وهو الذي مكن كذلك من تحسين نسب النفاذ إلى الخدمات الأساسية، فتم توسيع عرض الخدمات الصحية، وبلغت نسبة النفاذ إلى الماء الصالح للشرب 72.33%، وإلى الكهرباء 91.84% في الوسط الحضري، و53% على مجمل التراب الوطني، مع زيادة حصة الطاقات المتجددة في مجمل الاستهلاك الطاقوي، حيث وصلت إلى 34% سنة 2020، مع التخطيط للوصول إلى نسبة 50% سنة 2030. وقد اتسعت آفاقنا في هذا المجال بفضل برنامج واسع لتطوير الهيدروجين الأخضر. هو الآن قيد الإطلاق، سيوفر مصدرا بديلا ومستداما لطاقة نظيفة، ويمكننا من تحقيق الهدف الذي رسمناه في مساهمتنا المناخية الوطنية المراجعة، والمتمثل في خفض الانبعاثات الكربونية بنسبة 11%. وإننا لنعلق آمالا كبيرة على قمة المناخ 28 المقرر عقدها في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، راجين أن تحترم الدول الصناعية التزاماتها في خفض الانبعاثات الحرارية والوفاء بتعهداتها في قمة باريس. ويكمل جهدنا هذا في التحول الطاقوي عمل دؤوب على مكافحة التصحر والتغيرات المناخية، وعلى استعادة توازن منظومتنا البيئية، وذلك في إطار مبادرة السور الأخضر الكبير واللجنة المشتركة لمكافحة آثار الجفاف في الساحل والعمل على ترقية الاقتصاد الأخضر. ثم إننا منحنا عناية كبيرة للاستثمار في رأس المال البشري، فتم رسم وتنفيذ برامج عديدة لتكوين الشباب وتأهيله وتمكينه من ولوج سوق العمل وحمايته من الغلو والتطرف، بالإضافة إلى برامج أخرى خاصة بتمكين المرأة وإشراكها بقوة في الحياة السياسية وتسيير الشريعة. ويجري حاليا العمل على تنفيذ إصلاحات واعدة لمنظومتنا التربوية تهدف إلى بناء مدرسة جمهورية تتيح لكافة أبنائنا الاستفادة من تعليم ذي جودة عالية في ظروف حسنة متماثلة. هذا علاوة على جهودنا في إرساء دعائم دولة القانون والحكامة الرشيدة وتوطيد اللحمة الاجتماعية وترسيخ الحريات الفردية والجماعية. فقد حرصنا على تقوية حقوق الإنسان وحماية المرأة والطفل، وحاربنا الاسترقاق في أشكاله العصرية ومخلفاته القديمة على نحو أثمر نتائج جد إيجابية يقر بها شركاؤنا وكذلك الهيئات الدولية ذات الاختصاص. كما اتخذنا من الحوار والانفتاح على الجميع نهجا ثابتا في تدبير الشأن العام، وأطلقنا إصلاحا عميقا للمنظومة القضائية ترسيخا لاستقلالية السلطات وتكريسا للفصل بينها. وقد زادت كل هذه الإصلاحات من قوة دولة القانون لدينا ومن حيوية نظامنا الديمقراطي وشفافيته، وما كنا لنحقق هذه النتائج لولا أن وفقنا في توفير الأمن والاستقرار على عموم التراب الوطني، على الرغم من المحيط الإقليمي والدولي الشديد الاضطراب. وقد تبنينا استراتيجية أمنية مندمجة ومتكاملة هي موضع إشادة من الجميع، وساهمنا في العمل على استعادة الأمن والاستقرار في شبه المنطقة عبر مجموعة دول الساحل الخمس التي نتولى اليوم رئاستها الدورية. كما نشارك في قوات حفظ السلام الأممية في جمهورية أفريقيا الوسطى، ونحتضن ما يزيد على 100,000
من أشقائنا الماليين اللاجئين بفعل الاضطرابات الأمنية.
who found
وقد
refuge
ظلت
in Mauritania in the wake
تؤطر
of the
جهودنا في
instability in their
العمل
country.
على تحقيق السلام والأمن إقليميا ودوليا سياسة خارجية قائمة على أساس حسن الجوار والاحترام المتبادل والتعاون البناء وتغليب الحوار والتفاهم والالتزام بالمواثيق والمعاهدات الدولية والوقوف إلى جانب القضايا العادلة. وفي هذا السياق فإنني أجدد من هذا المنبر تأكيدنا على حق الشعب الفلسطيني في إقامة دولة مستقلة عاصمتها القدس الشرقية وفقا لقرارات الأمم المتحدة ذات الصلة ومبادرة السلام العربية، وكذلك تمسكنا بالحلول التي تحفظ الوحدة الترابية وترصيد عائم الاستقرار والأمن في كل من ليبيا واليمن وسوريا. كما ندعو إلى بذل كل الجهود الممكنة لوقف الأعمال القتالية بشكل دائم وفعال في جمهورية السودان وتأسيس لحل سياسي شامل في هذا البلد الشقيق، مؤكدين وقوفنا إلى جانب الحكومة الصومالية في سعيها إلى تحقيق الأمن والاستقرار. ونجدد موقفنا الثابت من نزاع الصحراء الغربية ودعمنا لجهود الأمم المتحدة ولكل قرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة الرامية إلى إيجاد حل مستدام ومقبول لدى الجميع. كما ندين بشدة ظاهرة الإسلاموفوبيا التي تشوه الإسلام وتبث الشقاق والكراهية بين المسلمين والغرب بوجه خاص. وإننا لنعبر كذلك عن قلقنا من استمرار الحرب في أوكرانيا، داعنا إلى حل تفاوضي يأخذ بعين الاعتبار انشغالات كل الأطراف ويحترم القانون الدولي وميثاق الأمم المتحدة. وإننا لنعبر عن رفضنا لكل أشكال الاستيلاء على السلطة بطرق غير دستورية، داعنا دول الساحل الشقيق التي شهدت انقلابات عسكرية للإسراع في العودة إلى وضع دستوري سليم. أيها السادة والسيدات، إننا لا نعي جيدا أنه لا يزال أمامنا الكثير مما يتعين إنجازه لتحقيق أجندة 2030، وإن ذلك يتطلب من الموارد المالية ما يفوق بشكل هائل ما نحن قادرون على تعبئته ذاتيا. شأننا في ذلك شأن مجمل الدول النامية وخاصة إفريقيا منها. ولو أن عبء المديونية خف على هذه الدول وحصلت على استثمارات أكثر أو على الأقل على ما تعهد الشركاء به علنا من دعم، لكانت النتائج اليوم أحسن مما هي عليه. ولذا فإننا ندعو إلى إيجاد حل لمشكلة المديونية ومراجعة منظومة المساعدة الإنمائية وتحفيز الدعم لصالح الدول الأقل نموا والأكثر هشاشة وترقية التعاون المتعدد الأطراف. أيها السادة والسيدات، إن منظمتنا منظمة الأمم المتحدة ترجمة مؤسسية لوعينا بوحدة المصير وإلزامية التعاون والتعاضد في رفع تحدياتنا المشتركة وفقا للقيم الإنسانية الجامعة. وعلى هذا الأساس يتعين علينا العمل معا وباستمرار على إصلاحها لتصير مقاربتها للأزمات الدولية يوما بعد آخر أكثر توازنا وأكثر إنصافا وأكثر مراعاة للدول الأقل نموا، فيضطرد ازدياد ثقة الجميع بها وتتحسن نجاعة عملها في سبيل تعزيز السلم والأمن الدوليين وتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. أشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Trust in its effectiveness and its work for international peace and security. I thank you, and may the peace of God be on one and all of you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency George Mane Ware, President of the Republic of Liberia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency George Manewere, President of the Republic of Liberia, and invite him to address the Assembly. Your Excellency.
His Excellency Denis Francois, President of the 78th United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Ambassadors, Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by extending sympathy to all nations experiencing loss of lives due to recent natural disaster. May the souls of all the faithful departed rest in perfect peace. I'm honored to address these 78th sessions of the United Nations General Assembly on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Liberia. I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Denis Francois on his elections as President of the 78 sections of the United Nations General Assembly, trusting that he will bring his word of experience to bear on the works of this August Assembly. I wish to assure him of my delegation's further support as he steers the works of this Assembly successfully in fulfillment of the expectation and confident repose in him. Let me use the occasion to congratulate the predecessor, His Excellency Saba Korosi, for the capable manner in which he administered the affairs of the 77th session of this General Assembly. Let me also commend His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for the astute manner in which he continues to administer the affairs of the United Nations in these difficult and challenging times. His foresight, commitment, and dedication have kept the United Nations firmly on course. Mr. President, Excellency, distinguished delegates, we have convened at a time when the world is faced with many challenges: security, social, economic, political, and natural disaster. We must exert our collective efforts to confront these challenges with a view of resolving them in order to have a safer, secure, and prosperous future. We must continue to promote global solidarity and rebuild trust in accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. The SDGs, by design, require bilateral and multilateral collaborations to achieve the result we seek. The theme of this year's debate, rebuilding trust, reuniting global solidarity, accelerating actions on the 2020 agenda and its SDGs towards peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all, adequately captured our current global demands. There is a critical need to ensure that development assistance is aligned with SDG projects. That is why my delegation welcomes and supports the Secretary General agenda for actions to accelerate the implementation of existing agreements, including the Sustainable Development Goals, and to re-embrace global solidarity and find new ways to work together for the common good of mankind. As the world deals with unprecedented global political and security challenges, there are growing concerns about the proliferations of non-state armed actors, threats of nuclear escalations, and extreme climate conditions. These challenges continue to serve as obstacles to our quest for a safe and peaceful world. Reaching the 2030 vision is to ensure that the journey is secure through accountability and mutual understanding. Liberia is committed to the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. They are in line with our flagship National Development Plan, the Pro-Po Agenda for Prosperity and Development, which represents our resolve to achieve peace and prosperity while addressing the structural impediments to economic growth and national development. Mr. President, the slowdown in global economic growth continues to be a challenge. Over the past 12 months, Liberia has made progress in areas ranging from health to education, gender equality, and infrastructure development. We are proud of our achievements in reducing maternal mortality rates, increasing gender parity in school enrollment, and elevating our overall health and well-being. Liberia appreciates the fact that this august body has once again directed its attention to issues of global health, as demonstrated by the number of high-level meetings to keep these critical issues on our collective agenda. Mr. President, we emphasize unity of purpose as we address challenges aimed at providing basic services to all peoples. Considering that more than 60% of Liberia's population comprises of youth, the future of our nation rests on their shoulder. Understanding this immense responsibility, we are committed to continue paving the way for their growth and development. Being cognizant that structural transformation drives prosperity, we are focused on infrastructure development with roads and energy playing a critical part. Thanks to the support of our many partners, we remain unwavering in our commitment to explore means to further the implementations of the Sustainable Development Goals as it represents the roadmap towards